Volume 3, Chapter 100. As Yan descended swiftly back into the tunnel, the battle was nearing its end. Bacon, who had risen time and time again like a resilient doll, had now turned into a cold corpse. Clash, boom, bang, Jin was under fierce pressure from Owen. "It's all over now, surrender quietly, human." Owen, wielding a hand cannon and a greatsword, was relentlessly driving Jin into a corner. Though not unscathed himself, with cuts and piercing wounds all over, and his beard soaked in blood, Owen seemed to have enough strength left to finish Jin off. In contrast, Jin, having been struck by Owen, had a long gash over one eye and was dodging attacks with the other, struggling with his depth perception. Scrape, Owen's greatsword drew a long cut across Jin's thigh. Gah! Jin gritted his teeth, trying to rise, but Owen's sword was already swinging towards his head. A monster indeed. Jin knew the legends of the warsmith vaguely, but he hadn't expected him to be such a beast. Resignation flickered in Jin's eyes. He had long since exhausted the strength to dodge the deadly trajectory of the incoming greatsword. That's when it happened. Crash, the greatsword meant to bisect Jin instead shattered the innocent wall. "Damn it all," Owen cursed, turning his head sharply. A young man, just of age, was carrying Jin over his shoulder, having rescued him from the brink of death in that brief moment. Yan sighed in relief, feeling the breath on his shoulder. This one still has use. Jin, a core member of the special task force, could be instrumental in Yan's future plans. Yan tossed Jin carelessly towards the entrance of the tunnel and pulled out a scallon from his spatial pouch. "And what are you, human?" Owen growled, baring his teeth like a wounded beast. Yan glanced at the bag on his back and then back at Owen. "It seems pointless to tell you who I am, so let's skip that. Instead, I have something to ask you." "Do you think I'll answer you?" Owen roared, stomping the ground and charging at Yan with incredible speed. Whoosh! As Owen's massive body moved quickly, the air in the tunnel swirled violently. Yan shook his head at Owen's ferocious approach. He's not going to answer easily, it seems. In a critical moment, Yan unleashed his most confident and swift movement technique, exclusive to the commander of the Special Task Force. Boom, the ground exploded beneath Yan's feet, and his form vanished from sight. Owen's greatsword cut through the air once more. "You dog!" Owen, with his monstrous intuition, immediately pinpointed Yan's location and tensed his arm. Crack! Veins bulged on Owen's biceps, forearm, and back of his hand as he rapidly changed the trajectory of his attack. Yan, appearing right behind him, clicked his tongue. His senses are too sharp. Yan raised a scallon to block Owen's greatsword. The impact that flowed along the blade of a scallon shook Yan's insides. If it had been sword energy or aura, a scallon would have stopped the mana flow. As strong as ever in this life or the past. The attack was based on pure physical strength, which even a scallon couldn't completely neutralize. But this was all part of Yan's plan. His body couldn't withstand the shock and was thrown far away, naturally increasing the distance between him and Owen. Yan quickly pulled out several throwing knives from his bosom and hurled them at Owen, who was charging at him like a bolt of lightning. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Owen frowned at the throwing knives aimed at his throat, forehead, and chest. He couldn't ignore the attack aimed precisely at his solar plexus. Already bleeding profusely and burdened with injuries, he couldn't afford to overlook it. Slowing down abruptly, Owen raised his left hand and forcefully deflected the knives. Bang, bang. He then raised his head to locate Yan again, but Yan was nowhere to be seen. "Annoying little pest," Owen grumbled, standing still and expanding his sensory field. His senses caught everything from the corpses strewn on the floor to a bug crawling on the wall. That's when he turned his head. There was nothing visible there, but his senses told him something was present. Owen calmed his eyes and raised sword energy on his greatsword. A massive sword energy befitting the greatsword surged forth. Owen swung it towards the place his senses screamed at, near the entrance of the tunnel. Crash! As the stone walls brutally shattered, someone burst out from there. It was Yan, who had been hiding between the twisted stone walls. "You're doing all this just to live? If I want to live, I have to do it this way." Yan responded to Owen's shout with a smirk and kicked off the ground. His form quickly headed towards the entrance of the tunnel, then he firmly stepped on his own shadow. "What's that?" Recognizing it, Owen furrowed his brows. Yan's gaze shifted between Owen and himself towards the stalactites sprouting above. Shadow soared despair, Yan pressed down on the writhing shadow beneath his feet. F-whoosh. The shadows, as if in a desperate struggle, surged forward with incredible speed. They were not aimed at Owen, who was squinting his eyes, but at the stalactites right in front of him. Scrape, scrape, crash. The shadows sliced through the large stalactites hanging from the ceiling like paper. Realizing Yan's intent, Owen's eyes widened in shock. You resort to such petty tricks too. Yan's figure was obscured by the falling pile of stalactites, and in an instant, a large, thick wall had formed between them. Owen, intending to shatter it, reached for his hand cannon, but, damn it all, he had forgotten that he had used up all his ammunition while fighting Jin and Bacon. He quickly stowed the hand cannon and drew his greatsword, but crash, crash, Owen, having exhausted his mana and strength, could not easily break through the wall. And that wasn't the only problem. Sniff, sniff. A familiar yet dangerous scent hit his nose, the smell of oil and gunpowder from his hand cannon. Owen's eyes bulged as he scanned his surroundings. However, the exit was hidden behind the wall created by Yan. As Owen desperately tried to draw out even his life force to break the wall, boom. The explosion from inside made Owen flinch. When did he? He was sure he had been fighting Owen, but was there time to set up the explosives? As Owen continued his thoughts, he finally realized why Yan had been fighting from a distance. Not only to avoid a direct confrontation due to the physical difference. Boom, rumble. He had been setting up those bombs while fighting him. Owen let out a hollow laugh. I've been completely outplayed. Using the others to drain his strength and creating a situation with no escape. And he had fallen for it completely. As Owen cleanly accepted his defeat, that guy's voice echoed in his ear. If you want to live, you'd better start talking now. Owen snorted. Even though he had lost, he was not so low as to fall for such an offer. It didn't seem like the guy had a way to get him out of here, and even if he did, Owen had no intention of babbling like a coward. As he crossed his arms and waited to be buried with the mine, the voice reached him again. What are those patterns etched throughout the tunnel? At that question, Owen's eyes rounded in surprise. Then he let out a defeated laugh. Was all this chaos just to ask about that? But then, strength returned to Owen's eyes, and his previously hunched back straightened. Even facing death, his posture was one of undeniable dignity. As the mine began to collapse and stalactites poured down around him with ferocious force, Owen's gaze never wavered. It was the look of someone filled with conviction. Through a small hole in the wall, Owen looked at Yan on the other side and spoke. He wouldn't have answered if it had been about anything else, but he could speak proudly about the patterns. It's the torch that binds us together. It was the identity and values that had driven him and his comrades thus far. From a distance, through the small hole in the wall, Yan asked another question. The nature of the torch, the current leader of the Revolutionary Army, but Owen remained silent to the subsequent questions. Rumble, boom, bang. It seemed he had chosen to be buried with the mine rather than answer. Tusk! Yan clicked his tongue, picked up Jin, who was sprawled at the entrance of the tunnel, and escaped to a place that wouldn't collapse. All the while, his mind didn't stop. A torch that binds the Revolutionary Army together? It was an enigmatic phrase, but Yan committed it to memory. Rumble. The trembling sensation of the mine ceased as he reached the exit. Yan laid Jin down against a wall. Thud. Jin, leaning against the wall, struggled to lift his eyelids. Yan cleared his throat a few times before looking down at Jin. Arrogance filled the eyes that looked up at Yan. Who? Cough, Yan, responding to Jin's question, pulled out a badge from his pocket and spoke. I am the executor appointed by His Imperial Majesty of the Kabalan Empire. Jin's eyes widened at Yan's answer. He had heard about it recently. Someone had filled the long vacant position of executor. Jin examined the badge Yan had taken out. A golden eagle was embossed on the identity badge, and the title executor, engraved in front of it, proved its authenticity. He hadn't expected to meet the newly appointed executor here of all places. Jin quickly bowed his head deeply. Considering the gap between a special task force officer and an executor, it was the natural thing to do. Yan's lips curled up at Jin's action. This is easier to hook than I thought. Now it was time to persuade Jin. Yan composed his expression and continued. Jin, head of the Special Task Force Search Division 1. Jin felt his heart pound as Yan mentioned his identity. Yan continued, "Will you join me and investigate the threats to the Empire?" At that offer, Jin, forgetting all propriety, stared blankly up at Yan. Chapter 101. Jin gazed up at Yan with eyes hollowed by defeat, recognizing the truth he had long concealed. Now, unveiled before him stood Yan, his identity no longer a shadowed secret. Could it be that such an enforcer, a figure of authority, had wandered into the mining village without purpose? An absurd thought, and yet the implication was clear. "So, it was you, the enforcer, who cast the dark shadow of rumors over this mining village?" Jin asked, a tremor of fear in his voice. "Yes," Yan replied simply, his affirmation sending a chill through Jin. Alone, Yan had orchestrated a grand scheme, manipulating the influential like pawns, including the revealed Silver's mercenary group, Count Ailey, and even Jin himself, hidden in the shadows. In Jin's knowledge, only one person could craft such a stratagem, the Special Task Force leader. Rumors had it that the newly appointed enforcer was barely 20. Jin thought, a sudden fear welling up inside him. To think someone so young could rival the task force leader in cunning. With a resigned nod, Jin closed his eyes, pondering deeply before conceding, "Yes, I will follow you, enforcer." Yan's lips curled into a smile at Jin's swift submission. He plans to weave a tale, escape the situation, and report to the task force, Yan mused, well aware that Jin was not a man easily swayed. Yan then made a request to Maman. What a nuisance," Maman muttered, yet he complied readily, honoring a promise made during their confrontation with Eamon. Yan chuckled upon hearing Maman's report. With a swift motion, Yan extended his right hand. Boom! Yan's mana heart pulsed, and mana began to swirl into a vortex. As the mana amassed, too vast for the ring to contain, it surged forth like a torrent toward another realm. Jin watched, his mouth agape in awe. Could it be true? That he surpassed the 5th rank? He had dismissed it as the head instructor's exaggeration, a ploy to elevate his disciple. But now, it seemed the truth was far different. Suddenly, from Yan's hand, a stream of black mist began to flow. The mist swelled endlessly, soon filling the space where Jin and Yan stood. "What is this?" Jin asked, his body tensing as he observed the spreading dark miasma. The feeling of foreboding that had lingered in his mind now seemed to manifest before him. The dance of the black mist was far from over. With a slight clench of his hand, Yan commanded. Whoosh! The thick black mist, which had blanketed the air, was now being sucked into his palm with a ferocious force. After a brief moment, the mist that had filled the void vanished into Yan's hand. "You said you'd join me, didn't you?" Yan asked, looking at Jin as he unfolded his clenched hand. In his palm writhed a grotesque, squirming larva, its pitch-black color a sinister omen at first glance. Yan pushed his palm toward Jin, offering the larva. "Then eat this," Yan said with a smile. Jin swallowed hard, eyeing the insect. What is this?" "A token to solidify our bond?" Yan suggested, his eyes gleaming with amusement at Jin's trembling gaze. He had anticipated Jin's vow to join him, followed by an immediate betrayal to report to the task force. "Can't trust me?" Jin asked, his voice faltering. "If you were in my place, would you?" Yan countered. Jin's mouth snapped shut. There was no point in claiming trust. Yan wouldn't be swayed. "Eat it," Yan insisted, bringing the larva closer to Jin's mouth. Jin clenched his eyes shut. He couldn't die here, not when he needed to report the enforcer's treachery, the mastermind who could foil the revolutionaries' plans. He had to survive, to carry this news back to the task force headquarters. But if he refused the larva, Yan's intent to kill him was clear. This is madness. Jin looked at the pitch-black larva with trembling eyes. Even for him, a man well-trained in the art of endurance, swallowing this suspicious creature was a Herculean task. He tried to muster strength in his limbs, perhaps to flee, but found himself utterly powerless, likely due to Yan's intervention. After a moment of hesitation, a look of resolve dawned on Jin's face. He had decided to eat it, with a swift motion. Whoosh! He popped the wriggling larva into his mouth. It slid down his throat smoothly, like water, before he could even register its alien texture. But then, a foul stench rose from his esophagus, an odor so vile it seemed as if all the filth from a sewer had been condensed into this one taste. Jin gagged, and Yan kindly patted his back. "Blarg!" After vomiting everything he had eaten the day before, Jin looked up at Yan with resentful eyes and asked in a gloomy tone, "Can you tell me now? What exactly did you feed me?" "Huh," Yan responded nonchalantly, "goo poison." Jin's eyes widened at the mention of goo poison, not the strongest, but certainly one of the most malicious toxins known. Its creation was grotesque. Venomous insects, snakes, and frogs were left in a small container for years, fighting and consuming each other until only the most toxic survived. This survivor was then used to create a pair of larvae through a dark art. The male goo, once ingested, made it impossible for the host to disobey the person who held its female counterpart. To resist meant to suffer pain from the toxin, a pain said to be more terrifying than falling into hell itself. Jin clutched his throat, desperately trying to regurgitate the goo, but it was to no avail. The creature refused to come out. "If it were so easy to expel, it wouldn't be called a vile poison," Yan remarked, watching Jin's futile attempts. Jin looked at Yan in disbelief. "I heard the art of goo was lost." Indeed, the potency of goo had been the subject of extensive research, coveted even by the Special Task Force for its potential. However, all they had found were brief records of its creation and effects. The crucial art was nowhere to be found. And now, the newly appointed enforcer possessed this lost art. Yan watched Jin's confusion and, with a slight pinch of his fingers, throb, a searing pain engulfed Jin's head, a torment too intense for even a man accustomed to torture. "Is this just a taste of what's to come?" Yan asked. Jin gritted his teeth, enduring the agony. "You'd best not think of suicide. The larva inside you is quite perceptive," Yan continued. "How cruel," Jin exclaimed. "Should a special task force agent really say that? Compared to the atrocities you've committed, this is trivial," Yan dismissed with a smirk. "But it's not all bad. I'm merely cutting out the cancer from the Empire, and that includes your special task force." At Yan's words, Jin's head shot up. "What did you just say? There's cancer in the special task force. There's a traitor?" "Yes, and I can prove it, though it may take some time." A whirlwind of shock, doubt, and horror swirled in Jin's eyes. He would never have believed such claims without proof, but Yan's assurance of evidence left him in turmoil. Seeing Jin's reaction, Yan was certain. Got him. Jin was unique. He pledged allegiance not to the task force leader, but to the Empire itself. Unlike other agents who blindly followed orders, Jin would turn his back on the task force if it meant protecting the Empire. And with his unparalleled skills in investigation and reconnaissance, he was a valuable asset to recruit. Why don't you believe it? That there's someone in the task force bleeding the Empire dry? Watch your words. Even if you are an enforcer, you cannot insult the task force like this, Jin growled. Can't insult the task force? Yan chuckled, thinking Jin should be aware of the situation, given his important role. Do you really not know about the Destroyer Project, created by the task force's own cancer? Jin frowned, never having heard of such a project. The only ongoing project he knew of was the Dragon Seed Project, aimed at gathering and nurturing talents across the continent. Yan's sly smile hinted at an unsettling truth. What is that? Yan, seeing Jin's softened stance, grinned. It's an experiment that spits on the promise made by the founding emperor when he established Kabalan. He vowed to create a nation by humans, for humans, without resorting to the unethical practices used by other races on humans. The Dragon Seed Project had faced fierce opposition when it was first introduced, as it threatened to breach the emperor's first promise. But the Destroyer Project is tantamount to outright ignoring that promise. Yan's eyes darkened. The Special Task Force is now conducting human experiments, using children to create biological weapons. At those words, it can't be. Jin's eyes widened in horror. Human experimentation, especially on children, was one of the most severely punished crimes in the Empire. After receiving shocking news from Yan, Jin walked out of the mine with a heavy heart. Yan quietly observed Jin's retreating figure. It was then that Mammon, who had been silent in his pocket, made an appearance. The back of a man in despair, Mammon remarked. Yan nodded in agreement. He has never crossed the line of morality. And yet, he believes that the more blood stains his hands, the closer he gets to creating a better nation. Mammon snorted at this. Those who consider themselves just are often deluded. They think they can change the world with violence. True change requires a shift in perception, not fear induced by violence, Maman added wisely. Nicely said, Yan complimented, causing Maman's jawbone to rattle. Anyway, about that goo poison. Did you make him believe he swallowed that grotesque toxin? Maman seemed to know about the goo poison as well. Oh, do you know how it's made? I do, but why bother with such filthy poison? It's good to know, Yan replied, as Maman stared at him and then shook his skeletal head, seemingly more amiable since their encounter with Eamon. Then, curiosity seemed to strike Maman, and he asked, but was there really a need to use illusion magic? He seemed completely taken in by your silver tongue. Yan chuckled at Maman's words. Jin believed he had swallowed the goo poison, but, Maman, teach me the spell for illusion magic. The swirling darkness, the pitch-black larva, the vile taste, and the terrible pain Jin felt were all nothing but illusions. Yan followed the path Jin had taken. This is skill. Persuasion isn't easy with words alone, but when threats are subtly mixed in, the chances of swaying someone increase significantly. Thus, Yan first suppressed Jin's will with threats and then offered tantalizing information to successfully recruit him. And it's also insurance. It was a safeguard, in case Jin had other ideas. You do lead a tiresome life, Maman commented, and Yan just smirked. Chapter 102. With a thunderous roar, the mine collapsed, and Earl Eyre stared in disbelief. The magic stone mine, once within his grasp, vanished like a mirage. My magic stone mine? At that moment, Jin and Yan emerged from the tunnel, limping awkwardly. Earl Eyre rushed towards them, his face a mask of urgency. The knights, silent sentinels until now, encircled the pair. Yan clicked his tongue in annoyance. As expected, they won't let us go without a fuss. He glanced at Jin, disguised as a clumsy, low-level mercenary. Before exiting the tunnel, Yan had given him an order. Once we're out, Earl Eyre will be waiting, eyes ablaze. Handle it, and soon, I'll show you a truth you're unaware of. Understood. Yan was curious how Jin would resolve this situation. Earl Eyre, upon seeing Jin and Yan, shouted, "What in the world happened inside?" Jin, feigning ignorance, looked around at the encircling knights. Well, there was a fight among those inside, and they disturbed a weak spot in the mine, causing it to collapse. What? I really know nothing else, my lord. I was just lucky to escape being buried there. Pointing to his injured leg, Jin pleaded, I'm wounded. If I don't get treatment quickly, it'll worsen. Please let me leave. Earl Eyre's expression hardened as he considered Jin's words. Then, a thought crossed his mind, the explosion he heard while escaping the tunnel. By his knowledge, only Bacon was there. He started raging as soon as he heard about the map discovery, and now look at him. Even if someone tampered with the mine's weak spot, it wouldn't collapse without considerable force. But for Bacon, who had reached superhuman levels, it was possible. It seemed Bacon, blinded by greed for the magic stones, had drawn mana until he destroyed himself. Earl Eyre accepted Bacon's death as such. I've answered your question, may I pass now? Earl Eyre lifted his head. I'll let you pass once I know who you are. We're low-level mercenaries from the south. A spark of interest flickered in Earl Eyre's eyes. Low-level mercenaries meant no significant backing. Is that so? He chuckled coldly and waved his hand at the knights, a signal to kill. Jin's face turned pale. Please spare me. I've lived as a loyal imperial citizen. Yan, standing beside Jin, was impressed by his acting. His performance is top-notch. And even this act was part of a calculated plan to throw Earl Eyre to the Special Task Force and conceal his own dark involvement. The Special Task Force wouldn't suspect his existence. They might interrogate him, but he could control that. Yan smirked. He's clever indeed. As the knights drew their swords and advanced, Jin shouted with a trembling voice, "This is neutral territory. If the knights harm an imperial citizen, the security forces and the Special Task Force won't stand idly by." Earl Eyre scoffed at his words. How will they know if there's no one left to tell? He intended to commit murder. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted. Yan noticed first, scanning the surroundings. The presence of 50 individuals, each with the cold edge of a blade, was unmistakable. The Special Task Force has been called for backup. The elite combatants of the Special Task Force had arrived, not for investigation but for battle. Had Jin's persuasion been delayed, this would have been troublesome. Jin, who had been trembling with fear, discarded his craven demeanor upon realizing the arrival of the Special Task Force reinforcements. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, startling Earl Eyre and the knights. "What is it?" "The issue isn't that guy right now. We're surrounded by some force." "Then why don't you just kill them all?" Earl Eyre's bellowing command left the captain of the knights with a troubled expression. Judging by the aura of those hidden around them, they were at least knights of the 6th and 5th ranks. There were many of them, and unlike themselves, who had just carried out an operation in the mine, these men were in perfect physical condition. Jin stepped forward with a cold gaze, tearing off a mask that resembled an ordinary middle-aged man's face, straightening his bent back. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Jin, the head of the Special Task Force's Search Division 1. We received a report that this mining town was suspicious and have been investigating." Earl Eyre's eyes widened at Jin's mechanical tone and icy stare. He was from the Special Task Force, but Jin didn't stop there. "I happened to overhear what you just said, Earl Eyre. Considering your intent to commit murder, it seems you're aware of the mass slaughter that occurred in this mining town. You'll need to come with us for a witness interrogation at headquarters." As the situation took an unexpected turn, Earl Eyre stumbled backward. "What are you talking about? That I'm involved in this mass slaughter?" Jin smiled a chilling smile, similar to the one Earl Eyre had just worn. "As an investigator, I believe you're deeply involved in this mass slaughter. If you refuse to testify, my friends behind me will escort you by force." "I'm deeply involved in the mass slaughter that happened inside." Earl Eyre looked around with a dazed expression as the elite forces of the Special Task Force slowly approached. Dressed in pitch-black uniforms, their cold eyes and expressionless faces confused Earl Eyre. "I'm not involved. You've got it all wrong. I was just... I personally witnessed you attempting to harm civilians in this neutral area. Do you intend to make excuses?" "No, that's completely different." Jin scoffed, cutting off Earl Eyre's words, and signaled the approaching elite forces of the Special Task Force to arrest him. "I'm innocent. I tell you, innocent." Earl Eyre's cries were in vain as the task force members cuffed his hands without question. The most senior-looking member of the elite forces approached Jin and Yan, saluting crisply. "We've completed the binding of Earl Eyre, the suspect from the mining town, as you directed, sir." "Good work." Jin patted the man's shoulder. The man returned to his normal stance, listened to Jin's account of the incident, and was about to turn away when he noticed Yan standing idly by. The man glanced at Jin and asked, "Should we deal with this one too?" Yan grinned. "I'm an informant." "Is that so?" The man looked at Yan, then back at Jin, who nodded. Only then did he turn and return to the carriage with the bound count air. "You're clever." Yan smiled at Jin. "Isn't this what you wanted? Wouldn't things get complicated if my existence here was revealed?" Jin replied with a stern face. "That's within a manageable level, but you did promise, didn't you?" He was referring to the promise to give information about the Destroyer project. Yan nodded. "Wait a few days. I'll call you when it's time." Yan extended his hand to Jin. Jin looked at the hand silently. "We'll be working together from now on, so a handshake should be fine, right?" Jin slowly took Yan's hand. "For the time being, keep doing what you've been doing," Yan said, holding Jin's hand. "Yes, I understand. And keep my existence a secret just like now, as long as you keep your promise." Yan felt the pulse in the hand he held, confirming there was no lie in his words. If there had been even a hint of falsehood, the pulse wouldn't have been so calm. "Well, see you next time." "Yes, I look forward to seeing you soon." With that farewell, Yan headed alone towards Eyre territory. It was time to return to the training center. On his way to the train station, Yan smiled contentedly. Although he hadn't obtained precise information about the pattern, getting a hint about it and acquiring Jin from the Special Task Force is a fruitful outcome. Using Jin would make it easier to unravel information about the pattern. It meant he could siphon off some of the Special Task Force's information. As Yan walked away cheerfully, he suddenly stopped. He quickly searched his pockets. Sigh. He felt an emptiness in one corner of his pocket. He had been so focused on the battle in the mine that he hadn't noticed his pendant had fallen. The head instructor's deadline is until tomorrow, so there's plenty of time. Realizing he had ample time before he needed to be at the training center, Yan turned around. Since the mining town was now deserted, he thought he might as well look for it. At that moment, a young man entered the mining town. He clicked his tongue at the sight of the completely sunken mine. It's turned into a complete wasteland. With a leisurely stride, he headed into the tunnel, hopping over scattered corpses and scanning the area. Then, his eyes lit up as he shouted at a particular spot. Found it! It was a place where stalactites had piled up, forming a wall. He drew a slender sword from his waist and thrust it towards the wall. Boom! With a single strike, the young man who had shattered a wall larger than himself chuckled at the sight inside. Even you can be cornered, huh? The person he addressed was Owen, whom Yan had thought dead. Owen was gasping for breath, and there wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't battered. Theo, the young man called Theo, sat down beside Owen. Why aren't you leaving? Planning to die here. Theo frowned, seeing Owen, who would usually flare up in anger, remain silent. Uncle, now's not the time for that. Owen shook his head and showed Theo the pendant hanging from his hand. Isn't this the commander's emblem? That's not all. Owen opened the pendant's surface with a heavy expression. Click. Inside was a single family photo, and upon seeing it, Theo's eyes widened in shock. The person in the photo was all too familiar. Theo's eyes darkened. Didn't you think it could be a trap set by the Empire? Owen shook his head. The commander's aura was imbued in it. No matter how high the Empire reaches, even if the Marquis himself intervenes, replicating or forging this aura is impossible. Owen smiled brightly. It seems we've found the lineage of the commander who went missing. Upon hearing this, Theo's face hardened. Chapter 103. Returning to the mining village, Yan chuckled at the sight of the deserted town. The miners, once abundant when he first arrived, had left in search of other work due to the collapse of the mines. The villagers, suspected to be part of the Revolutionary Army, had vanished since emerging from the tunnels, likely recalled by an order. Then Yan encountered a familiar face. Ah, you're still here? It was Tom, who had been helpful when Yan first came to this place. He was carrying a large backpack, seemingly filled with tools and clothes. I dropped something important. Have you seen a pendant by any chance? A pendant? Haven't seen one. Anyway, you should leave soon too. Heard rumors that an investigative team will swarm in soon. No good getting tangled up in that. It seemed some miners had caught wind of a potential revisit by the investigative team. As Yan nodded, Tom waved and left the mining village. See you next time if there's a chance. Yes. With Tom's departure, the mining village became a ghost town devoid of any human presence. Yan began to roam around the village without hesitation, focusing on the places he had stayed when he first emerged from the tunnels. Despite his thorough search, he couldn't find anything resembling the pendant. After more than an hour, Yan sighed deeply. If it's not here despite all this effort, it's likely I dropped it in the mines. Yan slowly walked towards the entrance of the tunnel. Nothing's changed since I came out. The positions of the scattered corpses remain the same. Yan carefully inspected the surroundings as he moved further in. Then, he felt a sense of dissonance. Whoosh! Yan quickly turned his head. There stood a young man with snow-white hair, smiling lightly at him. Yan's eyes darkened. I didn't sense his presence at all. His heightened senses, a result of his growth, failed to detect someone approaching this close. It meant the person was either highly skilled or adept at concealing their presence to fool his senses. But that face seems familiar. Who is it? As Yan scrutinized the stranger's face, the white-haired youth pulled something out of his pocket. Ting. A silver pendant. It was the one he had lost. Yan's brow furrowed upon recognizing it. The white-haired youth twisted his lips, spinning the pendant on his finger. Looking for this? How do you have it? Got it from Uncle Owen. The youth casually mentioned Owen's name. Yan's eyes widened slightly. Ah, now I remember. There weren't many with white hair, and among the Revolutionary Army, few could casually call Owen by name. The intersection of those two groups. Theo Beowulf. The man thought to be dead by Lorna, the Grand Duke of the North whom Duke Beowulf sought to kill. The power behind the Revolutionary Army after the Armenian uprising caused by the chief instructor. And one of the super strong, who had never lost a fight against Lorna, the sword star of the Empire's 7 stars. In the future, he would be considered on par with the 4 dukes. Why don't you speak? Is this what you're looking for? Yan nodded slightly, unable to take his eyes off Theo, preparing for a sudden attack. He might be a second-class powerhouse decades in the future, but for now, He's around 4th class. He could handle him using all the magic he had learned and memories from his past life. But then the pendant might break. As Yan nodded, Theo's smile deepened. Do you know what this is? Do you need to know? Yeah, I think I do. At Theo's words, Yan's eyebrows twitched. It seemed he had come to rescue Owen, but why was he arguing over this pendant? Especially when the investigative team could arrive at any moment for a re-examination. Yan's fingers twitched. He secretly channeled mana into his legs to avoid detection by Theo. I'll just retrieve the pendant and escape. While he might not win in a fight, a snatch and run was certainly doable. Despite Theo's overwhelming talent, Yan had far more experience. Theo's lips curled up as he noticed something about Yan. Sweat began to bead on Yan's forehead. Then, something caught his eye. Behind Theo, who was looking at him, a stalactite hung precariously, as if it could fall at any moment. That's it. It could distract Theo, if only for a moment. Yan's gaze lowered, and soon after, boom. As Yan predicted, the stalactite fell, and Theo glanced back, when his attention was on the falling stalactite. Now! Yan exploded the energy stored in his mana heart and kicked off the ground. The stone floor burst as Yan's form shot towards Theo like a streak of light. Theo, looking back, started to turn his head forward. Enough! Yan thought he could snatch the pendant before Theo fully turned around. But, swoosh. Without even turning his head, Theo dodged Yan's hand. And the pendant, which had been on his finger, was now on his wrist. He glanced at Yan with a sidelong look. I might give it to you if you answer well. Nonsense. Yan didn't give up and dropped his body lower. Then he forcefully scraped the ground with his right foot. Swoosh! Theo effortlessly dodged Yan's kick with a light leap, his casual demeanor unshaken. Seriously? He quipped, still managing to answer without difficulty. He lifted the pendant that dangled from his wrist. What use would this have for me? Yan, realizing his kick had failed, put all his weight on his left leg and straightened up as if propelled by a spring. His hand transformed into a claw, swiping towards Theo's wrist with clear intent to snatch the pendant. Just then, Theo's eyes curved like crescent moons, pulling his wrist back just enough. It was still within Yan's reach, but the pendant was the problem. If he didn't stop, it would shatter to pieces. Yan, taken aback, hastily retracted his outstretched hand. Following this, Theo simply stood there, not counterattacking, just observing Yan. Why did you stop? Theo asked with a sly smile. Was it because you feared breaking this pendant? Yan glared at Theo with sunken eyes. What are you trying to do? I'll ask again. Why do you want this pendant so badly? You seem capable enough to flee. Silence. It's a family photo inside, isn't it? Though Theo hit the mark, Yan's expression remained unchanged. Suddenly, Theo turned his head back with a bright laugh. Uncle, I think you're right. Footsteps thundered from behind, and the figure that appeared was Owen. It was Owen, whom Yan thought he had eliminated. Yan knew Owen was robust, but surviving the mine's collapse was unexpected. We meet again. Uncle, is this the guy? What should we do? Yan's face contorted in confusion, unable to comprehend their conversation. Owen scratched his head, looking at Yan, who was glaring at them with a furrowed brow. The reaction seemed almost anticlimactic after their life-threatening confrontation. Prince, I understand your distrust, but how about listening to what we have to say? Yan sheathed the dagger he had drawn and straightened up. There was no need to escalate the conflict when they were being so amicable. Besides, if they both attacked together, escape wouldn't be easy. Yet, the wariness in his eyes did not fade. Owen sighed deeply and pulled out a weathered photograph from his bosom, handing it to Yan. In it, Owen and Theo stood side by side, smiling brightly, along with several others. Suspicion rose in Yan's eyes, especially at the central figure. Father, are you finally willing to talk? The father in the pendant and the father in the photo were identical, save for a few more wrinkles on his face. Next to the father in Owen's photo was the chief instructor, smiling so brightly it was almost unrecognizable. It wasn't the cynical or mad laughter Yan had seen before, but one that seemed genuinely joyful. Yan placed his finger on the photo held by Owen, sensing for any magic that might be present, but there was no trace of mana. This meant the photo was an unaltered, genuine picture of his father. Yan closed his eyes tightly. This isn't just some involvement with the Revolutionary Army. Most of the individuals in the photo held high ranks within the Revolutionary Army, as far as Yan knew. But even during his time as the head of the Special Task Force, he had no knowledge of his father's involvement. Owen looked at Yan with a bitter smile. "So that's why you were so curious about the mark of the beginning." Yan cut to the chase. "Tell me about my father." Now that he realized his father was more than just involved with the Revolutionary Army, but a high-ranking figure, Yan needed to formulate a new plan. And for that, he needed information. Theo was the one who answered Yan's question. "He is the commander of the Revolutionary Army that leads us." Lies. In his past life, after the Armenian uprising, the Special Task Force had somewhat tracked down the Revolutionary Army's commander. But it was someone entirely unrelated to his father. Owen chuckled self-deprecatingly and nodded at Yan's confident assertion. "Yes, he's not the commander now." "Don't talk nonsense, uncle. The commander has always been him." Theo glared fiercely at Owen, his face flushed with genuine anger. Owen just smiled bitterly. "To be precise, he's the former commander. He stepped down due to unavoidable circumstances." Yan looked at Owen, dumbfounded. "My father, the former leader of the Revolutionary Army?" His head throbbed with pain. All his efforts to uncover the connection between the Revolutionary Army and his father had led him to stand in opposition to them. "And the chief instructor?" "The chief instructor. Oh, you mean that guy." Owen chuckled as if he had just understood. "He was the one who followed your father the most, and now he's hardly involved in the Revolutionary Army's affairs." As they spoke, Theo glanced somewhere distantly, his expression turning sour. He then handed the pendant back to Yan. "The hounds have caught the scent and are here. It's time to part ways. I'd like to take you to headquarters, but the situation is a bit tricky right now." Saying so, he helped Owen up and tossed something onto the ground. Whoosh, it was a portable teleport gate, a rarity even within the Empire. Theo waved at Yan with a smile. "See you next time. I'll send you a way to contact us soon." With those words, he stepped into the gate. And a final voice echoed out. "Ah, if you see that guy, send him my regards." That guy was likely referring to the chief instructor. As Theo and Owen completely disappeared into the gate, a sudden question struck Yan. Yan shouted desperately. If his father was with the Revolutionary Army, what about his other family? Then, where is mother? But the gate had already blurred and no answer came from beyond. Yan closed his eyes. "I made a mistake. I should have asked that first." His mind, overwhelmed by the unexpected revelations, wasn't working quickly. And then, "There's someone here. Hands up, move and we shoot." Ahead, a group that appeared to be the Special Task Force's investigative soldiers approached with a threatening tone. Yan extended his arms in surrender, thinking to himself, "I'll have to ask the chief instructor when I return to the training center." According to Theo, the chief instructor also seemed to have a close connection to his father. Chapter 104. Captured by the Special Task Force, Yan effortlessly escaped their grasp. It was thanks to Jin, who had headed to headquarters and vouched for Yan's identity through the communication portal. "I apologize. There was an order from above to apprehend anyone suspicious, and we've committed a discourtesy." At the task force member's words, Yan offered a slight smile and nodded in understanding. "No need for apologies. As someone who cooperates with the task force, I actually found the investigation quite reassuring." "Thank you for saying so." Having stepped outside, Yan immediately made his way to the Aerospirits train station. There, he showed his badge and boarded the gate, returning to the training center. It was time to return to the training grounds. Squeak. As Yan entered through the main gate, a chilling atmosphere pressed down within the training center. Even the trainees, in the midst of self-directed practice, seemed to sense it, their spirits seemingly dampened. Then, he encountered Roman, who had just stepped out from the practice arena for a break. Roman approached Yan. "Did you just get back?" "Yeah, was there any trouble? The chafe instructor was looking for you yesterday, but since you've arrived on time, there shouldn't be any issues." "Really? What about the others? They're all honing their skills in the practice arena or the Royal Armory." "Thanks." With a word of gratitude to Roman, Yan moved towards his quarters. Along the way, he stealthily glanced at the instructors' faces laid out around him. Their expressions were coldly set, and a frosty aura emanated from their eyes. He had thought the instructors became quite friendly after passing the second exam. It feels like the first day of enrollment all over again. It was as if the air was thick with the prelude to war. The reason was unclear. Well, I guess it's time to find out what's going on. With a spark in his eyes, Yan passed by them. Creak. Yan's face tensed as he opened the door to his quarters. The room, usually so neat and orderly, was in complete disarray. Leah! There was no sign of her presence. The chaos of the room and the absence of Leah weighed heavily on Yan's mind. Could this be the work of the chafe instructor? Who else in the training center would dare such a thing? If they had realized Leah wasn't really the task force leader's daughter, it was entirely possible. Then someone trudged into the quarters. Yan turned with an icy expression to face one of the chafe instructor's trusted aides. The chafe instructor summons you. Follow me. Without a word, Yan followed, his mind racing with thoughts of how to handle the head instructor. If he had harmed Leah, Yan shook his head. There's no way the head instructor knows Leah's true identity. The task force leader would have done anything to keep the Destroyer project a secret from him. As these thoughts spiraled, Yan and the aide arrived at the chafe instructor's office. Enter, he's waiting. Yes. Yan opened the door to the office, first taking in the chafe instructor's expression. He was massaging his temples, as if plagued by a headache. Has he figured it out? As Yan stepped inside, the chief instructor asked coldly, "What kept you?" "I was relieving some accumulated fatigue." "Did you take a trip or something?" Yan's lips twitched slightly. "Before discussing how I spent my time, I need to know Leah's whereabouts." Ignoring Yan's question, the chief instructor's gaze grew colder. A frosty silence filled the space between them. After a moment, the chief instructor broke the silence. "Shall we end this pointless standoff? I'm quite tired. I don't wish to expend energy on you right now." A flicker of interest crossed Yan's eyes. He would usually start with threats, but now he's offering an olive branch. He remembered the tense atmosphere he'd felt upon entering the training center earlier. Could it be related to that? Considering the chief instructor's rank as second in command of the task force, it wasn't hard to guess the opponent. The task force leader. Had the task force leader been engaged in a covert struggle, affecting the training center to this extent? But something didn't add up. If it's not an all-out war, there shouldn't be any damage, right? And even if they hated each other enough to wish death upon one another, outwardly, they were still family. So, even the task force leader would struggle to justify a full-blown conflict, especially against the chief instructor, who, though a bastard, was still of imperial blood. The chief instructor sat down and looked at Yan, speaking bluntly. The task force leader has taken back his daughter. How? Surely the task force leader didn't come to the training center himself to fetch her. Indeed, if that were the case, the instructors would have reported it, and I would have buried him in the back mountains without anyone knowing. The head instructor smiled, but his fists were clenched. The bulging veins on his hands showed just how furious he was. The kidnapping happened just a week ago, while we were at the Imperial Palace. And it turns out, 5 out of the 10 senior instructors were the task force leader's straws. Spies, in other words. The spies under the task force leader had taken the opportunity of Yan and the chief instructor's absence to abduct Leah. Yan frowned. The chief instructor wasn't foolish enough to be played by spies. But the chief instructor's next words made sense. Ever since I took over the Dragon Soldier project, those men followed me, not the task force leader. I had also completed investigations on their families. The chief instructor's words, implying he would take their families hostage if necessary, drew a bitter smile from Yan. It was a rough method, but effective. However, it wasn't Yan's preferred approach. That would make one complacent. To think they would go to such lengths, even risking their own families' lives, it's unbelievable. It must mean they're desperate. The task force leader wouldn't have easily placed them, and yet he's expended them all on this incident. That's not all. Something felt off, so I looked into it, and it turns out the task force leader has been recruiting nobles who bear a grudge against me. The chief instructor chuckled. His laughter was filled with a chilling murderous intent and cold fury. Yan could guess why the task force leader was so desperate to eliminate the chief instructor. Leah's very existence is a tremendous burden to the task force leader. She's a living witness to the Destroyer project. If she were presented to the media, the task force leader would have no choice but to face execution. Moreover, it could even implicate the Emperor. No matter how legitimate the emperor's rule over the empire might be, he couldn't escape the promises made at the founding of the nation. That's why the task force leader was in such a frenzy. His life was in the hands of the chief instructor, whom he despised. Yan's lips curled up. I must find Leah at all costs. Even if the emperor is out of reach, the task force leader is a card I can play. Not only that, but using her could also bring benefits. For instance, promoting the chief instructor, who had followed his father, to the position of task force leader. But first, he needed to share his strategy with the chief instructor. Chief of the task force, are you interested in making a move? What? This might be an opportunity. The chief instructor's expression soured at Yan's unexpected suggestion. Opportunity? What opportunity? To the chief instructor, unaware of Leah's true identity, Yan's words sounded like nonsense. Yan's smile widened. Leah, that girl, she's not really the task force leader's daughter. What? The chief instructor's icy gaze turned towards Yan. If looks could kill, Yan would have been torn to shreds. Yan had confidently claimed from the start that Leah was the task force leader's daughter. But now, you're saying she's not the task force leader's daughter? The chief instructor's face twisted with a violent killing intent. Yan nodded. Yes, I don't understand what you're trying to do. The card of being the task force leader's daughter is far less powerful than what she truly is. The chief instructor's face contorted in confusion. He was irritated by Yan's continuous, incomprehensible babble. Yan's smile showed no sign of fading. Perhaps she's a powerful trump card that could even reach the august emperor himself. At those words, the chief instructor's face hardened. Have you lost your mind? Even the emperor himself cannot escape certain actions. The chief instructor's eyes flashed for a moment. The promise of the founding. Before the founding era, before Bahamut Kabalin emerged, the continent was dominated by 4 races. The orcs, elves, beastkin, and giants. The orcs had boundless fighting spirit and endless fertility. The elves had spirits and magic. The beastkin had fierce wildness and formidable strength. The giants had infinite wisdom and mighty bodies. And in contrast, humans, with no special abilities, were walking through a dark age because of these 4 races. The other races treated humans as playthings, prey, or slaves. Many were sacrificed for experiments to benefit their wisdom and knowledge. At the bottom of the food chain, humans eked out an existence worse than death, until a hero appeared like a comet. Bahamut Kabalin. He swept away the dark age of humanity and ushered in a golden era. The orc tribes, elven forests, beastkin wilds, and giant lands. None could withstand the forces of Bahamut, and the years they had roamed the continent crumbled away in futility. Thus began the golden age of humanity, and Bahamut made one promise as he built his kingdom. The dignity of humans is inherent. Simply by being human, one has value, and that personhood must be respected. Should any group, like the previous races, enslave humans or use them for experiments, they shall not be excused for any reason. This promise has been handed down to this day. Violating these 2 tenets of dignity is considered a far graver crime than even treason. Yan flashed a knowing smile at the chief instructor's mention of the founding promise. Yes, His Majesty the Emperor and the task force leader violated that promise by conducting human experiments on children. Yan's smile deepened. And Leah is a survivor of that experiment, the Destroyer Project, the only one who escaped. The chief instructor glared at Yan with a heavy gaze. How am I supposed to believe that? If it weren't true, why would the task force leader be so frantic? If his daughter had been kidnapped, wouldn't it make more sense to negotiate rather than act so recklessly? I understand what you're saying, but the scale was too large. It was enough to potentially entangle even himself. The chief instructor looked at Yan warily. This was beyond the level of a talented individual. He had thought Yan was under his control until now, but it seemed he had been out of his control all along. And it was strange how Yan was pulling information from somewhere the chief instructor didn't know. A memory flashed through the head instructor's mind. There was no record of Yan's past, origins, or family in his personal file. What? Are you? Yan sensed the moment had come with the chief instructor's serious expression and stern voice. To make the chief instructor a complete ally. It was time to change the long-standing tedious battle of wits with the chief instructor. Yan spoke up. I heard you followed the commander of the Revolutionary Army quite closely. The chief instructor's eyes widened. Yan knew something he should never have known. Chapter 105. As words unimagined spilled from Yan's lips, the chief instructor's eyes widened in shock. Only Jacques, whom Yan had defeated, and his followers knew of his affiliation with the Revolutionary Army. Could it be that Yan knew as well? The chief instructor's hands twitched, emitting a murderous aura. The office filled with a ferocious intent, and shadows stretched from his feet as if ready to claim Yan's life at any moment. Did you hear it from Jacques last time? I learned of it recently myself, that I am the son of the man, the commander of the Revolutionary Army. At those words, the chief instructor stiffened as if turned to stone. What? Tio and Owen send their regards. As Yan mentioned the names of the unseen revolutionary leaders, the chief instructor spat out a sigh. He eyed Yan with a sunken gaze, pondering whether this was a lie, a trap set by the special task force leader to bring him down. Then Yan handed over a pendant that hung around his neck. Owen assured me upon seeing this that I am indeed his son. This is... The chief instructor's eyes bulged as he received the pendant. He had seen that pendant before. It's a gift for my son. Quite nice, isn't it? It was a gift the commander he served had made himself to celebrate his son's birthday, and the faint remnants of the commander's energy within the pendant proved its authenticity. Staring blankly at the pendant, the chief instructor lifted his head. So, you truly are his son? Tears rimmed the chief instructor's eyes, an expression Yan had never seen in either his past or present life. The chief instructor seemed to choke on something rising within, taking in thin breaths. Then, he quietly issued an order to dismiss. Understood. Let's talk again tomorrow. With that, Yan bowed his head and exited the office. Yan recalled the expression the chief instructor had worn just moments before. A face on the verge of tears. An expression the chief instructor he knew from his past life would never have shown. What kind of man was my father to make such a person reveal such an expression? The chief instructor was among the 3 most ruthless people in the empire. So much so that even Yan had hidden his abilities for a time after his regression, wary of the chief instructor's character. With a swift turn, Yan looked back towards the chief instructor's office. His face was filled with an emotion that defied understanding. At that hour, in the chief instructor's office, perched by the window, the chief instructor sat silently gazing at the night sky. Sigh. An uncharacteristic sigh escaped his lips. Who would have thought, in such a place, I'd encounter the bloodline of the commander? He fondled the emblem of Genesis etched upon his chest. Though the commander had opposed it, his followers had inscribed the emblem of their own volition. It symbolized the creation of a new family among those who were hurt and abandoned. It's already been 10 years since this was marked. A wry smile crossed the chief instructor's face. Time, indeed, had flown swiftly. 20 years ago back then, the chief instructor was not treated as a bastard, but as a prince, respected and honored. While other kingdoms were rife with royal kin slaying each other over the throne, there was none of that between Leon and the chief instructor, whose brotherly love ran deep. In the empire, he had a father who was the emperor, a warm and affectionate mother, and a half-brother who respected and cared for him. Life was as good as it could be, in such an environment. The chief instructor spent each day with dedication, hoping to be of help to his half-brother, the crown prince, in the future. He honed his swordsmanship and grew in wisdom through debates with various scholars. Little did he know that this harmonious family would shatter in an instant. The moment of happiness broke suddenly and swiftly. It happened during a routine sword practice session. The Empress has committed treason. An unbelievable tale overturned the palace. Every imperial agency, including the royal knights, began to dig into the past of the chief instructor's mother, the Empress. And evidence of her involvement in the treason emerged one after another. The chief instructor watched, dumbstruck, as his mother was taken away. He clung to the knights, crying and pleading, but their eyes were different from the smiles they used to offer him. A cold gaze that threatened to dispose of him if he caused any trouble. Go to your palace now. Lock yourself in and do not come out until I call for you. This is not a request, but an order. His half-brother, who had always respected him, ignored the chief instructor's pleas and confined him to his palace. Shivering with fear, he was isolated for a week. Then his mother came to visit. She looked different from her usual dignified self, now in a pitiful state. Wrapped in a tattered robe, her face smeared with something like soot. She hugged the chief instructor tightly and spoke urgently. "Damien, someone will come for you soon. You must follow him and leave this palace." "Mother, where will I live?" "No, this is not where you belong. This place is dangerous." "Mother, don't trust anyone. Run far away from here, so far that no one can harm you. Do you understand what I'm saying?" "Yes, I understand, but please listen to me. You're brave, my son. Even without me, don't cry, always smile. I'll be watching over you from behind." "Mother, I love you, my son, and I'm sorry." "Mother, don't leave me." With those words, she disappeared. The next day, her execution took place. Driven by his half-brother's words that it was the last chance to see her, he forced his reluctant steps forward. She looked more emaciated than ever, but her eyes were still alive. Facing the emperor, she spoke. "How long do you think this ridiculous charade will continue? You will meet your downfall, and I will be watching it from the heavens." Her voice was calm, unbelievably so for someone facing death, but the meaning behind it was chillingly cold. As she ascended the scaffold, the chief instructor could see his mother looking at him. Her pupils swirled with a myriad of emotions. He realized that most of what his mother felt was not fear of death, but concern and worry for him. She was denied a funeral under the pretext of participating in the rebellion. The young chief instructor spent days and nights crying. The palace, once bustling with nobles, was now eerily silent. Outside, he was pointed at as the traitor's child. Moreover, his status as a prince was stripped in an instant, reduced to a commoner, a bastard. Amidst such humiliation, the chief instructor wore away day by day. And then, he met someone who claimed to have been sent by his mother. Someone who felt similar to her. A person of many words and rich emotions, and above all, unimaginably strong. Following his mother's last wishes, the chief instructor went with him and learned much. He experienced activities he had never felt growing up in the palace and lived the life of the common folk. Thus, many gathered around him, not just the chief instructor. From those dreaming of revenge to persecuted races, and those charmed by his human appeal. Their numbers grew, and living among them, the chief instructor came of age. Only then did he learn the truth about his mother's death. It harbored a shocking revelation. It was clear his mother was not the one at fault. That's when he extended his hand. "Would you like to join me in overturning this empire?" The chief instructor thought. He would avenge his mother's death against the emperor. To do so, he would take this man's hand. That was the birth of the Revolutionary Army. And the talkative man became the commander. Yan's returned to the chief instructor's office the next day. Yan heeded the call and made his way to the chief instructor's office. Creak. Stepping inside, Yan immediately scrutinized the chief instructor's expression. The agitation from the previous day was nowhere to be seen, as if he had forgotten his own words. Noticing Yan's puzzled look, the chief instructor spoke in an even tone. "Even if you are the commander's son, nothing changes. It only slightly reduces your chances of dying by my hand." He shook his head slightly before continuing, "But let's put that aside for now. First, we need to deal with that girl." Yan was taken aback by the chief instructor's indifferent tone, a stark contrast to his usually cheerful demeanor. It felt as though the man had changed. "There's no need to wear a mask in front of me, is there?" "Ah, yes." Yan nodded, but he couldn't help but be astounded by the realization that all the personas the chief instructor had shown were fabricated. He had suspected some exaggeration, but not to this extent of normalcy. The chief instructor, seemingly displeased with Yan's furrowed brow, got straight to the point. "If what you said is true, then our priority must be to extract Leah from the Special Task Force commander." "That's correct. Do you have a plan for that?" A glint appeared in Yan's eyes, not expecting to utilize this so soon. "There's someone within the task force's officers I've persuaded." "An officer? Who? That's confidential." The chief instructor's face twisted at Yan's anticlimactic revelation, but he soon shook his head dismissively. "Are they trustworthy?" As Yan nodded, the chief instructor sighed deeply and continued. "All right, I understand. But at least I need to know their position to plan accordingly, don't I? They're at the director level." "Director level?" The chief instructor's eyes widened in surprise. Yan simply nodded, prompting a hollow laugh from the chief instructor. A director-level officer was a core member of the task force. I wonder how you managed to sway someone at the director level. That's also no comment. The chief instructor grumbled, "Okay, then we'll use this person to find out Leah's location. What's the next step? Do you have connections that could convene a hearing?" The chief instructor frowned, realizing Yan's aim. "You're thinking of publicizing it." "Yes. That way you can ascend to the position of the task force commander." The chief instructor pressed his temples, clearly not fond of the idea. There is one ideal person for that. Yan already knew who the chief instructor was hinting at: His Highness, the Crown Prince. "You're aware. I know you two aren't on good terms, but you're not enemies, are you?" "That's true." The chief instructor didn't dislike Crown Prince Leon. Of course, he had resented Leon for ignoring his pleas and confining him when they were younger, but with age, he came to understand. The Crown Prince had hidden him from the Emperor's gaze to save his life. Leon seemed to carry guilt over those memories, but the chief instructor had no particular feelings other than disliking Leon's righteous nature. "It's presumptuous, but, if you ask, His Highness the Crown Prince won't refuse." "I see. I'll handle that myself. What's next?" "Next, we must blind the task force commander and retrieve Leah, and we need to scale up the operation so that even if he realizes late, it will be difficult for him to intervene." "I know about blinding him, but scaling up means we need to involve someone the task force commander would be wary of." Their plans aligned perfectly. "You've already scouted someone?" The chief instructor smiled, not with his usual cynicism. Facing the chief instructor, Yan's lips curled into a smile. "It's the person you're thinking of. The only head of an agency capable of rivaling the task force and someone with a personal grudge against the task force commander. We'll bring in the Inspector General." Chapter 106. A few days later, in the heart of the Empire, the usually silent headquarters of the Special Task Force was bustling with noise. An unexpected figure had paid a visit. "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be at the training center right now?" "Why, I'm part of the task force too. Have I come to a place I shouldn't?" The person who stirred up the task force was none other than the chief instructor. Though they were all part of the same family, the task force and the training center were almost adversaries due to political issues. "It's not that, but..." "Then stop your blabbering and make way." At these words, the gatekeeper of the task force headquarters turned around with a troubled look, only to see a man with a frosty face approaching. "I believe there's still quite some time left before the Dragon Soldier project concludes. Long time no see, isn't it?" The chief instructor smirked at the man who was silently observing him. "Yes, it has been a long time, chief instructor." The man's name was Hugo, a confidant of the task force commander and a key officer responsible for intelligence within the task force. The chief instructor asked Hugo, "Why are you standing before me when you should be busy with your duties? Don't you have work to do?" "How can I work in peace when a superior has visited? Allow me to guide you." "Guide me? I've been here before. Have you turned the place upside down since then?" "That's not the case, but it's been years since you've set foot here, hasn't it? If I guide you, it will lessen the confusion among those who don't know the chief instructor." "Is that so?" The chief instructor grinned broadly. "But why do I get the feeling that you're trying to keep an eye on me? Surely you jest." Hugo, hit right on the mark by the chief instructor, trembled slightly. As he said, he needed to know what the chief instructor was up to in the headquarters so he could report back when the task force commander returned. His gaze shifted to someone standing behind the chief instructor. A young man was staring blankly at him. "Who is that young man?" "Who else? He's my disciple." Hugo's eyes sparkled at the chief instructor's words, but only for a moment. "Will you step aside now?" At the chief instructor's icy tone, Hugo clamped his mouth shut, though he showed no sign of moving away from the door. With a snicker, the chief instructor found Hugo's stance petty and appeared before him in an instant, gripping his throat with a strong hand. In a flash, Hugo's face contorted as the chief instructor's grip tightened, making it difficult for him to breathe. "Have I been indulging your nonsense because we're family? Still not enough for you? If you do this, the task force commander won't stand idly by." The chief instructor's lips curled up at Hugo's defiance. His refusal to move even in the face of death meant he was certainly hiding something. The chief instructor's mind raced. Does this guy know about the Destroyer project too? He didn't fully trust what Yan had told him. Blood ties to the Supreme Commander didn't guarantee sudden affection, but the situation suggested Yan hadn't been entirely off the mark. Suddenly, shadows began to writhe at the chief instructor's feet, and Hugo cried out in haste. "If you kill me now, it won't do you any good either." "You know about the project too?" Hugo's eyes widened in shock. Did he know she wasn't the task force commander's daughter but a prototype of the project? He realized how the information had leaked: a recently deceased secretary who had been in charge of the Destroyer project. Hugo bit his lip in frustration. "I insisted on imposing restrictions on that guy for this very reason." His family's influence had caused the issue to be overlooked, and now it had come back to haunt him like a boomerang. "Are you distracted, even with me in front of you?" The chief instructor chuckled, holding Hugo by the scruff of his neck, ready to enter. At that moment, boom, 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 boom. 4 figures descended from the sky at a terrifying speed, surrounding the chief instructor. The marble beneath their feet shattered. "Elite agents," Hugo called out to them with a bright expression. They were rare elite agents of the task force, not just strategic, but also formidable in combat, equivalent to the captains of noble families' night orders. "If you don't release the chief of intelligence, we'll treat you as an enemy," said the eldest-looking agent, stepping forward. The chief instructor laughed heartily at the elite agent's threatening stance, seemingly resigned but with a sly smile on his face. Hugo, realizing something, opened his mouth to warn, but the chief instructor's blade was faster. In an instant, red lines appeared on the bodies of the elite agents surrounding the chief instructor, who held the shadow blade. "Did you think I got to the second highest rank in the task force by parachute?" He mocked the elite agents as he walked past them. They couldn't muster the will to stop him. With a thud, their upper and lower bodies separated. The gatekeeper, witnessing the scene, was startled and tried to block the chief instructor, but slash. A shadowy tendril shot out from under the chief instructor's feet, piercing the gatekeeper's brow. The chief instructor stepped over the gatekeeper, who fell forward, losing focus, and continued on his way. Yan, watching from the side, clicked his tongue at the chief instructor's violent actions. People don't change that easily. He had thought the chief instructor's expression might change when he revealed his origins, but it was only a fleeting shift. Yan quietly followed the chief instructor, recalling their earlier conversation. "Am I to be the bait? The task force commander's attention will be all on you. If you pretend to search for the project, he won't have the leisure to focus elsewhere. And in the meantime, you'll find where that little girl Leah is being held?" "Yes." "How?" "I've already persuaded someone suitable. There are several ways to find Leah, so just buy as much time as you can." "I'll trust you for now. You know our necks are on the line with this one, right?" The chief instructor accepted Yan's plan without objection. It seemed like a good strategy to him. Yan followed the chief instructor for a while before turning his steps in another direction. "Ag, sir, the chief of intelligence." The sight of Hugo being dragged away by someone gripping his throat caused the special task force members at work to gasp in horror. They each grabbed their weapons, but upon realizing the identity of the person holding Hugo's throat, confusion ensued. The chief instructor? Why would the chief instructor do this to the chief of intelligence? The lower ranks were unaware of the conflict between the task force commander and the chief instructor. They simply knew them as family. And those who were aware of their secret blood feud dared not act rashly. Those who sided with the task force commander were no different. After all, the chief instructor was not only a royal relative of His Imperial Majesty, but also an incredibly formidable opponent. "What exactly are you plotting?" Hugo managed to speak, though with difficulty. If the chief instructor had come to learn about the Destroyer project, a simple interrogation would suffice. There was no need to create such a commotion and draw everyone's attention. "Well," a smile curved on the chief instructor's lips. Suddenly, Hugo's mind flashed with something the chief instructor might desire. The place within the task force headquarters where all the confidential documents and information were stored. A particular document, kept in the deepest recesses, came to mind. Hugo's eyes widened in alarm. Then, he shouted to the bewildered task force members, "Strike the chief instructor now. This man is planning a coup." At Hugo's cry, the task force members' eyes hardened with resolve. As they each pulled out jackknives, military wires, and daggers from their drawers, the atmosphere within the headquarters turned icy. The smile on the chief instructor's face deepened. "Kill him!" With a cry that seemed to tear his throat, the task force members charged at the chief instructor. Several daggers flew towards the chief instructor's vital points, and wires quickly set up blocked his path. However, the task force members' attacks couldn't even graze the chief instructor's skin. Swoosh! A shadow shot from beneath the chief instructor's feet, deflecting the daggers and cutting through the secretly installed wires with ease. Gulp, gulp. The shadow then grew in size and swept through the office with great force. It was as if a giant whip was being swung around. As the shadow swept through the office, no more attacks came. Hugo was at a loss for words at the sight of the task force members instantly turned into corpses. What in the world? He knew the chief instructor was strong, but he hadn't anticipated he'd be so powerful that they couldn't even grab his ankle. Ha ha ha. With a light step, as if out on a picnic, the chief instructor delved deeper into the headquarters. Despite surprise attacks from some task force members, their blades couldn't halt the chief instructor's advance. Swoosh. Having dispatched over 50 task force members, the chief instructor finally reached his destination. He smirked at the sight of the large door before him. Intelligence room, it's a place I've always wanted to enter. It was where all the confidential documents and important information collected since the establishment of the Special Mission Force were stored. Only the task force leader and, only you, the person holding the position of chief of intelligence, like Hugo, whom he was gripping by the throat. How can I enter? Ha ha ha, do you think I'd tell you? Hugo twisted his mouth into a forced smile at the chief instructor's question. The place boasted incredible security, filled with information that could shake the empire. Brutal magical traps were set up to prevent unauthorized entry, and it was nearly impossible to break through by force. Only the task force leader and himself knew how to enter, which meant, you'll never be able to enter here. Is that so? The chief instructor looked at Hugo, who firmly believed he couldn't enter, and laughed. I think I know how. Nonsense. Hugo frowned at the chief instructor's words. There was no way the chief instructor could know how to enter. Hugo's belief crumbled in an instant. The chief instructor's shadow swiftly sliced off Hugo's little finger. Ag, this is how it's opened. Despite trembling in pain, Hugo was shocked by the words that came from the chief instructor's mouth. How did you know? The method to enter the intelligence room involved the fingerprint engraved on the little finger of an authorized person. Moreover, the fingerprint on a corpse's little finger would shrivel up quickly, so the chief instructor had kept Hugo alive and brought him here to avoid the hassle. Someone taught me? The one who had revealed how to enter was Yan. Despite being asked several times how he knew, Yan only smiled and never gave an answer. If he wasn't of his bloodline, I would have dismissed it as a ludicrous claim with no foundation. The chief instructor placed Hugo's little finger in the center of the door. Whirr! Mana reacted, and the securely locked security room door began to open. The chief instructor burst into laughter at the sight of the vast number of books and documents inside. Yet he didn't forget to kill Hugo, who looked up at him in despair. Thud, thud. The chief instructor entered the intelligence room, searching for the information he desired. Before long, I found it. He picked up a document stiffer than the others. Reading the contents, he let out a hollow laugh. So, that guy was telling the truth? Destroyer Project. The contents of the project mentioned by Yan were starkly laid out. And below it, the Emperor's seal was clearly stamped. With this, overturning the Empire is no trouble at all, is it? The chief instructor pocketed the document and turned around. Just then, his eyes darkened. A new figure had appeared before him, a man with long, unkempt black hair, looking like a beggar. Chief instructor, what is this madness? It was the arrival of the task force leader. The chief instructor smiled at him. His appearance before him meant, my work here is done. Yan's plan had fit perfectly into place. Chapter 107, The Inspectorate. In the Empire, infamous for its notoriety, stood the Inspectorate, ironically nestled right beside the Special Task Force. Yet, compared to the grandeur of the task force's imposing headquarters, the Inspectorate resembled a dilapidated mansion, ghostly in its neglect. Yan gazed upon this sight before advancing forward. The guard at the inspectorate's gate, spotting an approaching intruder, clutched his spear and inquired, "Who goes there?" "The second executor," Yan declared. At Yan's response, the guard's eyes widened in disbelief. "The executor, you say? I've come to speak with the director. Please inform them of my arrival." "Wait here, please," the guard stammered, hastily retreating to the guardhouse to use the internal communication system. As the guard vanished like an arrow, Yan's gaze lingered on the inspectorate. It might look less imposing than a rural noble's estate, but Yan knew better. The ones inside are all monsters. The inspectorate was an institution established to purge the empire of its internal rot, a group that supported not only with information, but also with force. Those who dared defy the empire's law trusted in their own formidable power. To silently cut out such cancers, one needed a force far greater than theirs. Is the current director. Her, lost in thought about the director's identity, Yan was interrupted by the returning guard. Thud, the guard planted his spear into the ground and bowed deeply. "Please enter. The director will see you shortly." Yan tilted his head at the guard's overly polite gesture. Even for an executor, such reverence from the inspectorate was unexpected. The inspectorate, while less authoritative than an executor, was unmatched in its long-standing reputation and power. Shaking his head, Yan thought, she must be up to her old tricks again. With that, he stepped inside. Upon entering, a man with azure hair turned to Yan, waving and smiling warmly. "Welcome, executor." The man, as if he had been awaiting Yan, extended his hand with a bright smile. "I am Dinar, assigned to guide you, executor." "Is that so? Follow me, I'll take you to the director." Dinar strode confidently into the depths of the building, with Yan following close behind, surveying his surroundings. From the outside, the place was a spitting image of a haunted mansion, but inside, it was meticulously tidy. Yet, it felt more like a noble's summer house than the headquarters of an institution. "Who's that? Don't know, never seen him before. A new recruit. I don't like him." The estate's inhabitants murmured their judgments as they saw Yan, who, in turn, assessed them silently. "As in my past life. It's a den of monsters." Most were of the 5th rank, and a few exuded the faint aura unique to superhumans. Yan committed each of their faces to memory as he followed Dinar. Eventually, they arrived at an office door on the top floor. Creak. Dinar opened the door with a sly grin. "The director will be with you shortly. They've just stepped out for a moment." Yan watched Dinar quietly, who, feeling his stare, cocked his head. "Is there something else you wish to ask? When the director arrives. Enough with the games." "Ahem." Dinar squinted at Yan, seemingly puzzled by his words. Yan shook his head. "I've indulged in this charade long enough, considering you're the head of the inspectorate." At that, Dinar's expression stiffened and his lips twitched. He was about to speak, but then hesitated, sighing deeply instead. "How did you know?" Dinar tore off the mask that had disguised his face, revealing a woman's visage hidden beneath. Her features were striking, with blue hair and pale skin, unforgettable once seen. She was always fond of such pranks in her past life. But Yan had no intention of mentioning that. "Your manner of speaking was too incongruent for a man." That's a stereotype, executor. I thought you had some incredible ability or that I had slipped in my act." Dinar walked into her office and sat down in a chair meant for guests. "Please, have a seat, executor." She gestured to the chair opposite hers, looking at Yan. Yan nodded and took the offered seat. Once seated, Dinar introduced herself. "I am Diana Paulson, the one leading this unremarkable inspectorate. I am Yan, recently appointed executor by His Imperial Majesty. I bear no surname." She smiled, interlocking her fingers atop her knees. "So, what brings our esteemed executor to such a humble place? It doesn't seem like you're here to get acquainted." Diana's smile widened. "I heard you've returned to the Imperial City with your master." Yan's eyes darkened. From the moment he and the chief instructor set foot in the Imperial City, the inspectorate had been monitoring their movements. "I wish to borrow the inspectorate's strength." The executor's authority has never been invoked before, and I believe it outranks most institutions. Why would you need our power? But I am alone." Diana's smile deepened at Yan's words. "You want to borrow our reputation and sound our trumpets?" Understanding dawned on Diana, fitting for the head of the inspectorate. She sought the credibility of information and the influence of the press. As Yan nodded, Diana tilted her head. But why us? There's no particular reason to, and if things go wrong, we'll be the ones to take the fall. The inspectorate may not see it, but you, Lady Diana, will be quite satisfied. Me? Yes. And that was the moment. Boom, boom, crash. A violent tremor shook the inspectorate's mansion, accompanied by a loud explosion. Diana's eyes widened as she leapt to her feet and looked out the window. Smoke billowed from the Special Task Force headquarters next door. There had been an accident inside. This was the Imperial City, a zone of absolute security where no terror or accident could occur. Yet, there was an explosion and a tremor. Yan watched Diana rise and smirked. It seems the chief instructor has begun his work. At his words, Diana whipped her head around, glaring at Yan. What do you mean? The playfulness in her voice was gone, replaced by the cold charisma befitting the director of the inspectorate. Yan slowly stood up and spoke. I intend to change the Special Task Force. Diana's eyes grew cold at the revelation. She harbored deep hatred for the task force's leader. Her fiancé had been brutally killed by him. The charges were dereliction of duty and leaking imperial secrets to foreign lands. Diana had investigated her fiancé's death alone, but found none of the charges the task force leader had claimed. Publicizing this could prove his innocence, but it wouldn't bring her fiancé back to life. Thus, Diana had repeatedly attempted to inspect the task force leader to no avail. And now, Yan has come. And to you, director of the inspectorate, no, Lady Diana, I offer the head of the task force leader, along with the secrets entwined with your fiancé's death. At the headquarters of the Special Task Force, a black dragon and shadowy tendrils clashed fiercely, neither yielding an inch. The task force commander has been busy, I see. The chief instructor laughed wildly as he dodged the energy blasts fired by the black dragon. Pitiful, really, to think of the strength you've hidden all this time. The task force commander retorted, slicing through the shadowy blades that flew at him from all directions. But to reveal your claws so suddenly. Have you stumbled upon some juicy information? Would I be mad enough to fight you otherwise? The chief instructor's words turned the commander's expression grave. He must be here for the document sealed with His Majesty's signet in the intelligence room. There was no other reason for the chief instructor, who had concealed his power, to reveal himself now. At that moment, the chief instructor made a motion as if drawing a sword from his waist, though there was none. The task force commander frowned at the action. What is he planning? Suddenly, shadows began to violently entwine around the chief instructor's empty hand. Whoosh! The shadows writhed together, forming a shape. Swoosh! From the chief instructor's hand, the shadows extended into a sharp blade-like form. It was the chief instructor's secret technique, the shadow blade. If the task force commander's black dragon summoning was the highest art of the task force, reinterpreted in his own way, then the shadow blade was the culmination of the task force's lesser technique. The shadow art, pushed to its limits and beyond, becoming the chief instructor's signature move. So that's the shadow blade. The task force commander knew through spies that the chief instructor had devised the shadow blade, but he knew little of its capabilities. It couldn't be helped. The chief instructor had hidden most of his accumulated power. Without ever revealing it in battle, even the spies planted with great difficulty couldn't uncover its secrets. Even if he's a bastard, he's still of His Majesty's bloodline. An inexplicable sense of dread emanated from the shadow blade, along with the chief instructor's overwhelming killing intent. The chief instructor gripped the hilt of the shadow blade and drew his arm back slightly. To finally face the task force commander properly, I might die of happiness. You will die, but not of happiness. The task force commander stepped forward with a sneer as the black dragon behind him took a deep breath. Its throat and jaws swelled as if about to burst. The commander's eyes widened as he thrust his hand forward. Dragon cannon? Boom! A tremendous magical force exploded from the black dragon's mouth, sending a yellow beam streaking towards the chief instructor. The chief instructor watched the incoming beam with calm eyes, gripping the shadow blade tightly. He took a slight breath. Flash! As the chief instructor's eyes emitted a fierce light, he swung the shadow blade at an imperceptible speed, slicing vertically. Shadow blade second form bisection. The raging dragon cannon, sweeping through the surroundings, was cleanly split in two by the shadow blade's strike, bisection. However, unable to completely disperse the power, the split beams demolished the task force headquarters. Boom, a tremendous explosion sent a massive cloud of dust and debris swirling around them. The task force commander coughed, waving away the dust, and looked at where the chief instructor had stood. There was no corpse that could be the chief instructor's. To have sliced through the dragon cannon, the task force commander walked towards the spot with a grim face. Arriving there, he picked up a document that had fallen to the ground. Destroyer Project, it was a confidential document stamped with the Emperor's signet. Having recovered the confidential document, the task force commander's goal, he calmed his eyes. But this alone won't be enough to bring me down. The chief instructor has grown rusty compared to before. He muttered calmly as he turned around. That's when it happened. The task force commander's eyes widened in horror. A terrible hypothesis flashed through his mind. No, the prototype of the Destroyer Project, which had been difficult to extract from the chief instructor. With his arrival, the greatest force, the power securing the prototype, had temporarily diminished. And the chief instructor had vanished, abandoning the confidential document. The document wasn't his objective after all. The chief instructor was merely a decoy. There must be an accomplice, and that person was searching for the prototype. Focused solely on the chief instructor, he had failed to see through such a simple deception. The task force commander quickly gathered his mana. Whoosh! Mana from his core surged through his body with a wild force. It would take roughly 30 minutes to reach the location where the prototype was secured at this pace. Jin is there, so he can buy some time before I arrive. Even if everything else was set aside, Jin was good at thinking on his feet. Crash, the task force commander, gritting his teeth, leaped into the air, heading somewhere with urgency. Chapter 108. In an undisclosed location of the Empire, 3 men stood guard over a cage that imprisoned a beast. Known as the Trio of Death, they were the loyal hounds of the Special Task Force commander. Before them, trapped within the cage, was Leah, whom the commander had extracted from the training grounds. Oddly enough, Leah remained unharmed, untouched by violence. Yet something was amiss. She stood still, her head tilted back towards the ceiling, eyes rolled back, showing nothing but their whites. HSSSS. The Trio of Death licked their lips at the sight of Leah. Her supernatural abilities had gone haywire after repeated assassination attempts. A powerful gravitational field emanated from the cage, making it nearly impossible to approach her. Despite numerous attempts over several days to neutralize the woman named Leah, all had ended in failure. This is proving to be quite the challenge, one muttered. The commander doesn't seem to expect much, but it's become a matter of pride now. I'll take care of it this time. The youngest of the trio, the third fiend, strode confidently towards the cage, sword in hand. Braving the crushing gravity that poured from Leah's cage, he entered with a sinister laugh and raised his blade. Kihihi, just wait a bit longer, my lady. I'll carve you up real nice. With mana coursing through his sword, the third fiend swung violently at Leah. Boom, but the sword halted in midair, as if blocked by an invisible wall, thwarted by the gravitational field Leah had conjured. Grrr. Frustrated, the third fiend filled his arms with strength, determined to shatter the gravitational barrier. The sword trembled violently, emitting a noise akin to scraping metal. After a tense moment glaring at Leah, the third fiend's eyes rolled back in fury. Damn it, why won't it break? Why? He began to swing his sword wildly, as if possessed, at the unseen force protecting Leah. Bang, 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 the sounds of his efforts echoed relentlessly. Yet Leah showed no reaction, standing motionless. You'd be dead by my hand if not for this damned power, the third fiend spat out. With a twisted face, he exited the cage, locking it behind him and throwing his sword to the ground in disgust. Damn it all, haha, look how pathetic you've become. Shut it, the moment her power weakens, she's mine. Suddenly, the Trio of Death fell silent and turned their heads towards a corner of the ceiling, sensing a faint presence. As beings on the verge of the fourth rank, they could detect it. The eldest, the first fiend, asked towards the source of the presence, "Who's there?" "It's me." A figure emerged from the shadows, revealing himself. The first fiend frowned. "Shadow Wraith? What brings you here?" The right hand of the commander, the Shadow Wraith, was supposed to be recruiting nobles to bury the fanged chief instructor. His sudden appearance was unexpected. "Didn't the commander have tasks for you?" I've completed them. The arrival of the shadow wraith contorted the faces of the trio of death. His presence in their domain implied a lack of trust in their abilities. Sensing their displeasure, the shadow wraith spoke indifferently. The headquarters is in chaos due to the chief instructor's intrusion. The commander placed me here just in case. Don't make such faces. It's not what you think. Relieved by his explanation, the trio relaxed. Well, if that's the case, has the chief instructor finally lost his mind, attacking the headquarters? There's no one left at headquarters to stop him, so in a way, he's exploited a weakness. It was then. Ding 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 ding, ding 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 ding, an emergency bell installed to their right began to ring frantically, signaling an intrusion nearby. Who could it be? The special task force members should be monitoring the entire city. Shall I go and check? The first fiend shook his head at the third fiend's suggestion. We stay put. Our duty isn't to patrol the city's borders, but to ensure that no one takes the girl. At that moment, a tiny voice escaped from Leah, who had been rampaging in a loss of sanity. Young master? The voice was so faint that neither the trio of death nor the shadow wraith noticed. At that moment, Yan and the Inspector General, Diana, arrived at a location just outside the imperial capital. The area, known as Harlem Street, was infamous within the empire, teeming with vagrants and criminals. The cacophony of curses and screams was already audible from every corner. As Yan and Diana entered the city center, pickpockets and robbers began to salivate at their sight. But it wasn't just the petty thieves who were drawn to them. The gaze of those suspected to be members of the special task force also lingered on them. It's been a long time since I've felt such impure stares, Diana remarked. That's why I suggested bringing a few inspectors with us, Yan replied. I would heed the executioner's advice, but issuing an official order from the inspection bureau feels too burdensome. Then you should have at least worn your uniform. If you had the insignia of the inspection bureau, we wouldn't attract such stares. Before coming here, Diana had changed out of her inspection bureau uniform, which she had worn for years, into ordinary clothes. Wearing the uniform of the Inspector General meant an official investigation or inspection. However, since they couldn't be certain if Yan's tip was true or false, it was difficult to act officially. We should at least wait until we find something that could serve as evidence before mobilizing other inspectors. Let's head into the alleyway for now. Yan glanced over the vagrants and robbers before slipping into a nearby alley. Diana, following him into the alley, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yan had already employed his stealth technique. Considering you learned this at the training center, it's quite impressive. Did you learn it from the chief instructor? Diana frowned as she looked at Yan, whose presence had become nearly imperceptible despite being right beside her. Even with her keen senses, if she could barely notice him, the vagrants outside wouldn't stand a chance. It's a secret, Yan said with a smirk, shrugging his shoulders. It was a sophisticated stealth technique he had mastered in his past life, but there was no need to divulge that. Diana pouted and turned her head away at Yan's response. Regardless, the stench here is still foul. She grimaced at the sight of rats scurrying around incessantly. Even the rural estates were cleaner than this. It's a city that's not managed at all, Diana commented, her sensitive nose wrinkling as she walked. As they continued, Yan's eyes suddenly sparkled. Thud, he kicked off the ground and grabbed the neck of one of the vagrants. Got one? The vagrant, suddenly seized by the neck, flailed about as he looked at Yan. What are you? What do you mean? You're the one who's been watching us. Wah, what are you talking about? As the vagrant continued to resist, Yan frowned and jabbed his fingers around the man's neck. The vagrant's mouth, which had been about to raise an alarm, suddenly froze. Diana, who had been watching from a distance, widened her eyes and walked over. Is he a member of the Special Task Force? The energy he emitted seemed no different from that of an ordinary person. Diana squinted at the vagrant. I can't tell at all. Yan chuckled at Diana's attempt to find a reason to believe the man was a Special Task Force member. No matter how hard she looked, she wouldn't find it. It had to be found with something beyond sight. The Special Task Force has a unique aura, Yan explained. Aura, you can see that? Yes, which is why it might be difficult for the Inspector General to discern. How do you know about it, Executioner? Don't you know whose disciple I am? Ah, Diana nodded in understanding at Yan's words. In truth, He had never learned such a method from the chief instructor. It was merely the distinctive chilling sensation of the special task force members he had recognized from his time as the task force commander. But convincing Diana with that fact was impossible, so a little lie was mixed in. Unaware of the truth, Diana was impressed. The chief instructor must hold the executioner in high regard. It seems so. The conversation between Yan and Diana grated on the captured vagrant's nerves. What nonsense! If there were indeed a way to detect disguises through aura, as the so-called executioner claimed, they would have prepared for it long ago. It was a matter of great importance, potentially threatening the very existence of the special task force, beyond just their conflict with the chief instructor. Now that I'm caught, it's not the time to think about that. The important thing is to prevent this guy from getting inside. The vagrant quickly reached into his pocket with his free hand. The only thought in his mind was to report this incident as soon as possible. Swoosh, but Yan was quicker. He swiftly plunged a knife into the heart of the vagrant, or rather, the disguised special task force member. The task force member's body collapsed lifelessly. Diana watched the sequence of events unfold with admiration. For someone so young, Yan's decisiveness was remarkably swift. Your insight is beyond ordinary, and you show no hesitation in killing, truly befitting the top graduate of the Dragon Child Project. It's the basics. Indeed, you didn't earn the title of executioner for nothing, Diana said, her eyes shining. So, will you teach me that method now? It's a technique that requires special training. It would take at least a few years of practice for you, Diana. Diana frowned. So you're saying you'll catch all the special task force members scattered throughout the city center by yourself. I can't do it alone. Then, you'll have to act as bait, Inspector General. It will make it easier for me to move. Diana tilted her head at Yan's suggestion. Wouldn't it be faster to interrogate them one by one to find them? Yan shook his head. We can't be that obvious. Why not? Yan didn't answer, but instead searched the pockets of the task force member he had taken down. Inside was a communication device. Unlike the expensive two-way transceivers, it was a cheap supply model that could only send signals in one direction. Diana nodded, understanding what Yan meant by not being able to interrogate openly. The moment the disguised task force member knew they were here, the task force commander would know as well. This is more troublesome than I thought. There were many vagrants and criminals in Harlem Street, and there were many ways for the task force members to disguise themselves. If each of them had such a communication device, even a slight delay would mean the task force commander would be informed. In other words, we have to detect and take them down before they can send a signal to us. No matter how much the chief instructor was causing a commotion at headquarters and drawing attention, it would be for naught if a signal was sent. There's no need to worry too much. Just wander around the city center as usual. That's not particularly difficult. Could Yan really take down all the task force members before they used their communication devices? Diana swallowed her words. There was no need to jinx it. Please be careful not to get caught. Yan bowed his head and disappeared from the spot, employing his stealth technique. Diana sighed deeply and stepped out of the alley like an ordinary person. Chapter 109. As Diana stepped out, Yan swiftly scaled the neighboring building's wall to ascend. I wonder how long they'll be here. It was the place harboring the task force commander's vulnerability. The odds were high that at least dozens of surveillance agents were scattered around. I hope it's less than 100. Yan surveyed the surroundings from atop the building, and his eyes gleamed upon spotting the clock tower. It was the tallest structure amidst the buildings spread around. Atop the clock tower, the summit had already become a bastion for the task force members, taking turns at vigilance. Anything unusual? Yes, a new outsider has entered. Located within the market, alone. Understood. The task force member, having completed the handover, passed the binoculars to the reliever. It was at that moment. Swish. The member handing over the binoculars suddenly crumpled forward, unable to stand. The reliever frowned, catching the falling comrade. What are you doing? Huh? A dagger stuck in the neck of the fallen member caught the reliever's eye. In haste, he scanned the surroundings, shouting, "Who's there?" Instinctively, he reached for the communicator in his pocket, just as he was about to make the initial report. Thud. Gah! The reliever's head snapped back. A dagger had found its way to his forehead as well. Where? From where? As the reliever collapsed helplessly on the spot, someone slipped through the window into the room. It seems it was here after all. It was Yan. He knew the clock tower's peak was the task force's prime spot for surveillance. From here, one could oversee the entirety of Harlem Street. Any outsider entering or any suspicious movement could be immediately detected. But this applied not just to the task force members, but to Yan as well. From above, one could easily discern who was a task force member and their deployment. Eagle Eye. Yan cast a spell to enhance his vision. Then, he began to mentally map out the figures stealthily watching Diana as she walked with composure. For now, about 20. Of course, this was just the number of task force members he could spot at the moment. As time passed, their numbers would only increase. I need to move quickly. Yan pulled a dagger from his subspace pocket and leapt down from the clock tower. She doesn't seem like an ordinary person. It's too early to report. Let's observe a little longer. The task force members, working in pairs, began to stir at Diana's appearance. They glanced at Diana, who was walking along the street reading a newspaper, or pretended to beg to uncover her identity. However, as time passed, some of the task force members started to feel a sense of unease. The task force members scattered throughout the city center had disappeared to a noticeable degree. Unit 112. Hey, where did 112 go? One of the task force members clutched his throat, eyes bulging in shock. When did this happen? I didn't sense a thing. But he couldn't just die like this. The task force member hurriedly reached into his inner pocket, but just then, crunch, a dagger pierced through the back of his neck, severing his spine, and his eyes lost focus. Thump! Yan emerged from behind. Dissolution. As Yan cast the spell to disintegrate matter, the task force member's body turned to dust. Whoosh! Yan watched the dust swirling in the air and then turned his head. Have I taken care of all the visible ones? There were still quite a few people glancing at Diana, but they didn't seem to have the distinctive air of task force members. They were probably petty thieves, criminals, or genuine vagrants. Even after several hours of checking for any remaining task force members, he felt nothing. Yan deactivated his invisibility and headed towards Diana, who was walking ahead. I've taken care of all the visible task force members. Diana didn't respond to Yan's words, she just stared at him intently. Are you really 18 years old? Yes. You don't seem like it. Diana had been astonished by the sight of Yan dispatching the task force members. She hadn't really believed that Yan alone could take down the task force members deployed in the city center. But Yan had done just as he said, taking out 60 members. How can an 18-year-old be so skilled? If it were just brute strength, one might think he was born with martial talent. But it wasn't just that. Of course, his strength was exceptional, but what truly shocked her was his stealth and the calculated efficiency of his assassinations. Yan's assassinations were like those of an agent with extensive combat experience. He took out the vagrants suspected of being task force members so covertly that others didn't notice, and he even disposed of the bodies. Such skill was not something one would expect from a mere 18-year-old. Is this what they call a prodigy? At that moment, Yan pulled out a piece of paper and spoke. It was the movement schedule of the task force commander's factions officers that Jin had given to Bella. The place where they've confined Leah isn't above the city. He had searched the marked area several times, but found nothing. This meant that the paper with the movement schedule was either false, or the location it pointed to wasn't above the city. Excluding the possibility of Jin's betrayal, only one option remained. Diana asked, tilting her head. Then where have they confined her? Yan pointed to the ground. It's the underground waterway. And the place they were standing was connected to the drainage system that led to the underground waterway. Drip, drip, drip. In the underground sewer, filthy water dripped down. The stench here was far worse than above in Harlem Street. Perhaps that's why Diana's face looked particularly unwell. Are you all right? I'm fine. Yan let out a hollow laugh upon seeing Diana's pale face. The Diana who had shown overwhelming force when dealing with the guards above was now weak against mere stench. Unable to bear it, Yan pulled out a small bottle filled with liquid and handed it to her. What's this? Rub it under your nose, and you should feel better. It was holy water left over from the Eastern Front. Known for its purifying properties, the holy water was also effective against foul odors. Pop, swoosh, swoosh. Diana opened the bottle, applied the liquid to her hand, and dabbed it under her nose. The piercing stench that had been assaulting her nose vanished as if washed away. Color returned to Diana's face. She sniffed around, but now only a refreshing scent was present. Feeling better now? Yes, this is good. With their preparations against the stench complete, they maintained silence and began to explore the sewer. Not long after they started walking, they heard voices. What a nuisance. Indeed. To think someone would go berserk in this disgusting sewer. We're stuck here until we get orders from the task force commander. At the sound of the three people talking, Diana and Yan quickly hid. Diana sent a telepathic message to Yan. If they're here, it must mean that the child named Leah is really here. Diana's face, which had been playful moments ago, turned ice cold. Yan, too, clenched his mouth shut and observed the talking figures. The trio of death. They were known as devils among the task force officers. Unlike others who served the Empire with a sense of duty, these psychopaths harmed others for their own pleasure. Each was strong individually, but together, they were formidable enough to kill even a superhuman. They were also loyal hounds that obeyed the task force commander's orders without question. And from their conversation, it seemed Leah's powers had begun to run amok. Yan's expression hardened. It's uncertain how much time we have left. If it was irreversible, Leah was likely to awaken as a witch of oppression, just like in her previous life. Drip. Just then, a droplet fell from the ceiling towards Yan's head. Damn it! Yan immediately stopped his thoughts and turned towards the trio of death. Such powerful beings wouldn't miss something like this. Sure enough, the trio of death suddenly stopped their conversation. Then they looked in the direction where Diana and Yan were hiding, their mouths curling into long grins. Well, we have some rats eavesdropping, don't we? SSSing. Each of the trio of death slowly drew their swords. Diana and Yan grimaced with a bitter smile. So their intuition is as superhuman as they say. They hadn't expected to be found while using their stealth skills. No need to crouch and hurt your back now that we've been discovered, right? Diana, who had been crouching, stood up with a flash in her eyes. She straightened her back and walked forward. The unexpected appearance of a figure caught the trio of death by surprise. The Inspector General? Why are you here? I was curious since you've been so well hidden behind the veil. This works out well. The trio of death chuckled and began to gather mana. A sinister, dark aura began to fill the sewer. Diana smirked at the sight. One of the trio of death frowned at her laughter. You're laughing? Isn't it funny? You think you can do anything to me? At her words, the trio of death looked at each other with wide eyes. Then, ha, did you hear what this one said? I'm getting more eager to tear you apart. I wonder how many lines I have to draw on that face before you beg for mercy. Diana asked in a relaxed tone as she looked at the trio of death, who were brimming with murderous intent. You know who I am, and yet you dare to show such hostility. The task force commander ordered us to exterminate anyone trying to pass through here. It doesn't matter who you are. We'll report after we've torn you apart. Diana's lips twisted. So you haven't reported to the task force commander yet? A formidable aura erupted from Diana. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Kekekekek, hehiha, what a delicious prey. Kehiha, I wonder what flavor her blood will have. But the trio of death, far from being afraid, either burst into maniacal laughter or licked their lips. The stronger the opponent, the more thrill they felt, true to their madness. Diana sneered at them. Then she glanced back. Yan was preparing to help her. She sent him a telepathic message. The rescue of the child named Leah should be done by the executor. I'll hold them off in the meantime. Yan nodded heavily in response to the telepathic message. And then, whoosh, splash. He quickly left the scene where the trio of death and Diana were facing off, gathering mana as he moved. The trio of death didn't react much to Yan's departure. All three were focused solely on Diana. Diana asked with a lifted corner of her mouth. My colleague has gone inside, and you don't seem worried? The trio of death, holding their swords in a reverse grip, crept closer and replied. There's no need to worry about that kid after we kill you. They seemed confident they could kill Diana, and then, kaya ha, crazy bastards. Boom. Inspector General Diana and the core officers of the task force, the trio of death, clashed. Chapter 110. Yan dashed through the underground waterways with swift agility. Boom! The explosive clash between Diana and the trio of death echoed, filling the tunnels. Yet, Yan's sprint did not falter. Whoosh! In an instant, Yan reached the end of the waterway, and an unbelievable scene unfolded before his eyes. What is this? The murky water that should have been underfoot was floating in midair, and rats scurried along the walls, defying gravity. It was as if gravity had lost its grip on the world. Then, Yan's gaze fell upon something resembling iron bars. And within, Leah stood motionless, her eyes showing nothing but white. It seemed the rampage the fiends spoke of was underway. Flashes of a past life crossed Yan's mind, the calamity caused by the Witch of Oppression. A well-ordered city, reduced to mere dirt. He gritted his teeth. Damn it! If he wasn't careful, he could be swept up in her frenzy. And the likelihood was high. If her powers surged like the Witch of Oppression, not only the waterways but the city above could crumble to dust. Turning back now would be just as pointless. Without a just cause to strike the Special Task Force commander, there would be no chance for retaliation. He would be left defenseless against the commander's assault. That cannot happen. Yan approached the iron bars imprisoning Leah, the gravity intensifying with each step. His pace slowed. Thud, thud. Yan trudged on, resisting the crushing force of gravity. Just then, thump, someone fell from the ceiling. He slowly rose, fixing his gaze on Yan. Are you the chief instructor's disciple? A voice devoid of highs and lows, carrying a chilling presence. Yan bit his lower lip. Shadow Wraith. Ranked third in the Special Task Force and the right hand of the commander. Even the most senior officers couldn't guarantee success in assassination missions that he completed with a 100% success rate. If he were only skilled in assassination, Yan wouldn't have been so wary. But Shadow Wraith's combat prowess is superhuman. Despite reaching a 4th grade realm, he stubbornly insisted on assassination. And he's my antithesis. Yan's strength lay in detection and understanding. He usually leveraged an opponent's movements, weaknesses, and traces to gain a relative advantage. But his adversary was an assassin who skillfully concealed his movements and left no trace. And he was armed with formidable strength. For Yan, who analyzed movements in combat, this was the worst possible match. Even with magic as his secret weapon, the challenge was undeniable. Are you truly the chief instructor's disciple? Shadow Wraith asked again, his voice ominous. Yan nodded slightly. A hint of a smile seemed to play on Shadow Wraith's lips. Lucky me, to have the chance to kill the disciple with my own hands. And then, swoosh, a dagger flew like a streak of light, grazing Yan's cheek. Crash. It embedded itself in the wall behind him. Drip. Yan tasted the blood trickling from his cheek, bitter and sour. Poison? There's nothing more efficient for assassination. Yan frowned. It seemed as if Shadow Wraith's body split in two. Deadly poison? The mere graze took effect within seconds. He felt his breath quicken. Shouldn't you be collapsing by now? Shadow Wraith tilted his head, stepping closer. Clearly intent on severing Yan's lifeline, he drew a dagger. In that moment, Yan called out, Mammon, keep casting the antidote spell. You know the spell as well as I do. If he keeps using poison, a one-time use is pointless. Keep casting it from within. TCH, troublesome creature. Mammon clicked his tongue. Soon, color returned to Yan's ashen face. Shadow Wraith, now close, widened his eyes in surprise. I didn't see you take any antidote. You must have resistance. A poison potent enough to knock out even the fiercest beasts. Shadow Wraith let out a slight chuckle. Then, gripping the dagger, his eyes gleamed. Typical chief instructor. He's prepared his disciple well. Unbeknownst to Shadow Wraith, Mammon was continuously casting the antidote spell from within Yan's pocket. Concealing mana traces was child's play for Mammon. Yan drew a scallon from his belt. That's one way to put it. He gestured with his chin toward the bars holding Leah. But shouldn't we be worried about leaving her like this? The gravity pinning Yan down was growing stronger. It meant Leah's powers were still rampaging. Shadow Wraith smirked in response. Her power may have slowed me down, but that's not your concern. Don't you feel it? The gravity's getting stronger. If the waterway collapses, the commander must have had his reasons for placing her here. Yan laughed bitterly at Shadow Wraith's unwavering faith in the leader. It's unlikely. If there had been any thought, the Witch of Oppression wouldn't have existed in his past life. Regardless, The option to persuade through Leah's rampage was gone. Only one remained, to defeat Shadow Wraith. I know all the techniques he uses. The problem was not knowing how someone from the same era would utilize them. Yan pulsed his mana heart, gripping Escalon tightly. Shadow Wraith admired the aura swirling around Yan. Ho, such mana at your age. Did the chief instructor find some elixir for you? With that, Shadow Wraith melted into the shadows. Heaven's hidden strike, and he's added his exquisite stealth skills. Yan closed his eyes. Facing an assassin using stealth, relying on sight alone would be suicidal. In the shadowy realm of Yan's senses, a lone silhouette darted swiftly behind him. At that moment, mana burst forth from the mana heart, swirling within before cascading into Escalon in a torrential flow. Whoosh, Escalon erupted with light. Yan, with both hands on the radiant Escalon, swung towards the location his senses had snagged. The sword's energy scraped the ground fiercely. Clang. Only after slicing through the shadow Yan had detected did the explosive sound halt. Did I catch it? Yan approached the still, sliced shadow without lowering his guard. Just then, a hidden weapon surged swiftly from behind him. Swoosh. Damn, sensing the weapon, Yan immediately raised Escalon to shield his vitals. Clang, 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 thud, he blocked 3, but the last one burrowed into his left forearm. The pain was intense, but he gritted his teeth and endured. His eyes flashed. There! Yan drew 3 daggers from his waist and hurled them towards the direction of the incoming weapon. But the daggers, despite their momentum, only embedded in the wall, failing to pierce the dark figure. It had moved. Damn it all, Yan yanked the weapon from his arm and flung it to the ground. Blood flowed freely, but there was no time for stemming the tide. Mammon, Tesk, Tesk. Mammon cast a detoxifying spell along with a healing one. The pain in his arm subsided, and the bleeding stopped. Yet, using his left arm further was out of the question. This won't do. Yan changed his approach, kicking off the ground and sprinting through the underground waterway. He abandoned the idea of standing still to pinpoint his adversary's location. I'll force the shadow out. At the end of Yan's sprint lay the iron bars imprisoning Leah. If the figure didn't reveal itself, he'd reach the bars. Yan sharpened his senses and dashed towards the bars. Then, a hard object rolled underfoot. Smoke bomb? Considering the possibility of poison, Yan held his breath. The dusky smoke filled the space between Yan and the barred cell holding Leah, but he didn't stop. Internally, he kept pondering the shadow's location. Above, below, right, left. Yan's eyes suddenly gleamed. He felt a dense mana presence behind him. Found you? He twisted his body instantly and kicked off the ground. His form shot towards the source of mana like an arrow. Puff, whiz, swoosh. Dozens of hidden weapons pierced through the smoke, flying towards him with ferocity. Yan's gaze darkened. I could block them all, but I'd tire first. Resolved, Yan didn't slow down. Instead, he increased his speed even more. Boom. He deflected most of the weapons, but couldn't stop them all. They embedded everywhere except his heart, throat, face, and groin. A dizzying pain assaulted him. Crunch, Yan bit down hard to stay conscious. Through the dissipating smoke, he saw the shadow trying to retreat. Thump, his heart pounded as mana exploded from the mana heart, encircling him vigorously. Yan's eyes widened. He gripped Escalon tighter. Then he recalled the second form of the shadow sword technique taught by the chief instructor. From above to below, his hand with Escalon rose high. The bewildered eyes of the shadow, unable to retreat, were clear. Yan's lips curled up. Shadow sword formed 2 bisection. Instead of dark energy, a tremendous burst of light erupted from Escalon. It was the instinctive use of the dragon's breath, not the mana technique of the shadow sword, that made the difference. But Yan didn't care. He brought it down. Boom! The sensation of slicing through skin, muscle, and bone was transmitted vividly. Rumble. The underground waterway shook as if on the verge of collapse. Yan quickly turned to where the shadow had been. There lay not a person, but a heap of flesh. I've done it. Yan stared at the remains of the shadow, then quickly covered his mouth. Cough! The backlash from the excessive use of mana hit him. When he removed his hand, it was soaked with blood. Yan shook his head vigorously. No time to dawdle here. He moved towards the iron bars. The gravity that had been easy to navigate was now overwhelming. The strain had accumulated in his body. Reaching the bars, Yan surveyed the scene before him. The bars that held Leah resembled a massive cage for a beast. Bang, bang, Yan pounded on the bars, shouting at the imprisoned Leah. Leah, can you hear me? Despite Yan's cries, Leah remained motionless. She still trembled, head tilted back. Yan ground his teeth. Damn, entering without preparation was too risky. With a sigh, Yan approached the bars. Chapter 111. Underground waterway clang, clank. Diana frowned at the coordinated attack of the three assassins. Swift and concise, she thought, but that wasn't all. The combined assault of three was unpredictable, with strikes aiming for her vulnerabilities. She couldn't just stand there, she would be overwhelmed. Sigh. Diana exhaled lightly, determination setting in her eyes. Time to draw out the power. She slammed her foot down hard. Thud! A powerful energy burst forth from her body. The assassins circling her, looking for an opening, flinched momentarily. Their murderous intent only intensified. Are you finally getting serious? Until now, it was too boring. Ilgui and Igui, the first and second assassins, laughed maniacally as they charged at her from behind. They casually thrust their seemingly languid swords forward. Whoosh! A crimson aura emanated from the swords, enveloping their forms. Their speed increased exponentially, hidden within the growing red energy. Assassin technique, Blood Typhoon. The spiraling red energy resembled a raging crimson typhoon. Boom, boom, boom. The twin typhoons tore through the underground waterway's floor, hurtling towards Diana with terrifying speed. If she remained, she would be torn apart by the violent storms. Gulp. Diana steadied her breath as the typhoons neared. The determination in her eyes blazed fiercer, and she gripped her greatsword tightly. Flex. Her forearms bulged momentarily. Boom, boom, boom. As the blood-red typhoons unleashed by the assassins reached her. Yurea, cha! Diana let out a battle cry and swung her greatsword with both hands as if it were a club. The greatsword, as large as an adult man, swung at the incoming storms. It was like children hitting a ball with a stick in play, but the outcome was vastly different. Boom, boom, boom. The typhoons, struck by Diana's greatsword, pressed on with even more ferocity, but only for a moment. Flex. The veins and muscles in Diana's arms popped out. Crack. Ilgui and Igui, the typhoons they had become, tilted violently towards Diana in an instant. And then, crash. Having exhausted all their mana, Ilgui and Igui were flung away at incredible speed. Bang. They crashed into the wall, and Diana's lips curled into a slight smile. It was at that moment, with a thud, gasp, Diana spat out a clot of blood that rose in her throat. A sharp pain flared up behind her back, spreading rapidly throughout her body until... Thump! Her greatsword clattered to the ground. Trembling, she looked down at her abdomen. A sword like a metal spike had pierced her, its tip protruding from her front. Kaheha, I get to taste it first. Samgui, the last of the three assassins, had seized the moment when Diana's attention was on the other two to strike. He withdrew the sword from her abdomen and brought it to his lips. Lick! Such a sweet flavor, truly exquisite. The assassin's eyes curved like crescent moons as he licked Diana's blood from the blade. Having pierced the energy center in her abdomen, Diana's extraordinary strength should have been sapped. Hey, wake up everyone! At Samgui's shout, Ilgui and Igui, previously slammed against the wall, snapped their eyes open. They began to laugh, a chilling sound that raised goosebumps. They cracked their necks as they emerged from the wall. Damn, that was close to death. Giggle, giggle, but we didn't die, did we? With the blade in her abdomen and Ilgui and Igui regaining consciousness, Diana's demise seemed inevitable. Ah, I refuse. At Diana's quiet murmur, Samgui tilted his head in confusion. That's when it happened. Growl, feeling something amiss, Samgui's eyes widened in shock and he leaped back. Ilgui and Igui, who were approaching from a distance, also froze in place. Samgui, who had retreated, trembled as he looked at Diana. The smile vanished from his face, leaving only bewilderment. But I pierced her abdomen. The abdomen houses not only the organs, but also the energy center, the Dangian. He had destroyed it, yet Diana's aura was more ferocious than before. And then, this is madness. Diana's pierced abdomen was healing at an unnaturally rapid pace. It was a regenerative power beyond human belief. Samgui's arms shook uncontrollably as he screamed. What sorcery is this? His arms trembled as if poisoned. And that wasn't all. Thump, thump, His heart pounded as if it would burst any second. Then, Diana, who had been standing quietly in front, slightly turned her head. Samgui's eyes met hers. What is that? Diana's eyes were no longer human. Yellowed, with elongated pupils, they resembled a cat's. Suddenly, Igui let out a roar and charged at Diana. You dare make me tremble? Energy surged in Igui's sword, but it was not firm, it undulated and was incomplete. It was to be expected. Such energy was the exclusive domain of the superhuman. Ordinary people couldn't wield it. Yet Igui had managed to infuse his sword with half-formed energy by pouring in massive mana. It might not match the cutting power of true energy, but its destructive force was comparable. The energy-laden sword swung swiftly towards Diana's neck. Ilgui and Samgui had no doubt it would sever her head. Clang, but an anomaly occurred. Igui's sword stopped abruptly, as if blocked by something, right before Diana's neck. Despite Igui's flushed face indicating he was exerting full force, Ilgui and Samgui soon realized what was stopping Igui's sword. Nails! Igui, it's the nails! Diana's nails, though not fully infused with energy, were blocking the sword. Igui's face contorted monstrously as he quickly reached into his robe. Just as he was about to pull out various hidden weapons, crash, whoosh, Diana's nails shattered Igui's sword and, not stopping there, slashed his throat. Roll. Igui's severed head rolled to Ilgui's feet. Ilgui looked dumbfoundedly between Diana and Igui's head at his feet. How? The Dangian was destroyed. Normally, the mana stored within the body would be lost. But Diana, instead of weakening, had performed the miracle of shattering an energy-infused sword. Scenes from earlier flashed through Ilgui's mind. Those cat-like eyes and nails, you couldn't possibly be? Ilgui began to tremble as he realized Diana's true nature, possessing unprecedented strength without using the Dangian. Eyes and nails like a beast, and regenerative power beyond human. There was only one race with all these traits. Just as he was about to speak, boom, the ground where Diana had been standing moments before exploded. Ah! And suddenly, Diana appeared right in front of Ilgui, her face cold as she grasped his throat. Ilgui's eyes filled with terror. Run, and tell the Special Task Force commander her identity. Shut up. Snap. Before he could finish, Ilgui's neck was effortlessly broken. With the situation reversed, Samgui collapsed on the spot. Diana, having thrown aside Ilgui's body, slowly walked towards Samgui. Are you the last one? And so, the feared trio of death met an ignoble end, unworthy of their fearsome reputation. In front of the cage where Leah was trapped. Yan fiddled with the iron bars of the cage she was confined in. He could feel the mana intricately entwined in a complex structure. It was likely a device designed to block Leah's special abilities. Yet Leah's power was already seeping through the bars and flowing outwards. Even now, the gravity pressing down on Yan was growing stronger. At that moment, Mammon clicked his tongue in disapproval and advised, "Are you planning to boil and eat the restraint orb I gave you before?" Ah! Caught up in the urgency, Yan had forgot. He quickly pulled out an interdimensional pouch and found the spare ability restraint orb that Mammon had prepared. Just holding it seemed to alleviate the crushing gravity. Then, he sensed someone approaching from behind. Yan swiftly turned his head. Relieved at the sight of the newcomer, he exhaled. "Director, is that you? What, you wish it was those madmen?" "No, not really." Yan assessed Diana's condition. She looked weary but not severely injured. Then something caught Yan's eye. The abdominal area of Diana's top was stained with blood. It looked as though she had been pierced by something like a metal spike. However, the skin visible through the hole in Diana's abdomen was unscathed. Others might think she was just wearing such clothes, but not Yan. He knew her true identity after all. Such a monstrous physique. Then Diana approached Yan and clicked her tongue. "Is this the child's ability?" She looked into the cage with a shocked expression. Inside, Leah was still trembling, her pitiful expression suggesting she had lost her senses. "How pitiful. Indeed pitiful. But why don't you take the child out?" "I can't." Yan picked up a pebble from the ground and tossed it through the bars. And then, crunch, the pebble instantly turned to dust and settled on the floor. Entering in such a berserk state with bare skin is akin to suicide. So, are you just going to stand here and watch? That's not the case. There was a limit to how long the chief instructor could stall the Special Task Force commander. Yan, with a couple of restraint orbs on his wrists, tensely grabbed the door of the cage. The lock hanging in front was easily breakable. After all, the cage was designed more to seal abilities than to confine. "Should I go in?" As the lock broke, Diana asked with a worried look. Her concern was understandable. With her robust physique, she could likely withstand the gravity. But that wasn't enough. The Special Task Force commander might arrive, so I need to finish this as quickly as possible. If Leah's power continued to surge, Yan would be better equipped to handle it than Diana, who was ignorant of it. There's only one way to get inside. You must reverse the gravity magic as you enter. You could just cast the magic for me instead. I've used up all my magic recently. Even the detoxification magic I cast earlier was done by scraping together whatever mana I had left. Yan bit his lower lip at Mamon's words. While he might handle gravity magic, reversing it was nearly impossible for him. Then Mamon continued reluctantly, "Tusk, I'll assist you." Gravity magic was high-level magic. Reversing it was even more challenging. But with Mamon's continuous support, it was worth a try. Yan stepped into the cage. A weight unlike any before pressed down on his entire body. If he stayed like this, his body would be flattened. Yan immediately cast the spell. Reverse gravity? An enormous calculation formula filled his mind. It was so difficult that even average mages and scholars would give up halfway. It was inevitable. Due to Leah's power, the gravity was erratic and uncontrollable. Then Mamon extended a bone-like hand from within his robe and touched Yan. The overwhelming calculation that had been confusing Yan's mind filled up at an unbelievable speed and disappeared. Mamon had moved Yan's mana to perform the spell's calculations for him. "This is Mamon's true power?" Yan was astonished. Mamon, seeing Yan's reaction, shouted, "Focus!" Yan shook his head vigorously at Mamon's cry. Now was not the time to be impressed by Mamon's skills. Leah stood not even 20 steps away. He could feel her pain as she stood there, having lost consciousness. And it seemed she had cried from the severe ordeal as there were dried tears near her eyes. Seeing this, Yan took a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination. Wait, the promise to always protect her. It was a promise made without much thought to Leah. But it's time to go home. Now was the time to keep that promise. Chapter 112. Just steps beyond our door, the force of gravity intensified as if entering another dimension. "Ah," I grunted. The weight that once felt like a heavy object on my head and shoulders now seemed like space itself was rejecting me. Breathing became a laborious task. Damn it, I can't go much further with this level of mana. Mamon's anti-gravity magic, which had been easing the burden, was now struggling to keep up. The mana in my mana heart, once brimming with assurance, was nearing depletion. Yan clenched his teeth and took another step forward. "Arg!" His face flushed crimson, blood pressure surging wildly due to the excessive gravity. Soon, a tingling sensation suggested that the capillaries in his arms and legs had burst. And that wasn't all. "I can't breathe." The increased pressure around him made it impossible to draw breath. His vision began to darken. With great effort, Yan moved his immobile arm due to the intense gravity and drew a scallon from his waist. Could a scallon's power dispel this gravitational anomaly if it were made of mana? Swoosh. But to his dismay, the gravity remained unchanged, pressing down on him with even greater mockery. If he remained, he'd be crushed to death just a few steps from Leah. "Ah!" A thought flashed through Yan's mind. The second sword of the founding emperor, oppression? If it was anything like the technique he'd seen in the mental space, it could manipulate gravity. Clench, Yan bit his lip hard, forcing his fading consciousness to stay awake. He recalled the voice he'd heard then. The dragon's wrath slowly crushes the world. Oppression. He let the tip of his sword hang limply downward and spread his legs shoulder-width apart. Diana, watching from afar, gasped. Natural body? A stance known to all who have reached the realm of superhumans, yet mastered by very few. Only when mana and body become one can the true natural body be achieved, a feat even for the extraordinary. Could it be? Diana looked at Yan with disbelief. Yan's eyes widened. Whether it was the gravity or fatigue, his vision shook violently, as if about to black out. Did I move like this here? He remembered the puppet's movements and began to mimic them. He lifted a scallon slightly. Sweat trickled down Yan's forehead. Even lifting the sword felt overwhelming due to the gravity. There's not much mana left. Can I attempt oppression within that time? 3 tries at most? The motion was simple, but without the essence, it was futile. Yan recited the line from his memory. The dragon's wrath slowly crushes the world. And then he slowly lowered his sword. Damn it all! It was a failure. Unlike when he had unleashed the dragon's child, the mana heart showed no response. Moreover, the anti-gravity magic weakened, and the gravity-crushing Yan intensified. Then, Mammon shouted at him. Get out of here, quick! He had exhausted all mana, save for the innate chi that was the source of life. Yan, trembling, lifted a scallon again. This isn't the time. Mammon's cries from within his pocket went unheard. Yan's focus was entirely on a scallon and the oppression technique the puppet had displayed. The dragon's wrath. The founding emperor wouldn't have added those words without reason. They hinted that the key lay within the word wrath. Despite his trembling body, Yan's eyes calmed. Let's approach this simply. He closed his eyes and recalled a moment of intense anger from his past, when he realized he had been brainwashed. The memory, though fragmented by the crushing gravity, stirred something within him. At that moment, the empty mana heart began to respond to his rage. Whoosh! Life force transformed into mana, filling the mana heart, but at the cost of his fading consciousness. Yan bit his lip. The taste of blood roused his mind. He lifted a scallon once more. Whoosh! This time, it felt different, as if the resentment in his heart fused with the mana, channeling into the sword. Please work. He lowered the sword again, and then a new phenomenon began. Roar. A scallon emitted an unprecedented force. Did it work? The oppressive gravity lessened noticeably. Yan looked ahead, his face blank with astonishment. Crash, crash, crash. It was as if gravity itself split into 2 forces, each trying to devour the other. Invisible to the eye, but the energy from a scallon and the gravitational field overflowing from Leah seemed to intertwine. And then, rumble, rumble. An immense gravity poured onto Yan's briefly liberated body. Damn it all, Yan clenched his teeth, resisting the force that oppressed his entire body. But time was running out. He glanced back. 15 steps to the iron-barred door. It's too hard to leave now. Having poured out all his mana, he lacked even the strength to walk backward. Thud, Yan planted a scallon into the ground, using it to prop himself up. Groan, groan. As the crushing force became unimaginable, his muscles screamed in agony. Yan took a deep breath. There's only one way. His gaze turned towards Leah standing in the distance. He had to rescue her or end her. I couldn't unleash oppression, but I've found a starting point. Instinctively, he knew, his rage wasn't strong enough to execute oppression, hence the failure. I must incite even greater fury. Squeeze. With eyes closed, he painfully lifted a scallon again from the natural body stance. And then, he desperately recalled the most infuriating moment from his past life. Fire, fire. Save us, ah. Is this terrorism? Who would do such a mad thing? The imperial capital of Avalon was ablaze. Explosions that began simultaneously in usually quiet corners of the city quickly turned into a conflagration, engulfing the city like a fallen titan under siege. Amidst the flames and ash, people scrambled to safety, while knights, mages, and soldiers of the Empire mobilized every method at their disposal to quell the fire. Yet, despite their efforts, the flames spread, unyielding. In the chaos, one man walked with eerie calmness, as if he belonged to a different world, his steps as casual as if on a leisurely stroll. That man, or rather, the Yan from Memories, was heading towards the Imperial Palace. Emperor Leon Cabalin gazed silently through the Grand Hall's window at the scenes unfolding before him. Is this the first time the capital has suffered such damage, Commander? The Emperor's emotional response was muted, even as the once impregnable capital burned. No signs of anger, panic, despair, or frustration could be felt from him. Yan passed by the cold corpses of the royal knights. Thud, thud, don't you have anything to say to me? The Emperor turned his head, meeting his gaze. His eyes, clear as glass beads, reflected Yan's image. Hair matted with the blood of royal knights and guardian knights. Scars on his face, grotesque as worms, and pupils burning darkly. Words that come to mind. The Emperor leaned back on his throne. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. So, what's the reason for this madness, Commander? It sounded like a mistake, but it wasn't. Yan took a deep breath, suppressing the raging fire within. 30 years of being used like a dog, and what? You're just asking for a reason? I only brainwashed you for loyalty. I never forbade normal thought or free will beyond that. I'm not sure what you mean by being used, but if it means you had a lot of work, then I believe your position and lifestyle have been compensation enough. There was nothing left to say. Was that really the end of it? Crack. His teeth ground as if they might shatter. Yeah, thanks to this damn compensation, I've been a bastard for 30 years. The Emperor's eyes narrowed. He looked utterly baffled. Now I can't even remember my family's names, let alone their faces. So, crunch, Yan gripped his sword tightly. Let's end this cursed farce. Family? Is such a thing so important? I really don't understand. The Emperor, too, casually drew a decorative sword nearby and burst into a carefree laugh. Damn it all. With that thought, Yan shot forward, becoming a streak of light. Flash. Yan's eyes snapped open, ending the flashback. His eyes, bloodshot with fury, fixed on Leah. Damn it all. It was the first time his emotions had surged so violently since his return. Such a detestable memory. The Emperor, who used him at will and dared to question why it was wrong, was still loathsome. A moment of dissonance struck him. I've thought about this before. Why did Leon, devoid of humanity in his past life, now show a human side? Why had someone with the makings of a wise ruler become a tyrant? What happened? Swoosh, swoosh. Yan shook his head vigorously, casting aside the distracting thoughts. There was no room for such reflections given the situation. He gripped a scallon firmly and swung it downward. Grind. It felt like crushing a solid object. And then, whoosh, the mana heart began to spin wildly. Mana surged from the empty mana heart like a fountain gone mad. The mana coursed through Yan's body with terrifying force, then rushed towards Escallon. A profound force erupted from Escallon, unlike anything before. Boom, boom, boom. Escallon's force collided with the gravitational field, just as before. But this time, it wasn't a tangle. It was as if Escallon's force was devouring the gravitational field. Whirring. The oppressive gravity that had been crushing Yan's entire body vanished in an instant. Heave, heave. As soon as the gravity lifted, Yan stumbled forward. Thousands of insects seemed to crawl in his head, a tormenting pain, and a sense of powerlessness overwhelmed him. It's not over yet. Even after dispelling the gravitational field, Yan used Escallon like a cane, taking one step after another. And not long after, crack. Even as the rampant power subsided, he embraced Leah, who still trembled on her feet. Slowly, focus returned to Leah's eyes, and soon, tears streamed down her cheeks. Yo, young master? Yan, seeing she had regained consciousness, released his embrace and managed a weary smile. Let's go back. In the distance, Diana was running towards them, eyes wide with shock. Yan chuckled at her approach and then, thump. He collapsed backward. Chapter 113. Chirp, chirp. Yan, who had been unconscious, suddenly snapped his eyes open and struggled to his feet. Ugh! A headache that felt like it could split his head in two was creeping up on him. Upon standing, Yan realized something was amiss and stealthily glanced around. This place is... It wasn't the underground sewer, but the dormitory of the training center. Then, a familiar voice reached his ears. Why, you're awake, young master? Leah. Yan's eyes widened as he looked towards the source of the voice. Leah was looking at him with a downcast face, as if she expected him to be angry. Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Ah, no, but because of me? Yan ruffled Leah's hair, which bore a guilty expression. It's my fault for not being careful, so don't look so troubled. Okay, but how did we get back to the training center without any issues? I carried you here, sir. Diana, sis. Yan turned his head and there was Diana, approaching with a bright smile. Are you saying the Inspector General carried me all the way here? When we arrived, the look on the chief instructor's face was priceless. You missed a great opportunity, sir. Oh, I see. Yan scratched his head at Diana's jest. He couldn't know what expression the chief instructor had, but it seemed he was quite flustered to see Yan unconscious. Speaking of which. Leah, what kind of way is that to address the Inspector General? Diana waved her hands dismissively. Oh, I told her to call me that. I'm quite fond of children, you see. Come here, Leah, let me comb your hair. Well, if you say so, that's a relief. Yan looked at Diana with half-closed eyes. She's old enough to be a mother, isn't she? Diana's eyes twinkled mischievously. Why do you look at me with such eyes, sir? Oh, it's nothing. There was no need to upset Diana by bringing up age. Yan got out of bed. Where is the chief instructor? In his office, on a call with the crown prince discussing matters, but he won't mind if you enter. Thank you. Yan clenched his fist lightly and stretched his legs to make sure his body was in working order. Fortunately, it seemed there were no broken or injured parts. I'll go see the chief instructor. All right. Yan left Diana, who was combing Leah's hair, and stepped outside. He then headed straight for the chief instructor's office. As he walked, he noticed the determined expressions on the faces of several instructors. Is it a full-scale war now? Not a fight with swords and spears, but one with politics and the press. Having retrieved the most important Leah, proving the Special Task Force commander's human experimentation wouldn't be too difficult. Yan knocked on the door of the chief instructor's office. Knock, knock. Come in. With the chief instructor's permission, Yan opened the door and entered. On the table, there was a communication device displaying the image of Crown Prince Leon. Leon, who was in conversation with the chief instructor, asked with concern when Yan entered. I heard you collapsed. Are you feeling all right? I am, thanks to your concern, Your Highness. I'm not seriously injured. But if it weren't for you this time, we wouldn't have even thought of ousting the Special Task Force commander. It's not just me. The chief instructor and Your Highness worked hard, allowing me to move freely. The chief instructor chuckled from the side. Modesty, huh? I heard from the Inspector General that you killed the Black Shadow guarding the place along with the Watchers. I was just lucky. Leon smiled warmly at Yan's modesty. Excessive politeness can make the listener uncomfortable. Then let's say I did well. At Yan's easygoing response, both the chief instructor and Leon laughed heartily. However, Leon's face soon turned serious. The chief instructor and Yan straightened up and listened to Leon's words. The hearing will proceed as scheduled, a week from now. So, be careful not to fall into the Special Task Force commander's traps until then. The chief instructor and Yan nodded at Leon's words. With the Special Task Force commander's weakness in hand, it was hard to predict how he would react. If anything goes wrong or seems likely to happen, contact me. Take care of yourselves until then. Yes, Your Highness, I understand. Thank you, Your Highness. As Yan and the chief instructor bowed, the communication device flicked off. With Leon's image gone, the chief instructor straightened up. You've pushed yourself quite hard this time, haven't you? And you haven't, chief instructor? The Special Task Force commander may not be as powerful as a duke, but there weren't many in the Empire who could stand against him. It was a remarkable feat to have held him off for so long. Is he truly one of the future 3 great swords of the continent? Yan inwardly clicked his tongue as he examined the chief instructor's body. There were scars here and there, but no signs of a fatal attack. The chief instructor looked at Yan and propped his chin. Now it's time to prove that the Special Task Force commander conducted human experiments. Do you have a plan? Yes, we will proceed with a neutral magician's cooperation to verify Leah's memories. That's good. After all, tampering with memory magic is an impossible feat. But what if the Special Task Force commander denies knowing anything about it? Yan narrowed his eyes at the chief instructor's persistent questioning. Are you really asking because you don't know? The chief instructor laughed softly. Of course not. Once the hearing begins, the Special Task Force commander won't be able to deny it. It wasn't because there was solid evidence or because the Special Task Force commander was conscientious. We must eliminate any possibility that the Emperor and human experimentation are connected. If the Special Task Force commander destroyed the evidence and the hearing itself was cancelled, it would be a different story. But if the hearing goes ahead, all the nobles will have to pay attention to this case. And that would be a burden even for the meticulous Special Task Force commander. If the nobles start investigating and even a hint of connection to the Emperor is found, the Empire will be turned upside down. And that's something that the thoroughly brainwashed Special Task Force commander can never allow to happen. Yan knew this from experience. He knew the extent of brainwashed loyalty. Yan's eyes shone as he spoke. If the hearing goes well, it's our sure victory. The chief instructor nodded in agreement. A few days later, the Special Task Force commander received a summons and hurriedly set off to an undisclosed location. Creek. As he opened the door and entered, the person inside looked down at the commander with a piercing gaze. Did I perhaps assign you a task too difficult? No, not at all. Have I not always emphasized? It's the process that's important, not the result. No matter how grand the outcome, no one but you and I should know. Detecting the subtle reprimand in the calm words, the commander hastily knelt. I apologize. My disappointment is profound. A shadow fell over the commander's face, a stark contrast to his usual assertive demeanor when facing the crown prince. The seated figure asked, "So, the crown prince has requested a hearing. Do you think you can handle this mess on your own?" The commander nodded firmly, his eyes filled with resolve. "Just leave it to me, I will not let you down." "Very well, you may leave now." With the dismissal, the commander bowed and exited. Crunch. Once outside, the commander clenched his teeth, recalling those who had put him in this position. Crown Prince Leon, Chief Instructor Damien, and his disciple, Yan. And to think the Inspector General would join them. It was understandable for the Crown Prince and the Chief Instructor, bound by blood, but the Inspector General was unexpected. She had crossed lines before, but never like this, not since the execution of her lover. But this time, she had surpassed all boundaries. The commander turned to his aide approaching from behind and commanded, "Bring all the inspectors from the inspectorate whom we have leverage over to me today." "All of them, sir." "Every single one." The aide, recognizing the cold determination on the commander's face, nodded gravely. He knew this was no ordinary order. As the aide turned to carry out the command, the commander issued one more order. "Keep a close watch on every move at the Dragon Soldier Training Center in case they try to leave." "Yes, sir." The aide saluted vigorously and departed. The commander watched the aide leave and then promptly headed somewhere with a purpose. Moments later, he emerged not at the headquarters of the Special Task Force, but at a mansion that resembled someone's private villa. The knight guarding the entrance of the mansion halted the task force commander's approach. "How did you come by?" "I have an appointment with someone today." The commander produced an invitation from his pocket and handed it to the knight guarding the gate. The knight's eyes widened as he unfolded the invitation, then he promptly opened the mansion's grand doors and ushered the commander inside. Unlike the task force headquarters, which was furnished only with practical furniture and utensils, this place was strewn with luxurious furniture and art pieces. After a short walk, you are expected inside. The knight bowed his head, leaving one door between them. With a stern face, the commander opened the door and entered. Inside, a middle-aged man with white-streaked hair was chuckling heartily, arms crossed, as he regarded the commander. "Welcome, Task Force Commander." The commander slightly bowed his head to the middle-aged man. "It's been a while, Count Zion." Count Zion was a noble of the East, wielding power not unlike that of a duke. And he was famously known for his disdain for the chief instructor. For the commander, who needed to bring down the chief instructor and Yan at all costs, Count Zion was an essential figure to win over. "Well, I was surprised by your sudden request to meet. What's the matter?" Despite his concerned tone, his face was filled with mirth. The commander ground his teeth subtly, so as not to be noticed. This sly fox. He was sure the count already knew why he had come, yet he insisted on hearing it from the commander himself. With an indifferent face, the commander looked up. "I need your help." You're asking this powerless person for help?" The commander glared at Count Zion with sharp eyes. He was irritated by the count's rhetoric, which was clearly designed to make him anxious. "In such cases, it's better to throw a fastball. I will give you the weaknesses of the Eastern nobles collected by the task force." Count Zion's arms remained crossed. Seeing this, the commander's eyes twisted in frustration. Greedy old man. Is this not enough for you? But the commander concealed his inner thoughts and continued. "And I will take care of the oversights, shall we say, of Count Zion." Only then did Count Zion uncross his arms. It meant he was pleased with the bargaining chips the commander had offered. "Ha ha ha, weaknesses, you say? This could be a chance to get a drink from my careless friends." "That it could." The commander nodded, reading Count Zion's true intentions. Though he spoke lightly, it was clear he would use those weaknesses to expand his influence in the East. "You're in quite a predicament, aren't you? I heard the chief instructor landed a heavy blow on you." "Yes, please help me." At the commander's words, Count Zion smiled broadly. "All right, how can I assist you?" And so began the clandestine conversation between the task force commander and Count Zion. With a satisfactory answer in hand, the task force commander rose from his seat and expressed his gratitude to Count Zion. "Then I'm counting on you. Haha, I'll flex my muscles a bit, so don't worry too much." Having received a firm response, the commander opened the door and stepped out. The commander's eyes gleamed coldly as he left the mansion. He had gambled away golden information, long fermented to perfection, just to entice that slippery snake. But there were no regrets. This deal would ensure he wouldn't be the one to lose. All right, let's see who wins this game. He had taken a hit by losing Leah back to the enemy, but he had no intention of just taking blows lying down. The commander immediately moved on to his next appointment, a meeting with the inspectors. Chapter 114. In the chambers of strategy and shadows, Yan and the chief instructor, guided by the Crown Prince's council, decided to cohabit Yan's quarters, dedicating their vigilance to the protection of the most pivotal figure, Leah. This alliance shielded Yan from crossing paths with other trainees, despite the passage of considerable time since his return to the training grounds. "Shouldn't you return to your duties, Director of Inspection?" Yan inquired. "A lack of pressing matters grants me this respite," came the nonchalant reply. Diana, the head of the Inspection Bureau, too, had not retreated to the capital, driven by a singular resolve to apprehend the Special Task Force commander. The chief instructor, visibly irked by her persistence, muttered under his breath, "Perhaps returning would be wise." "What was that?" Diana snapped. "Nothing," he dismissed. While Diana's presence was a boon, her approach towards Leah was a point of contention. The chief instructor sought to unravel Leah's memories for conclusive evidence, while Diana condemned such actions, fearing they would inflict lifelong trauma on Leah. Yan, witnessing their petty squabble, broke the silence. "It's eerily quiet, isn't it?" "What is?" Both turned to him. "The Special Task Force commander," Yan clarified. With merely 5 days remaining until the commander's hearing, they pondered how to disrupt the proceedings or eliminate evidence. "Not once have they stormed the training grounds or sent assassins," Yan mused, a sentiment echoed by the others with a shared murmur of agreement. "Indeed, our adversary isn't one to surrender so readily," Diana concurred, her gaze heavy. The chief instructor peered through the window. "The task force's agents are indeed lurking outside." Despite the temptation to confront them, they refrained, wary of a potential trap designed to extract them from the training grounds. This caution plunged them into an information void, further exacerbated by the emergence of a spy, rendering the senior instructors untrustworthy. Their only lifelines were the sporadic updates from the Crown Prince and reports from the Inspection Bureau through Diana, though this did little to alleviate their frustration. "The Crown Prince hasn't mentioned anything unusual, has he?" the chief instructor probed. "No news suggests no calamity," Diana reassured. "And the Bureau? The inspectors remain indifferent unless it concerns their cases." Yan's gaze settled on Leah, asleep on the bed, his mind fraught with unease. "Trusting solely in Leah until the hearing feels perilously uncertain," he thought, Leon's recent assurances notwithstanding. The memory of a near-death experience in the underground waterways made trusting Leon challenging, given the stark contrast between the former Emperor Leon and the current Crown Prince. Could Leon be merely acting? Yan shook his head dismissively. In this war to dethrone the task force's commander, if Leon were acting, the only spoils would be the commander's trust and their downfall, a meager prize for an imperial heir. Leon wouldn't stoop to such theatrics. Thus, the likelihood of Leon's duplicity seemed slim, and if not an act, then what was Leon's endgame? The answer eluded Yan, prompting him to shelve his suspicions, lest they breed unwarranted prejudice. At that moment, a vibration erupted from the chief instructor's pocket. As Yan and Diana's eyes turned, the chief instructor smirked, "Speak of the tiger, and it appears." Skillfully activating the communication orb, a faint silhouette emerged. It was Leon, his voice laced with urgency. "Damien, get out of there!" Leon's haste led him to utter the chief instructor's despised true name. A sudden commotion interrupted them. "Chief instructor, the Royal Knights are at the gates demanding custody of you and trainee number 974. The room's atmosphere turned to stone. And so, the intricate dance of power and secrets continues within the Empire's heart. The trainees gaped at the royal knights, standing majestic at the training grounds gates. Wow, is that one of the mightiest knights of the empire? Such nobility. He looks so young, yet he's that powerful. Doesn't deepening one's realm rejuvenate you? The trainees' reactions to the royal knights varied, with most casting admiring glances at their resplendent armor and commanding aura. However, the noble-born trainees were more curious about the reason behind the royal knight's visit than their appearance. The emperor's sword and shield at the training grounds, seeking the chief instructor and the top trainee. Did the chief instructor cause some trouble? Could this mean the end of the Dragon Soldier project? Surely, the fallout wouldn't reach us, right? Damn it, does all my hard work amount to nothing? Was the chief instructor favoring that guy Yan? Looks like they've been caught. Some trainees fretted over the potential dissolution of the Dragon Soldier project and the nullification of their efforts. And then there was the group that kept to themselves, not mingling with the others. Look, the Royal Knights? Indeed, their mere presence sends shivers down the spine. These were the ones who had taken the test with Yan. Charles and Roman's eyes sparkled with admiration for the Royal Knights. Cruel twisted his lips at their fortunate conversation. You fools! Have you considered why those Royal Knights you so admire are here? Lorna and Casa nodded gravely at Cruel's words. If they've left the Emperor's side to come here, it must be for no small matter. Knowing the chief instructor's temperament, if he's caused trouble, it must be serious. Cruel turned to Lorna. Has Duke Beowulf said anything about this? Nothing. Well, Duke Beowulf isn't one to concern himself with political affairs. Not just Duke Beowulf, but other dukes also showed little interest in the political games of the capital. Iphrain mused, recalling a recent ceremony in the capital. Yan was directly recognized by His Majesty the Emperor. They can't easily punish them. There's still some time left. If Yan was commended by the Emperor at the capital's ceremony and then punished soon after, it would make a mockery of the Emperor. Is there any way we can help Yan? Charles asked with concern. Let's see. Iphrain furrowed his brows, about to suggest something when, stop talking nonsense. Cruel scoffed at Charles and Iphrain. In my opinion, any move you make might backfire on him. Roman agreed with Cruel. If he was meant to die over such matters, he would have perished long ago. Iphrain laughed bitterly at their words. True. With his wits, he might have already prepared a contingency plan. We might inadvertently interfere with it. At this, Charles looked back and forth between Cruel and Roman with wide eyes. Cruel frowned at the uncomfortable gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? At his sharp response, Charles grinned. It's just funny how you always fight, but when it comes to Yan, you get along so well. At Charles' words, Cruel exploded. Are you kidding me? Are you saying I like that guy Yan or something? The chill within, contrary to the heated atmosphere outside, the air inside Yan's quarters was frozen with tension, a weighty silence imposed by the name Royal Knights. What has transpired here? Diana asked, her face set in stone. The internal strife within the Special Task Force was known, but the involvement of the Royal Knights was unforeseen. The Royal Knights, the undisputed might of the Empire, nay, the continent's strongest knights. Why would they, devoted solely to the Emperor's protection, need Yan and the chief instructor? Yan, with a somber gaze, broke the silence. Perhaps His Majesty the Emperor has intervened. Ha! Diana let out a bitter laugh. It was as Yan had told her. The Emperor had ordered the Special Task Force commander to conduct human experiments. What is becoming of our nation? She had thought the commander acted alone when she heard the story at the Inspection Bureau headquarters. But it wasn't so. Was the Emperor breaking the founding oath, akin to the nation's ideology? The commander's usual conduct suggested he would stoop to anything for the Empire, but the Emperor was different. The father of his people, the leader meant to guide the Empire, entangled in such filth. Diana quietly observed Yan and asked, Is this why His Highness the Crown Prince has supported the chief instructor? Yan merely shrugged, adding no further comment. Beside them, the chief instructor clutched his forehead, chuckling darkly. The Special Task Force commander indeed. I thought we had cornered him, but to counterattack like this. They had thought the commander's downfall was assured with the upcoming hearing, but an unexpected counteroffensive was not anticipated. The commander's moves were inscrutable. It was no coincidence he held his title. Yan rose from his seat. Discussing amongst ourselves changes nothing. We cannot fight the Royal Knights. At Yan's words, the others nodded in agreement. Though the three gathered here could challenge the absolute might of the royal knights if they chose to fight. But the issue was one of justification. To use force now, to escape this moment, would surely bring a greater backlash. Always the one conducting arrests, now it's my turn to be taken, the chief instructor mused with a wry smile. And so, they headed towards the training ground's main gate, where the royal knights awaited. Chapter 115. Yan, the chief instructor, and Diana stepped out of the main gate, accompanied by numerous instructors. There, a royal knight, fully armed and with a stern face, awaited them. Yan's eyes sparkled at the sight. Knight of the 7th Order, Kyle. They had crossed paths several times before. Adorned in golden armor, Kyle bore a greatsword on his back. His face was expressionless as he gazed at Yan, but inside, he was burning with frustration. Again, petty politics dim the Empire's brightest talents. Were Yan and the chief instructor accused of public deception and insurrection? Such nonsense. Kyle had been a witness to Yan's actions during the train derailment incident. Anyone but a blind man would have seen how swiftly Yan had handled the crisis. And in the north, he had heard of Yan aiding Duke Beowulf in driving back the barbarian hordes. But public deception? It's laughably absurd. Kyle had ears and eyes. This was a strike not at Yan, but at the chief instructor. The bitterness between the chief instructor and the Special Task Force commander meant that a capable talent was fading away, unseen. Kyle wished he could urge them to flee, but that was impossible. His affection for Yan was personal. With a direct command from the Emperor, revealing such feelings would tarnish the name of the Royal Knights. Had I known, I would have insisted on taking him as a probationary knight. Regret is always too late, no matter how swift. As these thoughts lingered, Diana stepped forward to confront Kyle. We need to know the charges against them. Kyle's eyes dimmed at the unexpected appearance of the Inspector General. Were you with them? The Inspection Bureau has been looking for you. From the Inspection Bureau, Kyle had not heard any news of being sought after. He frowned at Diana. Embezzlement, breach of trust, and conducting an illegal targeted investigation against the Special Task Force commander out of personal vendetta, he heard. Diana, incredulous, retorted, "What are you talking about?" But Kyle, without further explanation, instructed the probationary knight accompanying him. Tell the Inspection Bureau. The former Inspector General is here. Diana grasped the situation from Kyle's words. That bastard of a Special Task Force commander. Her fists clenched tightly, grinding her teeth. The issue wasn't with the special mission, but with the Inspection Bureau, meaning the Special Task Force commander had swayed the inspectors. First, resolve your own matters, Kyle said coldly to the chief instructor and Yan. You will be arrested for insurrection, conspiracy to insurrection, incitement to insurrection, and so on. You may exercise the right to remain silent, but doing so during the hearing may complicate your defense, and anything you say can and will be used as evidence. Click. Silver handcuffs enclosed the wrists of Yan and the chief instructor. As the cuffs locked, their mana dampened like waterlogged cotton. These were mana-binding cuffs, designed to restrain high-ranking knights. Kyle loaded Yan and the chief instructor into the back of a prisoner transport carriage. Yan obediently followed Kyle's orders and closed his eyes. Whatever the charge, it's all trumped-up nonsense by the Special Task Force commander. He had no intention of clearing his name. Even if he did, the Special Task Force commander would fabricate another case to imprison them again. What mattered was not clearing his name, but counterattacking the Special Task Force commander. First, I need to find out who's in league with him. With his thoughts in order, Yan opened his eyes and addressed Kyle, who was climbing into the front of the carriage. How could we have committed such crimes? Kyle hesitated at Yan's question, then stepped down from the carriage. Nobles who doubted the honors you received in the capital secretly investigated, he said. Investigated? The nobles? Yes, and at the request of Count Zion, who represents them, a hearing will be held in 5 days. The Special Task Force commander's hearing was scheduled, but now it's been cancelled. Yan's eyes gleamed. Count Zion? He had briefly encountered the man when rescuing trainees left behind in the east. And during the award ceremony in the capital, Count Zion had cast a hostile gaze at both the chief instructor and himself. He remembered the chief instructor's words about the special task force commander courting nobles who were at odds with him. So, Count Zion is in cahoots with the special task force commander. Only the great nobles had the authority to convene a hearing. Given the strained relations between the special task force and the nobility, if not for Zion, no other noble would have initiated this hearing. And likely, Zion had received a hefty reward for arranging it. Yan spoke up, having sorted his thoughts. "Sir Kyle, I have a favor to ask of you." "A favor? It's something only you can do for me." Kyle shook his head. "Perhaps before, but now you're a criminal." Despite the refusal, Yan pulled out a piece of paper and a pen from his attire and quickly scribbled something. He then folded it neatly and handed it to Kyle. "The recipient is written on the back. Please deliver it to them." At Yan's action, Kyle's eyebrows twitched. "And there's a girl named Leah sleeping inside. Please send her to His Highness, the Crown Prince." "It's impossible." Despite Kyle's outburst, Yan persisted, his voice firm and his eyes intense. "Do you truly believe I committed those crimes, Sir Kyle?" Kyle was silent. "I implore you." Watching Yan's face, Kyle sighed deeply, looking up at the sky. Damn it all. For some reason, he couldn't easily dismiss what he believed to be an innocent Yan's last request. "The debt I owed you from the train incident is now repaid. Thank you." Finally, Kyle clenched his eyes shut and snatched the paper from Yan, stuffing it into his pocket. "Go ahead and depart." At Kyle's command, the coachman cracked his whip. Hee-hee-hee-hing. The carriage carrying Yan and the chief instructor headed towards Fargo prison, notorious for holding the most heinous criminals. At that moment, Crown Prince Leon clenched his eyes shut and set down the communicator. "Have you finished the communication?" the person sitting across from him asked, sipping tea. Leon gritted his teeth and glared at his counterpart. "Special Task Force Commander. The hearing you prepared, Your Highness, seems to have fizzled out with this. Those who raised questions have committed a grave sin." The Special Task Force Commander twisted his lips into a smirk as he rose from his seat. "But do not worry, I shall make good use of the stage you have set, Your Highness." With a sly smile, the Special Task Force Commander placed his teacup back on the table with a clink. Clink. As he stood up, he continued. "Of course, it will be your brother and his disciple who will take the stage, not me." Without looking back, the Special Task Force Commander disappeared through the door. Leon watched his back with a glare and then closed his eyes. And then he spat out a curse unfamiliar to his tongue. Damn it all, Fargo Prison, the Empire's worst penitentiary, infamous for housing the most notorious criminals. Most of the prisoners detained were so vicious and violent that the guards could execute them summarily without any report. Hugh! The chief instructor, his arms bound, whistled at the sight within the prison. Dust fluttered in the air, and the stench was overwhelming, indicating that excrement had been left unattended. It was a prison in the strictest sense, with no concept of hygiene, only confinement. I heard that nobles and high-ranking officials get sent to decent prisons when they commit crimes. Never thought I'd end up in a place like this. The chief instructor chuckled as he followed the guard down the corridor. Prisoners trapped in other cells burst into laughter upon seeing the chief instructor. Ha ha ha, never thought that bastard would end up here. Thank the gods, I get to tear apart that dog myself. Hey newbie, get ready. I'll come to visit you later. Hey, that one's mine. I'm here because of him, after all. Some prisoners banged on the bars like madmen, while others drooled over the chief instructor's handsome appearance. And there were several who bore a grudge against the chief instructor. You seem quite popular. Yan glanced at the chief instructor and remarked. The chief instructor snickered in response. Those are the scum I locked up before I volunteered for the Dragon Soldier Project. Never dreamed I'd meet this trash again. Shut your mouth. Crack. The chief instructor's body jolted from the shock. His eyes were filled with rage. He slowly turned his head. Hey, shouldn't we, former civil servants, be a bit more civil to each other? The guard gripped his whip tightly, scowling. You think you're still a civil servant, you piece of trash. Don't forget you're a prisoner now. Tusk. The chief instructor clicked his tongue and turned away, following the guard. Yan also kept silent, heading towards the cell that would be his new home. They reached a room at the very edge of the prison, amidst the jeers, curses, and threats of the other prisoners. Inside, men with an unmistakable air of danger smirked wickedly. Thud. The guard kicked Yan and the chief instructor in the back, shoving them into the cell. Try to get along now. Clang, the guard snorted and locked the cell door. Yan and the chief instructor, now inside the cell, chuckled at the departing guard. No mercy there. Indeed. Yan turned to look at the prisoners who had been there before them. 4 bald men, covered in menacing tattoos, grinned at them. Welcome, pretty ones. Such good-looking newbies were in luck. They cackled among themselves, pulling out crudely made wooden knives. The chief instructor smiled back at them. Pigs trying to speak human? The pretty one doesn't seem to grasp the situation yet. One of the bald men approached slowly, wooden dagger in hand. The chief instructor, with a full-blown smile, started walking towards the bald man. Yan, don't interfere, just stand back. The chief instructor's hands twitched. I need to taste blood to quell this irritation, even if just a little. With those words, the chief instructor lunged at the bald men. Chapter 116. As time flowed on. I'm sorry, so sorry, we were blind and dared to commit such disrespect. Please, just spare our lives. The bald men, covered in blood, knelt down, their foreheads hitting the ground. The chief instructor, though restrained by mana, was not so weak as to be defeated by such petty criminals. He stomped on the back of the hand of the prisoner kneeling at the front. Arg, please. I beg you, but the prisoner could only beg for mercy, unable to muster any resistance. It was inevitable. The violence displayed by the chief instructor was terror incarnate. The first one who approached with a wooden sword was now gasping for breath, his belly skewered by his own weapon. What's the matter, pretty boy? At the chief instructor's mocking laughter, the bald men trembled like baby birds. We're sorry, just please let us live. The chief instructor clicked his tongue as if their pitiful state had killed his buzz. He would have liked to tear them apart, but he couldn't give the special task force commander any reason to fault him. So you'll stay quiet and buried without making a sound, right? Heh, hee, of course. The apparent leader among the bald men laughed obsequiously, banging his forehead against the stone floor. The chief instructor shook off the blood caked on his hand with a sneer. Phew, I'm finally feeling a bit relieved. It shows. Yan recalled the chief instructor's fight with the bald men, his tongue flicking out. The chilling smile as he smeared blood on his hands was vivid. It was enough to send a shiver down even his own spine. By the way, I just remembered, what was that letter you gave to the Royal Knights? A joker to hit the special task force commander with. A joker? The chief instructor frowned. But Yan seemed uninterested in answering, beginning to prepare for sleep. The chief instructor chuckled at Yan's behavior. Until recently, he could have forced the information out, but after learning Yan was the son of the man he once followed, he hesitated. Well, he's a meticulous one, he must have a plan. If that joker card fails, he has his own methods in place. The chief instructor murmured as he lay on the stone floor. It's been a while since I've slept on stone. He clicked his tongue as if the idea displeased him. Yan also lay down on the stone floor and closed his eyes. The stone floor, devoid of blankets or comforters, was cold and hard, just as he was about to fall asleep. Shall I tell you about your father? The chief instructor suddenly started talking about the father. Yan's eyes snapped open. The chief instructor smiled slyly at Yan's reaction. I thought you'd resent him, but it seems not. Me? Aren't you angry, thinking that while you suffered and rolled in the dirt at the training camp, your father led a comfortable life as the leader of the revolutionaries? No, not really. The chief instructor quietly watched Yan, then turned his head towards the ceiling and continued. The commander-in-chief, that is, your father, was a man of many words. That's unexpected. What is? I thought the commander leading the rebel revolutionaries would be silent and ruthless. The chief instructor laughed. Quite the opposite. He was talkative and kind-hearted. Anyway, your father was a remarkable man. Unlike the usual chatterboxes, he was firm in his beliefs, strong, and above all, he had a special aura that put everyone at ease. Really? I was influenced by that aura and followed your father. Yan looked at the chief instructor with newfound respect. He hadn't expected such embarrassing words from him. He continued, his eyes lost in the past. Your father saved many people with his conviction to rescue those persecuted and discriminated against. Among them were elves, dwarves like Old Owen you've seen, and even beastkin. Is that so? Yan's eyes sparkled. To think his father had the charisma to draw in such exclusive and reclusive races. Your father's utopia was a world where everyone could be happy, a world where no one cried and everyone could smile, but that's not easy to achieve. The chief instructor snorted. Your father clashed with the Empire's institutions at every turn, but he always retreated to minimize casualties. Eventually, some factions, tired of waiting, began to revolt. Yan nodded gravely. If what the chief instructor said was true, discontent was bound to build up. The utopia his father envisioned was abstract, and the road to creating an environment close to it was long. Even if it meant clashing with the Empire, they had to push forward to shorten that time. Endless retreats would only lead to frustration and fractures. Then, not long after, the hardliners crossed the line. They took control of the revolutionary forces with their military organization, claiming the commander-in-chief's moderate approach couldn't achieve their cause, spouting nonsense about their so-called principles. And then, that was the moment. Crack, the chief instructor ground his teeth with such force they could have broken. Those bastards staged a coup not for the cause, but for the white flame gem the commander-in-chief had accidentally acquired. The white flame gem. That actually exists? The white flame gem. A treasure from a fairy tale widely known in the Empire. A tale for children about a hero who sealed a fire dragon capable of burning the entire continent within a small bead. Yan had thought it was a far-fetched story made up by someone. It exists. The chief instructor affirmed the existence of the white flame gem without a moment's hesitation. Then, is my father? No, he's alive. Imprisoned by them, but alive. Where exactly is he imprisoned? No one knows, probably not even old Owen. I've tried everything to find him since that day, but all in vain. However, the chief instructor ground his teeth, speaking as if spitting out the words. Armenia, he's definitely within that region. Still haven't found him, but still. Yan's eyes gleamed. Finally, the chance to find his long-lost family seemed within reach. Suddenly, something flashed through Yan's mind, and without realizing it, he began to speak. The Armenian uprising? The event that had captured the chief instructor and the entire revolutionary force. Could it be that it was all to rescue his father? He had been there himself, recalling the chief instructor of the time. Fighting madly against the Southern Sun Duke, tears of blood streaming down his face. In my previous life, I thought it was hatred for the emperor that caused it. A chill ran down his spine. Could it have been a rampage caused by the misfortune that befell my father? At last, the pieces of the puzzle that had been questions began to fit together. Why the chief instructor faced the Duke and didn't flee, choosing to die there. Why the revolutionaries were found and dealt with there. Why the mercenary Amur didn't care about the remaining revolutionaries and caused the train derailment. The puzzle is finally coming together, Yan spoke up. What's the name of the one who staged the coup? Enoch, the name of the bastard leading the corrupted revolutionaries now. Yan's eyebrows twisted. It was a name he had never heard in either his past or present life. At the mansion of Count Zion. In that grand abode, Count Zion, as was his custom, had summoned his vassals to deliberate on the affairs of his domain and conduct meetings. Are there no further matters or policies to propose? Yes, my lord, this should suffice. Thanks to your lordship's sagacious leadership, the domain's people sing your praises more with each passing day. Ha ha ha. Count Zion waved off the flattery of his vassals, who were all too eager to gild his image. You give me too much credit. What have I done? It's mostly due to the excellent proposals you've all brought forth. We are grateful. We will continue to work tirelessly for your lordship. The vassals, recognizing Count Zion's appreciation for their hard work, reaffirmed their loyalty once more. Thank you. Without you, the people of our domain could not enjoy such prosperity. Ha ha ha. Rising from his seat, Count Zion patted each of their shoulders as he made his way out, receiving their loyal gazes. Once outside, Count Zion let out a deep sigh. This act is quite exhausting. Are you all right, my lord? Wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief offered by the captain of the guard, Count Zion promptly headed to the reception room where a guest awaited. Creak, entering the room, Count Zion greeted his visitor with a genial smile. Oh my, had I known a busy member of the special task force was coming, I would have concluded the meeting earlier. Not at all. I've just arrived myself. The one who responded was Bax, an officer sent by the commander of the special task force. He lifted a briefcase from beside him and placed it on the table. The commander asked me to deliver this item to you, as promised. At Bax's words, Count Zion laughed heartily and took his seat. Oh, do convey my thanks. And would you care for some tea? Yes, anything will do. Count Zion pressed the bell on the table. Ding, a maid waiting by the door entered and bowed politely. Please bring us 2 cups of today's finest tea. Yes, my lord. As the maid left, Count Zion leaned back in his chair with a smile. The commander must be in quite a hurry, sending a close aide instead of just the item. The date for the upcoming hearing hasn't been set, and the commander is eager to hear the answer. Count Zion's smile widened slightly. The hearing will be held on the day the crown prince has chosen. Is that satisfactory? Thank you. The commander will be pleased to hear of Count Zion's decision. Haha, one must give when one receives. That's the essence of trade, isn't it? As they conversed, the maid returned with the tea and set the cups before Count Zion and Bax before bowing and exiting. Count Zion took a sip from the cup before him. Seeing Bax bow respectfully, Count Zion's smile grew. It's late, you should stay at the mansion tonight. Bax looked troubled at the suggestion. I'm sorry, but I must report back to the commander as soon as possible. Oh, come now. It would be rude to refuse the host's invitation, wouldn't it? Besides, I've accommodated the date the commander desired. Surely you can accommodate this small request. Yes, of course. The commander will understand. Bax mopped his brow and nodded, knowing it would be unwise to refuse Count Zion's hospitality after his request had been granted. Ding, show our guest to his room. Count Zion called the maid, who then led Bax to the guest quarters. With Bax gone, Count Zion rose and made his way to his study. Upon arriving, he sat down and rummaged through a drawer, pulling out a letter. He recalled the moment he received this letter. This is the letter sent by the chief instructor and Yan, whom you accused. It was delivered by Kyle, one of the Royal Knights 7, known for their attempt to arrest them. Who would have thought they'd ask the Royal Knights to deliver this? The content of the letter was simple. Count Zion, let's meet face to face. You won't regret it. Despite its brevity, Count Zion couldn't help but chuckle. A face-to-face meeting, he says. The madman? There was no significant relationship between himself and this Yan, so the letter must have been sent by the chief instructor. Even in dire straits, the man was stubborn, not begging for mercy, but instead proposing a meeting without regret. Then a thought struck him. I wonder if the chief instructor would still hold his head high when facing me. His title as the second in command of the Special Task Force was as good as gone. If they met as a sinner and a savior who could erase that sin, would he bark if I commanded him to, like a dog? He was curious. Count Zion called for the captain of the guard. Have you found it, my lord? Where are the chief instructor and his disciple being held? I've heard it's Fargo prison. Fargo? Duke Sion smiled thinly. Captain, it seems we must make a trip there. He was already looking forward to seeing how the chief instructor's expression would crumple without his intervention. Chapter 117. Yan and the chief instructor followed the guard, their footsteps echoing down the corridor to the visitation room. Unlike the grim cells, this room was surprisingly tidy, with iron chairs and tables neatly arranged, and a row of potted plants that seemed out of place in a prison setting. Your visitor will be here shortly, so no funny business. Just sit tight, the guard said with a cold warning before vanishing from sight. The chief instructor tilted his head in confusion at the unexpected visit. Is it the crown prince who has come to see us? No, it's someone I've called for, Yan replied. You did? The chief instructor frowned, but then a smirk crossed his face as he remembered Yan's mention of a joker card the day before. It seems the letter I asked Sir Kyle to send has reached its destination. Indeed. Now might be a good time to reveal this joker card of yours. You'll find out soon enough. Yan shrugged off the question with a nonchalant lift of his shoulders, eliciting a chuckle from the chief instructor. It was hard to believe this was the same person who had once obeyed his every command. I'll play along with your tune for now. But the moment Yan's plan went awry, he would take control. Before being dragged to Fargo prison, he had given orders to some senior instructors to prepare for an escape should the situation call for it. Even now, they would be analyzing the prison's layout. As the chief instructor gathered his thoughts, he turned to look at Yan, who wore a confident expression. What is this joker card he speaks of? That's when it happened. Creak. The door to the visitation room swung open, and someone strode in confidently. The chief instructor's eyes widened in recognition. Count Zion? The very person responsible for their unjust imprisonment in Fargo prison had appeared before them. Ah, it's been a while. I never imagined we'd meet like this when we last communicated through the message tube, Count Zion said, taking a seat opposite Yan and the chief instructor. The knight commander accompanying him stood silently behind, like a shadow. Count Zion's disdainful laugh twisted the chief instructor's face into a scowl. Don't tell me this old man is your so-called joker card? Yes. Count Zion looked puzzled by the conversation between Yan and the chief instructor, clearly unaware that he was the topic of discussion. Wasn't it him? Count Zion surveyed them with half-closed eyes, searching for any sign of a poor act, but it seemed genuine. He then placed a letter he had received on the table. The chief instructor read the contents with a furrowed brow. Count Zion, let's meet and talk face to face. You won't regret it. So, now that we've met, what is this conversation you're so confident won't lead to regret? Count Zion asked with a sly grin. Yan watched the tension between the two men before speaking up. Let's put aside our feelings for now and have a conversation. A conversation? Have you forgotten why we're locked up here? The chief instructor's voice rose with anger, but Count Zion just smiled slyly. Are you implying it's because of me? Sorry, but you're here because of your own crimes. The chief instructor burst into laughter at Count Zion's mocking words. Ha, old man, even now you spout nonsense. Shall I shut your mouth for you? The knight commander spoke up in a calm, threatening tone. If you threaten my lord again, I'll be the one to cut your throat. You, against me? The chief instructor laughed, lifting the handcuffs that bound his wrists. Think these will give you a chance? You wouldn't dare speak to me like this in the past. Yan sighed deeply at the escalating tension and slammed his hand on the table. Let's save the pleasantries for later, shall we? He turned to Count Zion. You didn't come all this way for a fruitless conversation, did you? Count Zion snorted. I came thinking the chief instructor would grovel at my feet. If that's what you expected, you're free to leave. Count Zion laughed loudly, thinking Yan was bluffing. And if I leave, you and your master will remain criminals. Do you really think so? Then what's your plan? I'm the one who put you here. Yan smiled slightly. There are plenty of ways out that don't involve you. He could use the letter from the sandstorm to solicit favors from nobles or officials as powerful as Count Zion, or he could trade with the Duke of Commerce using knowledge from before his regression. But he had called Count Zion here for a simple reason. I believe the deal I'll make with you will be beneficial in the long run. You want to make a deal with me? Yes. Count Zion laughed incredulously. What could you possibly offer me? The dream you desire most, I can make it come true. My greatest dream, do you even know what it is? Yan smiled at Count Zion's scoff. The title of Duke of the East, isn't it? Count Zion's face hardened at the response, and the chief instructor, too, was taken aback. What? What are you saying? Count Zion quickly regained his composure and leaned back in his chair. You seem to be under some delusion? Then feel free to leave and return to your lands. Count Zion's eyes darkened. Yan was not an easy opponent. Yan looked at him calmly. What will you do? Will you hear me out or will you leave? Count Zion met Yan's gaze without flinching. After a brief pause, he spoke. Let's hear it. The ambition unveiled Count Zion, upon realizing his ambition was exposed, let out a quiet chuckle. How does this brat know of my desires? Never had he shown his hand. For decades, he meticulously crafted his plan to become the Duke of the East, eliminating anyone who stumbled upon his ambition. And yet, even the Special Task Force leader doesn't know my true goal. But Yan, not even 20, had pinpointed his deepest yearning. They had hardly met, save for brief communications through a fool sent to the Eastern Front. Intrigued, he couldn't help but inquire. Before we proceed, answer me this. How did you learn I covet the dukedom? It was due to Baron Jaren. Baron Zaren, that imbecile who was dragged away. Baron Jaren was the commander of the Eastern Front, notorious for his negligence when Yan headed east. Yes, exactly. The moment I heard you planted that man in the Eastern Front, the pieces fell into place. Just from that? For someone like you, Count Zion, unskilled in martial feats, establishing a significant achievement is the only path to a dukedom. There are two ways to become a duke in the Empire. Martial proof and great achievement. Most dukes ascended through martial proof. defeating a current duke in combat. The great achievement is about earning a feat worthy of a dukedom. Only one has risen through this method since the empire's founding, by forcibly merging two small kingdoms with his family's and territories' might alone. Many have made their mark in imperial history, but none other than him have claimed a dukedom. In essence, one must expand the empire's territory significantly without aid to earn the title. Count Zion, puzzled, tilted his head. So, what does that have to do with anything? The Dead Plains, bordering the Eastern Front, are vast enough to rival two small kingdoms combined. And Baron Zarin, though commander, had no intention to cleanse or conquer. And you, Count Zion, appointed him. It's hard to believe you'd do so without reason. Ha ha! Count Zion's laugh was ambiguous. That alone doesn't quite convince me. The rest I guessed with intuition. In truth, Yan knew since his previous life. Before his regression, Count Zion had been open about his ambition and did everything to ascend. But that was unnecessary to disclose. Count Zion stroked his chin. All right, I think I grasp your point. Let's move on. He tapped the table. How do you plan to elevate me to a dukedom? Yan straightened up with a wry smile. Isn't it too early to ask that? The scales are still tipped in my favor. He implied a need for a fair exchange. Count Zion scoffed. What have you done to tip the scales your way? I've received nothing from you. We should start from zero. Since you've imprisoned us here, shouldn't there be a price for that? So, you're saying I start at a deficit. Isn't that the correct calculation? Haha, I could leave this place right now, and it wouldn't matter. Count Zion stood up, seemingly indifferent. Yan shook his head. It does matter. The moment you walk out, your dream will turn into a mere midsummer night's dream. Count Zion furrowed his brows. How would you manage that? Yan grinned mischievously. If I start spreading rumors that the Duke of the East's days are numbered, you'll find yourself with a plethora of troublesome rivals. Won't you? The unexpected revelation cast a heavy silence over the room. Chapter 118. The visiting room fell into a chilling silence after Yan's bombshell revelation. The first to break the silence was the chief instructor. The Eastern Duke. He's dying? Yes. Ha, madness? The Eastern Duke rarely ventured out of his domain, a figure of little concern to the Empire, let alone the East. Had it not been for such a disposition, Count Zion would never have been able to expand his faction and influence as he has. Yet, even a reclusive duke like him wielded absolute influence with just a word. His death would surely bring chaos. Why? Because who among the nobles wouldn't covet his seat? Ambitious nobles would stop at nothing to claim the dukedom, resorting to lowly schemes and manipulations. And then, the chief instructor's eyes sparkled with opportunity. The perfect chance to save the commander-in-chief. With the Empire's attention turned eastward, he could thoroughly search the Armenian region with ease. For the chief instructor, who had to search cautiously, avoiding the eyes of the Empire and the revolutionaries, it was as if half the risk had vanished. He glanced at Yan, the source of the information, biting back his curiosity. After all, Yan was in control of the situation. To speak out would be to disrupt the mood, to interfere with Yan's plan. Besides, the Count Zion seems unperturbed, likely already aware. Even if I were to overturn the situation, it seems it would change little. The chief instructor swallowed his rising questions, deciding to watch how things unfolded. Count Zion glared at Yan but said nothing. How does that scoundrel know? But he quickly dismissed the thought as pointless. Just as he had planted spies in the Eastern Duke's garden and deduced the Duke's waning life. He must have learned it through similar means. Count Zion finally spoke. Are you threatening me now? If Yan were to release this information during the hearing, Zion would be left chasing his tail. Most would dismiss it as nonsense, but the ambitious nobles might take notice. And if it turned out to be true, he didn't even want to think about it. Yan smiled wryly at the Count, whose eyes blazed with fury. I merely pointed out the mess you've made, Count. It's up to you to clean it up. HMPH, really. Do you think it would be difficult for me to kill you right here? The Count eyed the handcuffs restraining Yan's wrists. Yan shrugged nonchalantly. Go ahead and kill me if you wish. But then, not only will you lose the dukedom, but your life might be at stake too. The Count snorted at Yan's casual tone. Indeed, killing the chief instructor and Yan here would be akin to signing his own death warrant. They were the accused, due to appear at an upcoming hearing. If they disappeared, The Empire's many agencies would start an investigation, and his presence here would inevitably be revealed. He's no ordinary man. The Count glanced at the chief instructor. You've got quite the remarkable student, haven't you? Luck was on my side. The chief instructor chuckled, shrugging off the earlier tension. Like master, like student, their mannerisms were strikingly similar. The Count sighed deeply and addressed Yan. Let's forget what was just said. I misspoke. It's already forgotten. Yan replied with a sly smile, prompting the Count to continue. So, back to the beginning, you said you'd help me ascend to the dukedom? Yes. Then you'll need to give me something convincing. All you've done so far is issue a grave threat. Yan smiled thinly. How long have you planned to purify the plateau of the dead and earn the title of duke? At least 20, 30 years? The Count was taken aback, realizing Yan knew his plans precisely. But the surprise didn't end there. Yan grinned. I'll shorten that 20, 30 years to just 3. What? 3 years. The Count stammered in shock. It was unthinkable. Even with meticulous planning and the best of luck, it would take at least 20 years. And now, to reduce it to just 3, the Count quickly composed himself and asked, Is that even possible? We can mass-produce a drug that purifies the plateau. A purifying drug? The Count's face twisted slightly. He had never heard of such a drug in his life. If he had, he wouldn't have donated a fortune to the Holy Order to dispatch priests. Seeing the Count's skepticism, Yan shrugged. If you don't believe me, you're free to leave. As I said before, I'm in this for the long-term gain with you, Count, and if this deal falls through, I have plenty of ways out. Yan extended his hand with a sly grin. A sinking ship or a sturdy one? Which do you prefer to board, Count? It was a choice between continuing the alliance with the special envoy or betraying him to join forces with Yan. The Count watched Yan with conflicted eyes, but his mind was more active than ever. Was Yan telling the truth or lying? If it was a lie, how much damage would he suffer, and if true, how much could he gain? After a moment. So, should I disrupt the hearing? Or should I help you escape right now? The Count, with a politician's smile, firmly grasped Yan's offered hand. At that moment, the Special Task Force commander leaned back in his chair, rubbing his eyelids wearily. He had just received confirmation that the hearing he had orchestrated with Count Zion would proceed as planned the next day. A weight off my shoulders, he muttered. Had he not allied with the Count, he'd still be racking his brain for solutions. It pained him to hand over the accumulated scandals of the Eastern nobility and the Count's own corruption, but it was a small price to pay to cover up this affair. Suddenly, the commander's head snapped up. He summoned one of his officers waiting outside. Chung, 3 days have passed since I ordered you to capture the test subject. Is there still no progress? The only threat left to him was the test subject from the Destroyer project. He had bought some time by imprisoning Yan and the chief instructor, but he wanted to capture her and dispose of her as quickly as possible. He couldn't afford to have his weaknesses exposed any longer. The officer hung his head in shame at the commander's question. I'm sorry. We've been searching every place that intersects with the training grounds and the chief instructor's routes, but so far... The commander slammed his fist on the desk. Are you just going to sit here then? Get out there and find her. Yes, sir. The officer saluted, his face pale, and hurried out. The commander shook his head, muttering to himself, At least Yan and that chief instructor are tied up, and the inspector general is under investigation. It's as if there's no one left to make a move with the test subject. No matter where Leah hid, it was nothing more than a child's game of hide-and-seek. Once the hearing dealt with Yan and the chief instructor, he could focus all efforts on finding her quickly. He stood up abruptly, pacing near his desk. Everything is moving in the right direction. Yet, he couldn't shake a nagging sense of unease. After pacing for a while, the commander sat down again, looking at the communication device on the table. He infused it with mana, and a blurry figure began to appear. It was Count Zion, with whom he had agreed to hold the hearing. Why the call? I've already informed your subordinate that the hearing will be tomorrow. The Count seemed puzzled by the unexpected contact. The commander replied nonchalantly, I felt I should express my gratitude. Thanks to you, my plan has fallen into place. That's good to hear. I've also benefited from your actions. Makes me want to pop open a bottle of champagne. The commander felt a slight dissonance at the Count's words. Did he need the Eastern nobility's secrets that badly? He shook his head. No need for such idle thoughts. It's just anxiety making me overthink. The commander cleared his mind and smiled at the count. Even if I have to clear my schedule, I'll come to you with a bottle of expensive champagne. Ha, you're welcome anytime. Don't worry about the snacks. Then I'll prepare for tomorrow's hearing. All right, now that I think about it, I'll see you tomorrow. The count laughed heartily and ended the communication. The commander sighed deeply after the call. Is it anxiety that's making my mind feel so strange? He closed his eyes tightly and leaned further back in his chair, forcing the intrusive thoughts away. He hoped a good night's sleep would dispel the lingering unease tormenting his mind. As the day passed, when the morning of the hearing dawned, nobles scattered across the empire began to converge upon the imperial city to attend the much-anticipated inquiry. Chapter 119. As dawn broke, the Special Task Force commander abandoned his usual active wear for a formal uniform. Heading towards the royal palace where the hearing was to be held, he found nobles already gathered in small groups, speculating on the outcome. Indeed, what will become of this hearing? Forget what will become. Has the chief instructor forgotten whose lineage he follows? Had that been forgotten, this hearing would not have taken place. Foolish talk. If His Majesty had intended to banish him, would he have bothered with a hearing? He would have been judged immediately like any other criminal. Conversely, perhaps His Majesty arranged this gathering of nobles to demonstrate a clear expulsion. Difficult, so difficult. The nobles struggled to discern the emperor's intentions behind the hearing, but it was no easy task. Piercing through the crowd, the commander entered the hearing hall, which was already teeming with people. The Chief Justice and other judges meticulously reviewed the evidence submitted. Nobles exchanged greetings and discussed the possible outcomes of the day's events. The commander quietly took his seat. Just then, "What? Why is the Duke of Frost here?" Duke Beowulf, the guardian of the north and one of the four dukes, entered with an icy expression, brushing past the nobles blocking his way. Following him silently was his daughter, Lorna. Their arrival set the nobles abuzz with confusion. Aren't the dukes exempt from attending hearings? There has never been a direct appearance by a duke before. That, the one who secured the executioner's position, had established merits in Beowulf's territory, hadn't he? Now that you mention it, I recall. So Duke Beowulf has come to protect him. It's impossible to predict the outcome of this hearing. The commander frowned at the unexpected arrivals. Why is Duke Beowulf here? But Beowulf wasn't the only issue. An old man, cane in hand, entered the hall, prompting several nobles to rush over and bow deeply. Ah, Sir Wigger, the imperial teacher. Thanks to your assistance, we've resolved many issues in our domain. We are grateful. Live well and be thankful to your people. The commander's expression hardened at the sight of Wigger's cheerful entrance. Something strange is afoot. Two unexpected figures had revealed themselves at the hearing. The commander bit his lower lip. One unforeseen event after another was unfolding. What in the world? Shortly after, the supreme ruler of the empire, the emperor, entered the hearing hall. All nobles rose and bowed deeply in reverence. And then, bang, bang, the hearing for Damian Cabalin and his disciple Yan will now commence. Please be seated. The Chief Justice struck the wooden gavel and the hearing began. The inquiry dragged on tediously. Witnesses stepped forward spewing claims that Yan had fabricated his merits. Nobles from the East presented documents related to the allegations. Thus, the hours of the inquiry passed by. All statements and evidence from the witnesses were laid bare. Amidst them were testimonies and proof so flimsy, yet the Chief Justice did not dismiss any. The Chief Justice looked at Yan and the Chief Instructor, inquiring, "Do you wish to speak now?" Yan shook his head, silent, while the Chief Instructor scoffed, opening his mouth to speak. Would my words even be heeded? Defendant! The Chief Justice frowned, about to issue a warning, but the Chief Instructor continued nonchalantly. How deep must the bribes be for such nonsense to not be dismissed? Tusk! The Chief Instructor's words turned the Chief Justice's face a fiery red. But soon, exhaling sharply to calm his heart, the Chief Justice turned away, withdrawing his gaze from the Chief Instructor. Does anyone else wish to speak? The nobles who disliked confrontation simply wished for time to pass. Those who enjoyed the spotlight now feared the inquiry's intent and remained tight-lipped. The Chief Justice looked around. seeking any audience member willing to step forward, but no noble raised their hand. Seeing no one willing to intervene, the Chief Justice looked towards the Emperor to conclude the inquiry. A nod. The Emperor nodded, signaling to recite the prearranged verdict. The Chief Justice nodded gravely in return, and just as he was about to strike the gavel to deliver the verdict, something seems amiss. A deep voice halted the proceedings. The Chief Justice turned to identify the impertinent noble who had just spoken. "If you had something to say, you should have spoken earlier." But upon recognizing the speaker, he hastily fell silent. It was Duke Beowulf who had spoken. The Chief Justice was rendered speechless, as if struck mute by honey. The Emperor's will had already been revealed. Nothing would change, even with Duke Beowulf's few words. Yet the thought of confronting Duke Beowulf was daunting. As the Chief Justice pondered what to do, Duke Beowulf continued with an unfazed expression. "Something is indeed strange. I witnessed with my own eyes the deeds this young man accomplished in the north." Duke Beowulf pointed at a witness who had claimed Yan colluded with barbarians. "Accepting such claims implies my vision is flawed?" The atmosphere in the hall turned icy. The Chief Justice clenched his fist at Duke Beowulf's piercing remark. Damn it! Was there a connection with the icy Duke Beowulf? Following Duke Beowulf's comment, another hand was raised. The Chief Justice was taken aback once more. What now, Imperial Teacher? It was the Imperial Teacher, favored by the Emperor himself. Wigger frowned and spoke. "I too find it odd, having received aid from this young man. What exactly do you mean? They claim this Yan was the mastermind behind the train derailment, right? But if my eyes do not deceive me, it was this young man who thwarted the kidnappers and tirelessly ensured the passengers' safety." Wigger didn't stop there, glaring at the witness who had declared the train incident a plot by Yan. "Do you not know the consequences of lying in this place?" I. The witness in the stand stuttered under Wigger's interrogation. Yan was inwardly shocked by the objections raised by the two influential figures. What's going on? He had thought of these two powerhouses when he was imprisoned, but only briefly. There was no reason for such titans to clash with the Emperor's will. With these doubts, Yan looked at the chief instructor and understood who had orchestrated this. "Did you plan this, chief instructor?" The chief instructor, who should have been the most surprised, calmly observed their objections. The chief instructor grinned at Yan's question. "Relying solely on your trump card felt a bit precarious. So you weren't just watching?" "I didn't intervene much. I merely allowed those who wished to help you to step forward." The objections of the two heavyweights threw the inquiry into chaos. Then, the Chief Justice hurriedly turned to seek out Count Zion. "Count Zion, do you have nothing further to add? As the one who convened this inquiry, you must have something to say in response to their doubts." He thought Count Zion, who had initiated the inquiry, could provide ample support. Of course, that would have been the right assumption, had Count Zion not been in league with Yan. Count Zion rose with a sly smile, surveying the assembly with an apologetic expression. "I was about to address the matter myself, but thanks to the previous speakers, my concerns have been eased." Count Zion's bombshell statement widened the eyes of everyone at the inquiry. His words implied that the very reason for the inquiry's existence was flawed. Count Zion continued smoothly. "It seems a few immature nobles were envious of the executor's generous rewards. The evidence piled up by more than a few nobles forced this inquiry, but upon closer inspection, it all turned out to be false." Bowing, Count Zion concluded, "It's not something I can excuse, nor should I, but I only learned of this last night, leaving me no time to act. I apologize to all who have made a wasted journey because of me." The first to react to Count Zion's words was the Special Task Force commander. He sprang up. The commander rose abruptly, glaring at Count Zion. "Why is this happening?" "My apologies." As Count Zion bowed his head with a sly grin, the commander clenched his fist. He had handed over all the painstakingly gathered intelligence from the Special Task Force for this fox-like character. "And he devours it all?" The commander's face flushed with anger. Even devouring Count Zion wouldn't be satisfying enough. Count Zion's statement stirred unrest among the seated nobles and bureaucrats. From how to handle the situation to the treatment of the Eastern nobles, the once-contained uproar grew uncontrollable. At that moment, "You must be wondering why I am here." Yan, who had been silent in the defendant's seat since the inquiry began, started to speak. As the wronged victim spoke, the murmuring voices magically began to fade. "I've noticed a grave crime committed by one among us." The nobles waited with bated breath for Yan's next words. With all eyes on him, Yan smiled slyly. And then, raising his finger, he pointed at someone. "I shall take this opportunity to expose the truth." Yan's finger pointed at the Special Task Force commander. "The Special Task Force commander has violated the founding sovereign's sacred oath by conducting human experiments. Many children died because of it, and I was accused of a non-existent crime while protecting one of the survivors, leading me here." Gasps erupted from the nobles, but the Special Task Force commander faced Yan's accusation with a composed demeanor. "Me, how impudent. If such a thing had occurred, the inspectorate would not have let me be." As the commander spoke, whether by chance or design, creak, the doors of the inquiry hall opened and a man and a girl entered. Interrupted, the commander turned his head sharply. Seeing their faces, his own turned deathly pale. Unwittingly, he exclaimed, "This is madness!" For it was Prince Leon, entering with the test subject the commander had failed to find. Chapter 120. As the Special Task Force commander abruptly rose from his seat, the atmosphere in the assembly chilled rapidly. His panicked demeanor left no doubt that he had committed the grave sin, as Yan had claimed. But the commander had no leisure to care for the scrutinizing eyes of the nobility upon him. When on Earth, he had received no report of the crown prince leaving the palace. Yet how could the prince appear at the hearing with a test subject in tow? A thought flashed through the commander's mind. A figure who had returned from the training grounds, one who could roam anywhere without suspicion. And he ground his teeth in anger. Kyle, that madman. It was his order to the royal knights to immobilize Yan and the chief instructor that had led to this debacle. The commander bit his lower lip as he saw a middle-aged man following the crown prince and the test subject into the room. Known to be a palace-affiliated mage skilled in mental magic, his presence meant only one thing. They must be here to read the test subject's memories and uncover the human experimentation conducted by the Special Task Force. He was cornered. As the thought of everything being washed over him, cold sweat began to trickle down his body. The crown prince, having reached the podium, seated Leah and began to announce loudly to all present. "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and officials attending this hearing, I shall now reveal the horrific atrocities that have transpired in the shadows of our empire." All eyes in the hearing were drawn to the crown prince's declaration. Though he wielded no sword, the heir to the throne, who would succeed the emperor, was about to cut down the emperor's right hand, the commander. Following the prince's speech, it wasn't just the commander. Many nobles and bureaucrats could be severed in succession. The crown prince began to unravel the evidence he had gathered, from the locations where human experiments were conducted to the participants, all under the orders of the Special Task Force commander. Madness? How dare someone who feeds on the empire's coffers commit such a forbidden act? Expel him at once, drive him out immediately. The nobles were aghast, glaring and denouncing the commander fiercely. The commander clenched his fists and surveyed his surroundings. Duke Beowulf seemed indifferent, as if it mattered not what became of him. Lord Wigger glared solemnly, and Count Zion, who had thoroughly betrayed him, met his gaze with a sly smile. Then, the commander's eyes stealthily glanced at the emperor seated at the highest position. The emperor looked at him, but soon averted his gaze indifferently. It was a cold abandonment. The commander bit his lip hard. He harbored no resentment towards the emperor who had treated him like a dog all these years. Instead, "I must not trouble His Majesty until the end." If the test subject's memories were read, it could lead to a situation that would embarrass the emperor. To prevent that, the best course was to destroy the evidence and perish from this place. The commander's gaze fell upon Leah, who was flustered and fumbling on the podium. The crown prince was commanding the mental mage to peer into Leah's memories. Leah met the commander's gaze and shivered. Ah! Her face paled as if she had committed a grave error, shrinking under the intense murderous intent in the commander's eyes. The commander subtly bent down, reaching for the dagger hidden in his thigh. "Crack, no matter what, I will kill that test subject." If her memories were read, the situation would spiral out of control, potentially tarnishing the great emperor. With that final thought, the commander's eyes flashed dangerously. Bang! His foot slammed down hard on the floor, shattering the tiles. Crash! The shards flew, cutting the skin of the nearby nobles. What is the commander doing in front of His Majesty the Emperor? Not content with just breaking the tiles, the commander drew his dagger. The watching nobles widened their eyes in shock. What in the world? Run, run away. The sudden action sent the surrounding nobles into a panic, scrambling to escape. Even those far away sensed the ominous atmosphere and quickly rose from their seats. Can't you stop this at once? Guards, royal knights, is there no one else? It's a riot. The commander has incited a riot. Among those people was Count Zion. That madman. Though he had betrayed him, Zion had not anticipated such a disgraceful outburst from the commander. Having never shied away from the dirty work for the Empire, he had expected the commander to be subdued without resistance. If he goes berserk, I too could be in danger. Count Zion, particularly guilty of wronging the commander, quickly joined the ranks of other nobles without protest and fled the hearing. The emperor watched silently as the hearing turned into chaos. Then, the captain of the royal knights, who had been standing still as a statue behind him, bent forward and said, "Your Majesty, shall I take care of this?" The captain, a formidable force comparable to a marquis, could easily quell the commotion caused by the commander. The emperor raised his arm to stop the captain from stepping forward and shook his head. "No, let the commander vent his anger a bit. Your Majesty, after all, he has served under me for decades. It wouldn't be right to send him off without letting him release his frustration." With an indifferent face, the emperor rose from his seat and exited the hearing through a door only he could access. The captain of the royal knights tilted his head in confusion at the emperor's words, not quite understanding. But soon, he bowed his head and followed the emperor out. As the nobles, bureaucrats, and even the emperor swiftly left the hearing, Yan, the chief instructor, and the crown prince remained. The commander glared at them, grinding his teeth. "You lot have truly made a mess of things. Should we have been executed here instead?" The chief instructor chuckled and shrugged his shoulders. Leon looked at the commander with a heavy gaze. "Commander, it feels like just yesterday when you gave a long speech about the sacrifices of the Special Task Force members. To resort to such actions, aren't you ashamed as their superior? Your Highness the Crown Prince, you should be the one ashamed." Leon's face contorted. "What? To not even know who the true loyalists are, those who have burned their entire being for the Empire? Enough with the nonsense. Can't you calm that temper down right now?" "Ha!" The commander let out a scoff and suddenly raised his head. Then he bellowed loudly. "Everyone, come in. We shall now suppress the vermin that gnaw at the Empire with force." As soon as he finished speaking, crash, bang, men in black uniforms broke through the glass windows of the hearing and stormed in. The chief instructor and Yan grimaced upon seeing the uniforms. "Special Task Force members." "I know." The uniformed task force members immediately stood straight and placed their fists near their hearts. "Loyalty, loyalty, loyalty." Dozens of task force members shouted the motto in unison, their spirit overwhelming even the most formidable knightly orders. Leon shouted at them with a loud voice. Do the task force members not realize what the commander is doing right now? But there was no response from the task force members. Their gaze was fixed solely on the commander. The commander surveyed his loyal members and then swiftly turned to point at Yan and his group. "Take down those over there. What about His Highness the Crown Prince? Subdue him if possible. If not, just stall for time. Loyalty, thank you, everyone. Loyalty." Not just one or two, but every member present shared the resolve to stand united with the task force commander, ready to shatter like jade in this very place. As the order was given, the task force members began to dissolve into the air, their forms blending seamlessly with the void. Yan, witnessing this, heightened his senses, tension gripping him. Only those who had mastered the secret art of stealth, the dark heaven technique, could achieve such a feat of concealment. This meant one thing. All these dozens of task force members, they're all high-ranking officers. In his past life, Yan had only once mobilized officers to such an extent during the suppression operation in Armenia. Yan's mind raced. This could actually work in our favor. All the officers supporting the task force commander were gathered here. Meaning, if they survived this encounter, It would be much easier for the chief instructor to take control of the task force later on. But that was a concern for another time. Returning to the present situation. No matter how strong the chief instructor and Leon were, currently, both he and the chief instructor were bound by monorestraining handcuffs, and their opponents were the elite of the elite within the task force. Without breaking the mono-restraints, they were at a disadvantage. That's when it happened. The chief instructor suddenly burst into maniacal laughter and shouted, "Ahahaha. Yes, come out like this. Only then can I tear you apart. How bitter it would have been if you had meekly accepted the handcuffs." With a surge of power, he glared at the task force commander with eyes filled with madness. Crack! The mono-restraining handcuffs binding his arms crumpled and then shattered helplessly. The task force commander and Leon let out cries of astonishment. The chief instructor's known strength was around that of a fourth-grade knight. Mono-restraining handcuffs were designed to seal even superhuman fourth-grade knights from using mana. They were also physically indestructible, with robust durability. Yet, the chief instructor had broken them. How could someone who's just reached superhuman strength break mono-restraining handcuffs? Damien, you. The chief instructor, with a smirk, looked at the astonished task force commander. Do you see how much I've honed my blade? The task force commander swallowed hard. Even in their recent clash at the task force headquarters, he hadn't noticed that the chief instructor had reached the third-grade realm. Could it be that he was holding back even then? What a venomous man. But it doesn't matter. Even if you've been hiding your strength, it will only delay the inevitable. The chief instructor laughed at the task force commander's words and then shouted loudly, "Instructors, all of you come in," at his command. Boom, bang, the doors installed throughout the hearing hall were smashed to pieces, and a group rushed in. They flew to the chief instructor's side with such speed they appeared as mere black lines. The task force commander watched them. At a glance, their numbers were no less than the task force officers he had brought. So many rebels gathered here. The chief instructor mocked the task force commander. "Your leadership was only ever this much." "What did you say?" When the task force commander's eyebrows twitched, the chief instructor shouted powerfully, "Kill them all?" At his command, the instructors launched themselves with incredible speed. Their target was the task force officers. Clash, clash. In an instant, the instructors, each drawing their weapons, began their assault on the task force officers. The chief instructor glanced at Yan. Swoosh. A black blade, emerging from the chief instructor's shadow, shattered the handcuffs binding Yan's wrists. "You help the instructors take those guys down." Yan gave the chief instructor a sidelong glance. It was clear that to gain the upper hand, he should join the chief instructor against the task force commander. But judging by his expression, that seems unlikely. The chief instructor's face had transformed into something demonic. Yet he seemed to revel in the situation. Yan eventually turned away, raising his mana. "Don't die. It would be such a pity to die after coming this far." The chief instructor smirked. "Now that I can finally have my revenge, I can't die." Hearing this, Yan immediately pulled a scallon from his spatial pocket and charged forward. Thud! His form dashed into the fray between the instructors and the task force members. The chief instructor watched Yan, then turned to look at Leon. "Your Highness, lend your strength there too." "Damien, even as a third grade, it's too much for you to face the task force commander alone." "Brother," Leon's eyes widened. The chief instructor, who had disappeared, had never called him brother when facing him. But Leon knew well that the chief instructor resented him, so he had said nothing. Yet now, his brother, after decades, was calling him brother for the first time. The chief instructor smiled faintly at the stunned Leon. "Please take care of my disciples and subordinates, brother." At those words, Leon nodded heavily. "All right, I understand, don't die." "Yes, I mean it. I got it." With a determined face, Leon nodded and then looked towards where Yan had charged. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden aura burst from his entire body. Boom! His feet shattered the stone floor as he launched himself at incredible speed towards the battlefield. As Yan and Leon departed, the task force commander spoke. "You think you can face me alone?" The chief instructor's lips curled up. "Of course, the tastiest bite is mine to savor." "Ha ha ha ha!" The task force commander laughed heartily at the chief instructor's words. Then, regaining his composure, he looked at the chief instructor with calm eyes. Do you think you can beat me? Suddenly, a summoned dark dragon coiled around the task force commander, roaring, "Screech!" The dragon was so massive that it seemed to fill the empty hearing hall, its eyes as unsettling as a serpent's. The chief instructor, far from being afraid, chuckled and slightly bent his knees. He reached into his shadow. Whoosh! The shadow grew to fill the hearing hall, then quickly began to retract to its origin. And then, SSSSSHHHH. It took the shape of a sword and adhered to the chief instructor's hand. It was the black shadow sword he had developed independently in place of the dark heaven technique. Crack! The chief instructor stood upright, gripping the black shadow sword. The task force commander frowned. It was as if the chief instructor's eyes were bleeding red, a trick of the light, or perhaps it was the murderous aura, the momentum, or maybe even tears of blood. One thing was certain, he was furious. Violently so, the chief instructor's grin reached his ears. "Can I beat you? Of course. I've longed for this day more than any other." "This day?" The chief instructor spoke with more joy than ever before. "Yes, the day I avenge my mother." The day that had driven the young chief instructor to persevere, to run without giving up. The distant day he had longed for had finally arrived. The chief instructor's body flew fiercely towards the task force commander. Let's begin. Chapter 121. On the second floor of the inquiry hall, Duke Beowulf and Lorna remained seated while other nobles had fled the scene. It would have been stranger if they had scurried away like the rest, given the circumstances. Beside Lorna, a middle-aged man with his arms crossed sat in quiet authority. He was none other than the Duke of Northern Frost, a superhuman among superhumans, capable of resolving this crisis in an instant. They watched the fierce battle between the Special Task Force members and the Dragon Soldier Project instructors unfold. The fight was evenly matched, but with Yan and Leon joining in, the scales tipped decidedly. Lorna rose to her feet, witnessing the intense combat before her. I should help and quickly put an end to this situation. But she found herself unable to step forward. Duke Beowulf's hand, large as a pot lid, had blocked her path. Lorna frowned slightly and turned to Duke Beowulf, who responded with a sly smile and a nod towards the front. There, Yan was causing a commotion, taking on several members of the Special Task Force. "Let's just watch a little longer." "Lord of the House," he continued without taking his eyes off the grand clash between the chief instructor and the task force leader. "It seems something interesting is about to happen." The task force commander sneered as he watched the chief instructor charge at him like a mad dog. This is no time for jokes. Was this reckless assault because of the vengeance he swore for his mother? Even so, it was unexpected for the second in command of the task force to rush in so defenselessly. The commander reached behind his back, drawing 2 daggers from the hidden sheath and slipping them between his fingers. As the chief instructor closed the distance to 20 paces, the commander's hands flashed with a dark energy. Shadow thunder. Boom, boom. The daggers, now enveloped in a dark aura, tore through the air towards the chief instructor. Their speed was so great that even the sound they made was extraordinary. The twin shadow thunders aimed straight for the chief instructor's head and heart, and they pierced right through his brow and heart. That's when it happened. A smile curled on the lips of the chief instructor. Not even close. Whoosh! The figure of the chief instructor, struck by the shadow thunder, vanished like a mirage. Crash! The aimless shadow thunders slammed into the wall. What in the task force commander's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, a chilling premonition struck him. A deadly aura approached from the left. Without a second thought, the commander dodged to the side. But, slash! He couldn't avoid a cut to his flank. Rolling hastily to the side, the commander looked up incredulously. The chief instructor, laughing wildly, licked his own blood off the black shadow sword. "Is that all you've got? Disappointing." Grit. The commander clenched his teeth. Just then, the chief instructor moved again. The commander's eyes bulged as the chief instructor, who had just evaded the shadow thunder, charged at him with incredible speed. He quickly drew his sword from his waist. Clang! Sparks flew and a metallic ring echoed. The commander's eyebrows twitched. Even in that brief exchange, he could tell. The power behind the chief instructor's sword was no less than his own. "So, you've been hiding your strength." The commander narrowed his eyes, a low growl escaping his throat. He had long known that the chief instructor was sharpening his blades for revenge. It was only natural to assume he was concealing some of his power. But to this extent, the technique that had dodged his shadow thunder and the power felt in their clash, the chief instructor was certainly not his inferior. Feeling a bit rattled, the chief instructor chuckled at the commander's dismay, slightly pulling back the black shadow sword. Then he unleashed a ferocious barrage of strikes. The black trail of the black shadow sword relentlessly targeted the commander's vital points. Cold sweat trickled down the commander's back. If I don't turn the tide now, I'll lose. In that case, he had to sacrifice flesh to save bone. Thump. He offered his shoulder to the vicious bite of the black trail. And then, whoosh, he swung his sword swiftly, delivering a cross-shaped slash. Shadow Dragon Sword Cross Slash. The cross-shaped sword energy flew at the chief instructor with lethal speed. The energy seemed poised to quarter the chief instructor at any moment. Gasp! The chief instructor inhaled sharply as the cross-shaped sword energy neared, and as it approached, he began to swing the black shadow sword at an incredible speed. Swish, swish, swish. The black shadow sword began to dissect the cross-shaped energy. Not blocking energy with energy, but dissolving energy with energy. And so, the once mighty cross-shaped energy faltered and dissipated without reaching its target. Then, screech, beyond the cross-shaped energy, a shadow dragon swelled its neck menacingly. The cross-shaped energy had been nothing but a feint to launch this dragon breath, and soon after, die, the task force commander shouted as the shadow dragon released all the mana it had been holding in one burst. The beam emitted by the shadow dragon swept the surroundings and flew towards the chief instructor. The chief instructor narrowed his eyes and stood the black shadow sword upright. Black shadow sword technique 2 bisection. As the chief instructor drew down the black shadow sword, the fearsome beam that had been shot at him split into two. Yan, witnessing this, unwittingly gaped. That's one of the 3 great swords of the continent. The Dragon Breath, the task force commander's signature move, was one of the most powerful techniques in the Empire, yet it was split in a single move. Yan swallowed hard, watching the chief instructor. Having blocked both the cross-shaped energy and the Dragon Breath, the chief instructor stomped the ground. Now it's my turn. The chief instructor drew the black shadow sword several times in the direction of the task force commander. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, dozens of sword strikes were unleashed towards the task force commander. The commander bit his lip, blocking each strike from the black shadow sword. With each block, the force on the sword felt like it would tear his grip apart. But it's enough to block. That's when it happened. What you see isn't the only attack. The chief instructor's mocking laughter pierced his ears, and at the same time, PFFFD, something pierced through the task force commander's foot. Arg! The task force commander's body jolted, but now was not the time to lose focus. He quickly kicked off the ground and retreated. Then he glared at what had pierced his foot. A black shadow, like a painting, was rippling where he had just stood. He had been briefed by those who had surveyed the chief instructor. The black blade, one of the chief instructor's techniques, developed independently from the usual members and officers. Its feature was that it could exert physical force like a sharp blade. The task force commander swallowed hard. According to reports, the black blade required a preparatory action that seemed to press down on the ground before it could be deployed, but there was none of that. And more importantly, wasn't it only usable in places connected to the shadows under your feet? The chief instructor laughed savagely as he raised the black shadow sword again. If that was the limit, there would have been no need to persist with it. With those words, the chief instructor charged at the task force commander once more. The commander desperately swung his sword, blocking the chief instructor's approach. Considering he had just blocked the dragon breath, it was clear he was overwhelmingly outmatched in swordsmanship. Then the chief instructor lifted the corners of his mouth fiercely and swung his hand violently. Whirr, thump, something pierced through the task force commander's back. Arg! The commander looked down at his chest in disbelief. A dark spike had torn through his chest, protruding outwards. It was clear now. The information he had about the black blade was incorrect. But that wasn't all. Every technique he could use was blocked. When his greatest firepower, the dragon's breath, was split with a single move, it could be said the fight was over. It's not over yet. The commander ground his teeth and roared defiantly. Shadow Dragon? At his command, the massive body of the Shadow Dragon began to stir. Screech! The Shadow Dragon screeched as it flew towards the chief instructor. Its imposing size filled the hall, but flash! HMPH. Such a fake dragon. Cracks appeared all over the body of the Shadow Dragon as the chief instructor spoke. Scrape! Scrape! With a chilling slicing sound, the massive body of the Shadow Dragon was split into 3 parts. The commander bit his lip as he watched the Shadow Dragon plummet with a thunderous crash. And then, thud, cough. In the blink of an eye, the chief instructor appeared before him and plunged the black shadow sword into the commander's abdomen. Not the heart, but the abdomen. And there, the Danshin, the source of mana, the commander's eyes widened. To be stabbed here meant, you can still use the reverse blood technique even if your heart is crushed. How? How did you know? The task force, the last bastion, reverse blood technique. It was a secret technique that allowed one to gain power several times greater than their original strength at the cost of death. A technique that used the recoil from forcibly reversing mana flow. A desperate measure that could keep one alive for a brief moment even if the heart was crushed. If the Danshin is shattered, even your precious reverse blood technique is useless. You won't have any mana to reverse. You, bastard! The commander's focus blurred. All his options were blocked. Breathing became difficult, and his mind grew faint with pain. The chief instructor's lips curled up at the sight of the commander. I didn't expect you to be this weak. The commander struggled to speak. Why? Why didn't you use such power to do anything before? He had enough skill to kill him. But the chief instructor had never caused a major incident, only showing his fangs slightly. If he had wanted revenge, he could have done it earlier at the task force headquarters. Why had he waited? Why was he tearing at his throat now? At the commander's question, the chief instructor grinned and raised his index finger. Because you're not my only target for revenge. The commander's eyes widened. Don't tell me you. That's right, the emperor. The chief instructor was planning revenge not just against him, but also against His Majesty the Emperor. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The commander let out a hollow laugh. Now he understood why he had hidden his power, even though he was strong enough to defeat him. The commander's eyes blazed with an intensity that belied his dying state. You were after my position? If he had harmed him earlier, the chief instructor would have had a hard time surviving. Even if he was of imperial blood, the crime of killing the task force commander would be too great. And the emperor himself would not have stood by, nor would the other nobles have supported him. But now the situation was different. The taboo had been revealed in the presence of all the nobles. The chief instructor who killed him would become a hero. Yes, I've been waiting for this opportunity because of your position. The chief instructor smirked as he pushed the black shadow sword deeper, tearing through the Danshin. The commander's throat convulsed, and he spat out blood, with mana scattering from the broken Danshin. But his gaze settled more calmly than ever. He had been contemplating how to end this situation ever since he realized the chief instructor's target was His Majesty the Emperor. The commander's eyes quickly scanned the interior of the inquiry hall. The officers of the task force he had brought were being dealt with by the crown prince and a trainee named Yan, and they seemed about to be annihilated. And Duke Beowulf as well. He was just watching for now, but who knew when he would turn into an enemy? Ha ha ha! The commander let out a bitter laugh. Even the reverse blood technique, his last resort, was blocked. That meant, there's no way to deal with this guy here. Just then, a thought flashed through the commander's mind. Never use the reverse blood technique with a damaged Danshin unless you want to become a bomb. As for the power, if it's someone like you, Commander, you could probably blow up at least a village. A conversation he had with the developer of the reverse blood technique. The corners of the commander's mouth lifted slightly. A bomb, huh? His body slowly crumbled to the floor. Chapter 122. The chief instructor gazed down at the special task force commander, who writhed like an insect still clinging to life. It was a pitiful sight. A fitting end for you, the chief instructor mocked before turning away. He then walked towards Yan, Leon, and the other instructors. Leon, with a look of surprise, asked the chief instructor, "Were you hiding your strength all this time?" The chief instructor nodded affirmatively. "Regardless, it's fortunate that things worked out. You've dealt with the taboo-breaking task force commander, and his followers have been annihilated. For now, Leon mused, the Empire's landscape will change after this. His Highness the Crown Prince must. While the chief instructor and Leon discussed future affairs, Yan stood alone, his expression grave. It was too easy. Yan had seen the chief instructor overpower the task force leader with sheer skill. But the opponent was the leader of the special task force, a master among masters in the arts of strategy and assassination. He wouldn't have given up so easily if he were truly defeated. With a furrowed brow, Yan slowly approached the task force leader. The chief instructor and Leon, puzzled, called out to Yan, "Where are you going now?" That's when it happened. Grooar. A disturbing flow of mana emanated from the task force leader, still twitching on the ground. The roar of mana, not just in the hearing chamber but from all around, began to converge at an alarming rate. Like a violent waterfall, the mana surged into the body of the special task force leader. Duke Beowulf's expression hardened slightly at the sight. That's dangerous. Lorna brushed the goosebumps off her arms. What in the world? It's a warning from the body. The task force leader's actions are far from normal. Yes, but what does that mean? Duke Beowulf didn't answer Lorna's question. Instead, he watched the task force leader with a heavy gaze. Even now, an immense amount of mana was pouring towards him. Why would he do such a thing? Duke Beowulf narrowed his eyes as he kept watch over the task force leader. Mana is like a balloon. If the body holds more than it can bear, pop, it bursts. The task force leader, even if he had lost his reason, wouldn't waste his life so recklessly. But how could this be? Suddenly, Duke Beowulf's eyes snapped open. Self-destruction? The task force leader's body, influenced by the reverse blood technique, could hold an enormous amount of mana. It might be just shy of Duke Beowulf's own level if only the amount of mana was considered. But to hold more than that with the intention to explode? He's gone mad. Perhaps this area would cease to exist after today. Duke Beowulf clenched his fist. A chilling aura spread out from it. Whoosh. Soul Frost Final Form Eternal Frost, Duke Beowulf quietly deployed his domain. The frigid aura flowed from his fist, spreading out from him. Crackling, soon, thick ice erupted from the ground. It formed a wall, an absolute shield to protect Duke Beowulf, Lorna, and Rhea. If he had brought the sword that resonated well with Soul Frost from the north, he could have isolated the task force leader completely. Lorna, seeing Duke Beowulf's response, opened her mouth in dismay. But Yan is. If I had brought the sword, perhaps, but without it, I can only ensure your safety. Anything more is uncertain. What if we strike down the task force leader now? Then I'd lose even the leeway to protect you. But we owe that guy from before. I repaid that debt with a scallon and the spatial pouch. And the Emperor was likely behind this. Otherwise, the task force leader wouldn't resort to self-destruction. If it were related to the north, maybe, but otherwise, it's better not to get involved. The Emperor was a troublesome opponent even for Duke Beowulf. It was better for one's mental health to pretend ignorance than to make an enemy of him. Lorna tried to say more, but it's a political issue. Duke Beowulf's firm words bit her lips. When he was this resolute, not even his daughter's words would sway him. Lorna hastily looked towards Yan and the others. A vicious maelstrom of mana crashed over the fallen task force leader's abdomen, its ferocity painting a grim picture. Yan and his companions' faces turned ashen at the sight. What is this? Didn't we shatter his core? In that moment, a thought flashed through Yan's mind. Reverse blood explosion? If the reverse blood technique amplified physical abilities and mana for a brief period, then the reverse blood explosion was a step further, overloading mana to turn one's body into a living bomb. It was the last resort for a task force member, and its power was fittingly catastrophic. A fifth-tier member could obliterate an entire village with it. But wasn't the reverse blood explosion undeveloped in this era? Yet, the unfolding events bore an uncanny resemblance to its harbingers. Yan had to assume the task force leader had initiated it. Biting down hard, Yan pondered the implications. The blast from someone of the task force leader's caliber would be immense. An exaggeration, perhaps, but it could potentially decimate half the imperial city. If it detonated here and now, only Duke Beowulf and the Crown Prince might escape death. Mana swirled tumultuously above the twitching task force leader, turning the hearing chamber into chaos. It was as if a storm had breached the chamber's walls. Then, the chief instructor scoffed, wielding his shadow blade. "I don't know what this broken man has done, but ending him should finish it, right?" With disdain, he approached the raging vortex of mana and swung down his blade. Boom, a massive explosion sent the chief instructor flying back into the wall. "Damien," Leon shouted, and the chief instructor grunted uncomfortably. This is no ordinary force." He hadn't unleashed dual cut as when he split the dragon's hide, but he hadn't expected to be repelled so forcefully. Yan chewed his lip, watching the chief instructor. If that's truly the reverse blood explosion, we're running out of time. The chief instructor's rebound was somewhat predictable. When the reverse blood explosion is unleashed, mana frenziedly rushes towards the caster, forming a sturdy wall of mana that's nearly impenetrable. That's why it's the task force's last resort. Once initiated, it's nearly impossible to counter. But Yan's eyes gleamed. It's not entirely uncounterable. If they could breach the mana barrier and sever the core that's drawing in the mana, the explosion would be averted. Yan finished his thoughts and called out to the chief instructor and Leon. "Chief instructor, your highness?" "Speak. What is it?" Yan pointed to a spot. "Both of you unleash your techniques at that point with all your might." "What?" "That would obliterate this hearing chamber. The chamber is not the issue right now." Yan's words hardened their faces. "If the task force leader explodes, half the Imperial City could vanish." "What? How do you know that?" Leon shook his head mid-sentence. How Yan knew was a question for later. If Yan was right, and it could level half the city, they needed to act fast. And the mana flow feels dangerously unstable. Leon, with his high affinity for mana, could sense it more acutely. Whatever the task force leader had done was unclear. But the mana in the atmosphere began to rage like a furious bull. The thought of half the city being destroyed was hard to believe, but it wasn't something they could ignore either. Leon asked with a heavy voice, ready to act. "Understood. Give the signal and I'll strike with full force." Beside him, the chief instructor rested the shadow blade on his shoulder, a smirk on his lips. "Me too." With their agreement, Yan nodded. He then stared intently at the mana barrier. It wavered like a mirage, seemingly fragile. But appearances were deceiving. Its core was as durable as diamond. Yan's eyes followed the movements of the mirage. He was searching for the moment when the chief instructor and Leon could break through. Soon, the fluctuating mirage hesitated, a sign that the mana pouring into the task force leader had lessened. Yan bellowed, "Now!" At his command, Leon and the chief instructor's eyes sparkled. Leon drew a pure white sword from his waist and poured an immense amount of mana into it. Dragon's Breath. Secret art, Descent of the Golden Dragon. Whoosh, a golden radiance filled the chamber, nearly blinding to behold. Leon thrust the now golden blade towards the targeted spot. The chief instructor, too, filled the shadow blade with dark energy. The ordinary longsword stretched out. Within it was a destructive force that could cleave anything in its path. Shadow Blade Technique 2 Dual Cut. The elongated shadow blade tore through the air, aiming for the target. With the combined might of these transcendent beings, crash, bang, boom, the mana barrier erupted with noise, crumbling bit by bit. A flush of victory crossed the faces of the chief instructor and Leon, but it was short-lived. "It's regenerating? Is our power insufficient?" The mana barrier began to draw in more mana from the surroundings, reconstructing its formidable wall. At that moment, Yan's eyes shone as he filled his legs with mana. Haste. Normally, he would avoid casting spells in such a setting, but the situation was dire. Fortunately, the chief instructor and Leon were too preoccupied with the anomaly to notice his magic. Yan forcefully stamped the ground. Thud, the ground shattered, and Yan's form became a streak of light. Swoosh! His target was the still-recovering mana barrier, its interior. The barrier greedily absorbed surrounding mana, attempting to heal its wounds. That madman? Is he fearless? Yan was faster. Had he been even slightly delayed, the regenerating mana barrier would have torn him apart. Crash! Yan tumbled inside the mana barrier but quickly raised his head. Before him, the task force leader lay prone, watching him. Kekek! A tiny laugh echoed, almost mocking. The task force leader seemed to retain his sanity. He chuckled at Yan. "Yan, was it? Can you stop it? A self-destruction wagered with life itself? I don't know." Yan stood, channeling strength into his hand gripping a scallon. But I have to try. With that, Yan assumed his stance. Knees slightly bent, waist tilted at an angle. The tip of his sword pointed directly at the swelling task force leader. His mana heart pulsed vigorously. Thump, thump. In his mind, Yan rapidly conjured the method to counter the reverse blood explosion. He had to precisely locate and shatter the core, causing the rampage within the core. If he failed, we all die here. And shattering the core was no easy feat. The task force leader's abdomen was shielded by layers of protection. It was a clear attempt to buy time. And those shields, forged by burning life force, couldn't be broken by ordinary force. Yan couldn't yet fully manifest his own force. At my current level, forcing out force would be futile against that. There was only one answer: mind manifestation. He had to bring it to life. The success of this endeavor hinges on whether I can use mind manifestation. Before his regression, it was a simple task, but now, in this body, it was uncharted territory. Yet the sensations from that time lingered faintly, guiding him. Yan closed his eyes, and in his mind he envisioned a dagger. Silent yet certain, targeting its prey.